Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. I hope this finds you well. Sorry about that. It is an early morning here, and I'm here, and I'm awake, and I'm ready. Are you ready? Ready for court? Let's dive in. Let me do a recap of yesterday. And in that recap, we're going to talk about Leslie Boileau Jr., a former Marion County, Florida sheriff deputy who was on trial for the manslaughter of his girlfriend. Charges stem from a September 1924 shooting of his girlfriend, Paulina Wright, at their home in Ocala. Investigators say Wright was unalived by a single shot to the head, right between the eyes. The defendant's version and statements in his theory are this. Boyle claims the shooting was accidental, occurred during and while he was described as a sloppy alcohol-influenced gun training. He and Wright had reportedly consumed 3 margaritas each earlier that evening. Boyle says that Wright asked him to teach her firearm use. He allowed her to dry fire a Glock while pointing it at him. Meanwhile, he attempted to dry fire an AR while pointing it at her. His went boom. Did not. Boyle that he forgot he had placed a loaded magazine in the rifle. Believing it was cleared, he pulled the trigger. Live round discharge and struck Wright. He admitted to an investigators that the situation was really bad and that his handling was sloppy. Yes, he said sloppy. The state evidence supports that the bullet casing and projectile were fired from Bill's rifle. Forensic analysis revealed no shot, no stripping on the victim, no soot or stippling on the victims, which suggests he was not very close to her when the firearm went off, at least more than 2 feet away. The medical examiner testimony confirmed the entrance wound between the eyes. Another wound was on the victim's index finger, consistent with the bullet passing through the finger before striking the head. So she was like this, it passed through the finger before striking the head. That supports his theory that they have both simultaneously at each other. The victim's blood alcohol was 0.0486, which is under the legal limit. Crime scene showed multiple firearm, live round, and gun cleaning equipment on the table. The bullet strike was documented in the mall where the bullet went through the remains. The defense, of course, moved for judgment of acquittal. The state rested, arguing the evidence aligned with Boileau's claim of an accident. The judge denied the motion. We are now here for day 2. The state has rested. We have actually started a few minutes earlier or a few minutes later than the designated time, depending on how you look at it. So we are ready to go into. Good morning, Shelley. Okay, is that better? I'm sorry. Is the mic going in and out now? Miss June, give me a thumbs up if the mic is fine now. Okay. All right. So I guess it was just too far away from my face. I try to keep it out of camera view. Hopefully that's better. I apologize, Shelley. Hello. Good morning. All right, guys. Let's it to this way, stage, get everything up and going. Yahoo! I don't know why I'm doing Yahoos today.
Cable lock removed. Let us know by note. Bailiff will remove.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay, state.
1 second.
Okay. To sum it up, I tell them that everything but the ammunition will be sent back. If they want to see the ammunition, send a note. We'll send the firearms back, collect the ammunition. When they're done, send another note. We'll take the ammunition back, send the firearms back to them.
Okay.
Then if they want to look at a firearm with the cable lock removed, let us know by note. Bailiff will remove it, and we'll reattach it when they send another note, and we'll put everything back there on the laptop that they can view.
I have no issue with that, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. With that being said, Mr. Taddy, where do we intend to go today in terms of your presentation of evidence?
I intend to call my client as our only witness.
Okay. All right. Mr. Boileau, I need to ask you some questions. Can I have you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. You can put your hand down, sir. Mr. Boileau, I'm going to ask some questions to make sure that you're making the decision to become a witness freely and voluntarily, okay, with a full understanding of your rights, okay? Do you understand that you have a constitutional right to remain silent?
I do.
Do you understand that if you were to choose to remain silent and not become a witness, I would instruct this jury that the fact that you testify cannot be used against you in any way, and that a jury is not permitted to draw from that any inference of guilt whatsoever?
I do.
Do you understand that if you testify, I will instruct the jury that they have to consider your testimony like that of any other witness? Do you understand?
I do.
You understand that if you testify, you will be subject to cross-examination by the state?
I do.
Now, I don't believe this applies to you, but if you had ever been previously convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor crime of dishonesty, you could be impeached with that. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, state, I assume he has no prior convictions of any type.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Now, do you understand that the right to remain silent and the right to testify is a right that belongs solely to you?
I do.
It does not belong to anyone else, including your attorney. Do you understand?
I do.
Now, I expect that Mr. Taddy has given you his advice and his opinion. I don't want to know what you've talked about, but have you had the chance to talk to him about this decision?
Yes.
Has he given you his advice and his opinion?
Yes.
You understand that no matter how strong his opinion may be, one way or the other about what is in your best interest, ultimately the decision whether to testify or remain silent rests solely with you.
I understand.
Okay, and have you discussed all of this with Mr. Taddy?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to speak with him about this?
No.
Do you wish to become a witness in the case, or do you wish to remain silent?
I wish to become a witness.
Do you feel that you have been adequately prepared for testifying?
Yes.
Are you making this decision voluntarily?
Yes.
Has anybody forced you, coerced you, pressured, or threatened you to get you to make this decision?
No.
I will find that Mr. Boileau has waived his Fifth Amendment privilege against testifying freely and voluntarily, and knowingly and intelligently. With that being said, are there any other witnesses that you want your attorney to call during the trial?
No.
Do you have any questions for me? Is there anything that you want to bring to my attention?
No.
Are you satisfied up to this point with Mr. Taddy's services for you?
Yes.
Has anybody told you how to answer my questions here today?
No.
All right, very good. All right. We're going here shortly. Okay, I've been told all the jurors are here. If y'all want to take 5 minutes until 8:30, I'm not sure if anybody else is planning to be in attendance, but family-wise, I'm
Just trying.
Okay, so we are on a quick break. Yikes. So this trial has been kind of an interesting trial where you have ex now, but was a current sheriff deputy. After going and having dinner with the girlfriend, they each had 3 margaritas each, go back to the apartment and decide, excuse me, it's early, and decide that they're going to do a drunken game of let's clean the weapons and teach her how to use them. And at some point, he had his pointed at her. She had hers pointed at him. She had a 9mm Glock. He had an AR. And she pulled the trigger. It was dry because he made sure there was no lead in the lead shooter. And he pulled his trigger, forgetting the magazine full of lead. And unfortunately, a piece of lead left his lead shooter and hit her right between the eyes, killing her instantly. Yes, that is not a pretty sight to behold, but that is the truth of the story. By the way, thank you, Jim, last night for hosting movie night. For those of you who are new to our Discord, please go up to the QR code, scan it. It will bring you into Discord.
Defense? Yes. Okay. Ms. Freeman? While the jurors are getting rounded up, I did want to thank everybody in the audience for your appropriate in-court behavior yesterday. I don't know that I've ever been part of a trial where there have been this many people, all of whom have been appropriate. So, thank you.
I had to get a cup of coffee. I had to get a sip of my coffee. Y'all. Good morning, Mr. Rita. Good morning, Tracy L. Thank you so much for hopping in. First and 10, June. Mod. Good afternoon with Shelly Evans. Yay! Then Tracy L. And of course, we have. Thank you guys so much for joining me this morning as we start diving into hopefully day 2 and the last day. It appears that we will be in zero to watch this today.
Counsel, you all please see. First, good morning, welcome back. When we separated yesterday, I instructed all of you to not try to investigate or learn about the case, including the use of electronic. Anybody happen to, in the course of the night, come across any information about this case on the internet or otherwise? So raise your hands. Thank you for following my instructions. All right, very good. We'll go ahead and proceed then. Mr. Hattie, you can call your first witness.
Defense would call Leslie Boileau.
Come on up, sir.
I don't know what happened. There you go.
Be seated.
Please, court.
Yes, sir.
Tell me. All right, would you state your full name, please?
Leslie Boileau Jr.,
How old are you, Dale?
33.
Are you employed right now?
I am. I'm
What are you doing for a living?
working at a fabrication shop learning how to weld.
And you used to work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office. Is that
I did.
right? How long did you work for the sheriff?
8 years.
And you were terminated as a result of the incident that we're here about today.
I was.
What were your duties at the time that you left the sheriff's office?
I was a patrol deputy.
How much did you weigh in September of 2020?
210, 215 pounds.
So it looks like you've lost a considerable amount of weight.
A little bit.
How tall are you?
5'6".
In September of 2024, how long had you lived in the house on 32nd Avenue?
About 5 years.
Did you own it or rent it?
I had a mortgage.
How did you meet Paulina Wright?
We initially met on a dating app, and then we eventually met in person downtown a couple weeks after.
How did the first meeting go?
Went well.
Did you begin to see each other at that point?
Yeah.
At the time of her death, how long had you been dating Paulina?
About 2 years.
Tell us about her.
She was a great person. She was modest. She was respectful. She was loyal. She encouraged me to be a better person. She was just naturally beautiful.
Had you met her parents?
I did.
How often would you see her parents?
Every now and then.
Did they live in Marion County?
No, they didn't.
Where did they live?
I believe it's Citrus County, Florida City.
Did you have some knowledge of Paulina's upbringing?
Yeah, she told me.
What did she tell you?
She went basically through her entire childhood. We both did. She was adopted from Russia when she was 6 or 7. She has a twin sister and a brother that was adopted with her.
So the Wrights adopted her?
Yeah.
From Russia?
Yeah.
Did she have other siblings within the Wright family?
Yeah, she did.
Was she working in September of 2024?
She was.
What was she do? What did she do for a living?
She worked as basically, I would say, a secretary for a company out in the shore. She did their billing and purchasing and payroll and stuff like that. She was working on actually in September transferring over to a new job.
An accountant.
Do you know if she'd been to college?
I believe so, yes.
Did she have any kind of degree that you were aware of?
I believe she had an AA degree from CF.
And you said you'd been together for 2 years. Had you begun to discuss marriage at all?
We kind of joked about it, but it was obviously on the table. We were working towards that. You don't date someone for 2 years and not have that on the table, basically.
What were your living arrangements by September of 2024?
She was free to come and go as she pleased. She was still in her lease at an apartment complex, but we were actively speaking on, and it was going to be like in 3 or 4 months when her lease was up, she was going to be living with me full time.
Did she have a key to your house?
She did.
Let's talk about September 19th. What did you do that day?
We met up probably around 9 or 10 o'clock that morning.
How did you meet up?
She came over to my house. It was pretty standard. I was going into my long weekend of work, so pretty much any day we had off before that, we try to hang out. So it was a pretty typical day for us. We went out to lunch, hit a couple stores, and then was just hanging out around the house.
Where did you go to lunch?
Longhorn Steakhouse.
Was any alcohol consumed at lunch?
No.
Where did you go after lunch?
If I remember correctly, we went to Target and I think TJ Maxx, and then we came home.
What did you do when you got home?
We just hung out, just watched TV.
At some point that late afternoon or evening, did you decide to go out to dinner?
We did.
How did you choose the Mexican place?
We talked about a couple different options and we landed on Mexican food. It was extremely close to the house and we didn't really want to.
Had you been there before?
Yeah.
So you ordered food and margaritas.
Yes.
Tell us about the drinks.
Well, we normally get one margarita when we're there, because it's a large margarita. But it was 2 for 1s that night when we walked in, so and they were taking a while. We were there over an hour. So we just started ordering the 2 for 1 margaritas, and we landed on 3 by the time we were done.
How were they serving them?
And like little mug gauntlet things.
And 6 of them cost you $26.94. Is that right?
Yeah.
So that was less than $4.50 each.
Sounds about right.
Did they taste like they had any alcohol in them?
They taste a lot like sour mix, but
Now, the check that Detective Kern was able to obtain said your tab was opened at about 7:30 and then closed at 8:32 p.m. What did you do when you left the restaurant?
we drove straight home.
How far from the house is the restaurant?
5 minutes, easy.
And what did the two of you do when you got back home?
We changed. I don't really know what she was doing. She was doing her stuff, taking care of her cat. I fed my dog. That's when I came out to the living room and put on the football game and started doing the gun stuff.
Okay. Now, you changed out of whatever you had worn to the restaurant
Correct.
into the clothing that we've seen on the videos?
Correct.
And Paulina had a blanket on and nothing else.
Correct.
Was that normal?
At this point in the relationship, yes.
So that was typical for her once she got home and got comfortable, was to disrobe and grab a blanket.
I wouldn't say 100% of the time, but it was very common.
Did you have any more alcohol when you got back home?
No.
Now, you called 911 at 10:52 p.m.
Yes.
I'd like you to walk us through that 2.5 hour period of time from the point you got back from dinner until that call was made.
So when I sat down at the dining room table, I started cleaning my rifle because I had just shot it a couple weeks prior. I was waiting for all of my gun cleaning stuff to come in to clean that said gun. It was already all on the table. I saw it. I sat down and I started cleaning it. She was off doing other stuff in the house. And then she eventually came over and sat down and started talking to me. We weren't necessarily talking about the gun stuff. We were just hanging out. We talked about what we were going to do next week, went through a bunch of different stuff. And then she started to show interest in the gun cleaning. So I started showing her parts, handing it to her, stuff like that.
Now, is this exclusively the rifle that
Yes.
we're talking about at this point?
Yes, it was just the rifle.
Now, and we'll kind of come back to exactly what you did with the gun stuff.
Okay.
But did the two of you stay at that table the entire 2.5 hours?
No, we were up and down.
So you would get up from the table, walk to some other part of the house?
Yeah, I had to use the bathroom at some point. I remember. I knew she got up and went to the bathroom at some point.
Did she get up from the table?
Yeah.
Do you know what she was doing when she left?
No.
Okay. So this wasn't a continuous, let's take apart and put together this.
No.
Dale, have you thought about what happened that night and the mistakes that you made
Plenty,
every day?
pretty much.
What should have been different?
We shouldn't have been sitting across from each other.
Why didn't you move?
I thought we were being safe. It was our normal spots to sit.
At a gun range, during firearms training, how are trainees and the officers that go do their annuals, how are they positioned?
In a straight line.
So nobody facing each other.
No, you're facing the target you're going to shoot at.
How many times have you gone through well, there's an initial firearms training, right, when you become a law enforcement
Yeah.
officer? Okay. And then you have regular training, is that right?
Yeah, once a year.
This is State's Exhibit 24. According to the state, this is a record of your training, including your firearms training. So in 8 years, you accumulated quite a bit of paper. How many times do you think you'd been on a gun range while you were with the sheriff's office?
Maybe 12 times.
Had you ever been shaded by another shooter during those trainings?
Yes.
What does shaded mean?
Basically, flagged is another term for it. It means another officer on the range basically turns and points their gun at you.
Accidents happen.
They do.
They shouldn't. With your skills, your knowledge, your education, and your training, they should not be happening. So please tell me why you say it so flippantly. Flagging, you know better than to do that. You should be so trained that doesn't happen. That means you have zero regard for life, and you don't have any much regard for the weapon itself.
Now, when you were talking with Detective Kern, you used the phrase dry fire exercise.
Yes.
Is that an accurate description of what you were showing?
Yes.
Tell us what a dry fire exercise is and tell us that you ever had to do it.
Yes, it's basically the first step to learning how to handle a firearm. It's the first thing you do in the police academy. It's really the only training and or teaching you can do inside of a house. It's basically just showing you how to hold the gun and pull the trigger.
Does it involve the sight picture?
Yeah.
On a handgun or a rifle?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you show that to her and explain it to her
Yes.
with that rifle?
Yes.
Did you give her something to aim at?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
The picture on the wall.
Where was the picture?
A couple feet next to me.
Okay. Behind you and
Yeah.
away from you?
Yeah.
You didn't ask her to point the rifle at you?
No.
You never pointed the rifle at her?
No.
And you weren't playing cops and robbers with guns?
No.
What did she think of the rifle?
She didn't really care for it. It was too heavy.
All right. So when she was done with the rifle, what happened?
Put it back together and I laid it on the end of the table. And that's when she picked up my handgun.
Where was the handgun?
It was just laying on the table.
Is that the gun that goes with your uniform or another gun?
It's my off-duty weapon that the sheriff's office gives us to carry.
Tell us what happened when she picked up the handgun.
And under no circumstances, I repeat, well, someone breaks into your home and your wife grabs it, thing. But really, outside of life and death, there's no circumstances in which anybody should be touching any weapon, especially that has been given to you by your department. You know, if you're in the bathroom, in the bedroom, it's on your nightstand, somebody breaks in, they have a lead shooter, you take that, and she reaches for your lead shooter. That's one thing. Any other kind of scenario, no one should be touching that lead shooter at all. It's department issued.
Well, when I was laying down the rifle, I look up and she's holding the handgun. And obviously, I knew that gun was loaded because it's the one I took to dinner. So I asked her to hand it to me, which she did, and I unloaded it, and then I handed it back to her.
Ah,
And how did you unload it?
Taking the magazine out, ejecting the one that's in the chamber.
And where did you put the magazine and the round you ejected?
I just set it on the table.
On your side?
Yeah. Well, I was on that side of the table at that point.
Now, when you handed her the rifle, did you hand her the weapon loaded?
No.
Did she ever have the ammunition for the rifle?
No.
When you handed her the handgun, was there any ammunition with it?
No.
So that both of them were safe when you handed them to her?
Yes.
What did you do with, what did she do, and what did you show her to do with the handgun?
Well, I demonstrated first how to hold the handgun. I pointed it at the wall, like to the right of her where the chalkboard was. Showed her how to hold it, showed her how to pull the trigger. Showed her how to work the action of the handgun. And then I handed it back to her.
Now, was all this going on because you wanted to teach her how to handle a handgun, or did she ask you to do this?
She was inquisitive. I had mentioned to her in the past that she needed to learn home defense, basically. I was like, I'd pay for a class, like I'd go with you. She made it sound like she had never touched a gun before. So I was like, there's always guns around my house because of my job. So I was like, you need to learn that type of stuff. She always kind of put it off. Didn't really show any interest until that night.
Now, and you've already said other things were going on while this exercise was playing out. Was the television on?
Yeah, we were watching football.
So this was a Thursday night?
Yeah.
So it was the NFL game?
Yeah.
Okay. And from where you were seated, could you see the television?
Yeah.
Okay. But you had to turn to see it?
Yeah, I was kind of angled, the exact angle I'm sitting now.
How did the rifle end up back in your hands?
I remembered I didn't do a function test on it when I put it back together. I was allowing her to kind of do her thing with the handgun. I didn't want to overwhelm her. So we were just sitting there talking, and I was watching the football game.
And when you picked the rifle up, it had a magazine in it. Did it not?
Yes.
Because that's the way you had put it down.
Yeah.
Because when you put it down, did you intend to be done with it the first time? So how do you put up that weapon when it's clean and you're going to put it away?
I just put a magazine in it. I don't charge it. That's how we keep our rifles at the sheriff's office. We don't keep one in the chamber. And I typically just go store it.
And charge, what is that?
It means round in the chamber.
Does an AR style rifle have a different sort of way to load around?
Yes.
Explain it.
It has a charging handle where a handgun has a slide. Very similar, I guess, action you could say, but different at the same time.
So when you had put the rifle down on the table, there was no bullet in the chamber.
Correct.
And it had a full magazine.
Don't keep the magazine can hold 30 rounds. I don't
So
keep
you
30.
five short.
Yeah, I don't keep it fully loaded.
And that's to preserve the spring in
Yes.
the magazine?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had 25 rounds in it.
Yes.
All right. And when you picked it back up, while she's doing the dry fire thing with the handgun, how did you hold it?
I picked it up while watching the TV, and I was holding it like this.
Stand up, make sure all the
I was
guys
holding it
can see
like
it.
this.
So you were kind of cradled.
Yeah.
So the magazine is down. Okay. And what was your intention What were you gonna do with it?
I was trying.
What is this function test you're talking about?
So when you disassemble a rifle and you put it back together, you have to do a function test to ensure that you put it back together correctly. If you didn't put it back together correctly, it's not going to fire the next time you need it to fire.
And describe or explain the steps in this function test.
The bolts forward, obviously. You have to pull the trigger and hold the trigger and then charge it. Release the trigger and pull the trigger again. And you're listening for the hammer to drop on the firearm to make sure you assembled it correctly. Because if you did not assemble it correctly, it's not going to make that click sound.
So you got it cradled in your arms.
Yeah.
Barrel off to your left.
Yeah.
You're sitting across the table. Yeah. And you're kind of watching TV.
Yeah.
And you said you're listening for a click. So did you either put your head down to the rifle or bring the rifle up to your head?
Both. Like it was because I was listening more so for a sound. And you can't really see what you're looking for type of deal. It's internal.
So you have to listen.
Yeah.
When you pulled the trigger the first time, what happened?
What was supposed to happen? You heard a click.
And then when you charged it and pulled the trigger the second time,
That's when it went off.
I know you know now where the barrel is pointing. Were you looking at pointing it when you were doing that?
No, I was looking at the TV.
What did you do after you realized she was hit?
Called 911.
Did you go to her?
I did.
Now, what position did she start in? I mean, she's hit. Did she fall back, fall forward?
She was just sitting in the chair.
And did you maintain that position until the officers arrived?
Yeah.
So you were kind of cradling her head?
I didn't know what else to do.
Were you panicked at that point?
I was freaking out.
So they got you out of the house. They told you to leave the house. Is that right? Had you seen the body camera videos before this trial began?
No.
You remember doing the things that you saw yourself do on the video?
No, I don't know.
The screaming and rolling on the ground, and all of that. Do you remember it?
Not
Any
really.
of that happened?
Not really.
Do you remember all the things you said to the police officers there in your yard?
No.
What was going through your head?
I was just trying to figure out what happened, how I allowed it to happen.
And technically, Paulina is dead because you ended up pointing the barrel at her.
Yep.
But you didn't aim it at her.
No.
Did you ever aim it at her?
No.
So when you told the officers we were pointing the guns at each other, what did that mean when it came out of your mouth?
I was coming to terms with what happened. Obviously, pointing guns at each other. So this possibly happened.
Did any of them ask you what that meant? To describe exactly what had happened?
No.
Then you got driven to the police station. and they stuck you in an interview that I gathered from seeing the blanket was a little cold.
It was
How cold?
shivering.
Do you remember how long you sat in that room?
No.
Was the sun up when you left that building?
Yeah.
You got there at midnight. Did you know that? You knew Sergeant Kerr, right?
I did.
How did you know him?
Through passing through the jail. He used to work for the sheriff's office.
He knew your name?
Yeah.
He knew you preferred to be called Dale?
Yeah.
Instead of Leslie?
Yeah.
And the jury's seen your dialogue with Detective Kern. Did he ever ask you the detail that I had asked you? I don't have any other questions.
State any cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Taddy, is this your pen? I want to clarify a couple things that you just told me. So just to make sure, throughout most of the entire night, that AR rifle was in your possession.
Correct.
And when that gun went off, that AR rifle was in your control.
Yes.
You didn't slip. You didn't slip and fall, correct?
No.
You didn't drop the gun. You didn't drop the gun.
No.
You didn't misplace the gun or anything like that.
No.
In fact, when the gun went off, it was in your hands.
It was.
And when the gun went off, you were the one who pulled the trigger.
I was.
And when the gun went off, you were the one who intended to pull the trigger at that point in time.
Yes.
And the only reason why those firearms were out at that point in time was because you decided you wanted to clean them that evening.
I did.
And now your AR, do you normally keep that in a gun safe at your house, or do you keep that out?
I keep it in my bedroom.
But you were the one who decided to take it out and bring it into the living room or into the dining room.
It was already sitting on the dining room.
So you
table.
put it there earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. And you decided to take out those cleaning products from Amazon,
Yes,
and you decided to clean the gun.
I did.
And in fact, you told us originally Paulina wasn't even anywhere near you when you cleaned that gun.
Correct.
But she later came over and she wanted to learn about the firearm.
She did.
And you decided to teach her about the firearm.
Yes.
And you decided to teach her about that firearm with loaded magazines and live ammunition sitting on that dining room table.
Yes.
You're very familiar with firearms, are you not?
Familiar.
In fact, one of your hobbies is you like to hunt.
Yes.
And you were a law enforcement officer, like you said, for 8 years.
Yes.
And you went under training every single year because you had to do an annual training, correct?
Yes.
And one of those things that every single year during that annual training they talk about is gun safety.
Yes.
And I know Mr. Taddy talked a little bit, like you said, when you're at the gun range, you guys are in a straight line.
Yes.
And in fact, there's a term called a hot range and a cold range. Is that correct?
Correct.
Hot range means that guns are being fired and nobody's allowed to go downrange. Is that correct?
Yes.
And a cold range means that people are going down to check targets, or people are in that area to where there's a risk. So you have to put all guns down and nobody can have a gun in their hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, there's general rules of safety that you guys learn every year. Like you always treat a firearm if it's loaded.
Correct.
And you never point it towards another person.
Correct.
And that you should not handle firearms, especially when drinking or intoxicated.
Yes.
And that you only point a firearm as something that you intend to kill or destroy.
Correct.
I also want to talk about these trainings. When you do these trainings, you're shooting at targets, correct?
Yes.
And when you're shooting at these targets, you aim your firearm, get a clear sight picture
Yes.
using your sights.
Yeah.
And then you pull that trigger.
Yes.
When you were sitting at that table with Paulina, there was a point in time you activated that red dot sight.
Yes.
In fact, you told Detective Kern it was to show her how that sight worked.
Yes.
Show her how to get a sight picture.
Yes.
Show her how to.
You know where he's going with this? This is the first. When that red sight is on, you know exactly where that bullet is going to go. That lead. You know exactly where that lead is going to go. Oh my God. This is so horrible.
Aim at a target.
Yes.
You heard the medical examiner's testimony yesterday that when that path of that bullet went directly in her forehead and directly out the back of her head.
Yeah.
Correct? So that means at the time that gun went off, it was aimed directly at her. No further questions, Judge.
Any redirect examination?
Just briefly.
That was too easy.
So Mr. O'Neill asked you if you intended to pull the trigger.
I did.
Did you intend to shoot Paulina?
No.
Did you intend to discharge that weapon?
No.
You thought it was going to click. No further questions.
Any recross examination?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do any of you all have questions? If so, please raise your hands. Okay, write them down on a clean sheet of paper, please.
Put some heads that made my tummy not feel. Look at the full courtroom. Beautiful. The judge said that is the fullest he's ever seen his courtroom.
Do we have one more coming? If so, raise your hand if you're still writing. Our juror there in the back row, I am having trouble reading your handwriting. It's the third word. I'm going to ask that you just clean it up for me.
That would have been my ex-husband. He had the worst, he was one of the worst handwriting in UT history. History of UT. That's year. The history. And they kept samples to vote against every year to see who would top it. Okay.
Council approach. Any other questions? If so, raise your hands. Oh, we have, okay, yeah, nice nod. Take what time you need. Write it. Take what time you
Here.
need to think out how you want me to pose the question. No rush.
I loved your
Council, if y'all want to go in the meantime, look at the others.
I love the jury questions because it really gives an insight into what the jury could be thinking at this point in time. So I mean, out of all the questions, these are the ones I want to hear. And I'm really shocked that the defense, I mean, the prosecution didn't hammer the defense. I'm floored. I expected a whole lot more. We didn't get more. This is an odd case. More ways than one, may I add. Mm. Coffee is good today. Nothing like a cold salad for breakfast. I had a little leftover salad and I had to put something in my stomach because it was not happy. I should know better than to take medicine on an empty stomach. Sometimes we do things we know we ought to do. I haven't said good morning to my fabulous mod, June. Good morning, love. Good morning, Case One.
Mr. Boileau, I'm going to ask you the questions that the jury has posed. I'm going to ask him exactly as they're written. Had he cleaned guns in front of Paulina before the night in question?
No.
Were you standing or sitting when gun went off?
I believe I was sitting.
He stated drinks were 2 for 1, so they had 6 drinks instead of 3.
No, I bought 6 drinks total, 3 each.
Why was her hand in front of her face at time of accident?
I have no idea.
At some point, defendant said forgot it was loaded. Now he says he knew it was loaded. Why the change?
I don't believe I ever said it. I knew it was loaded. I remember hindsight that I put it together the normal way I would put it away, and I forgot I did that.
What do you mean I knew better and I shouldn't have let this happen?
I should have changed something to keep this from happening. Should have been sitting across from each other.
Defense, any follow-up?
No, sir.
State, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any additional questions for you all? If so, please raise your hands. Okay. Oh, go ahead. Questions have to be written. Okay. Use a clean sheet of paper with no other writing on it.
Not good for him. They're good questions. Not good for him. His answers to me are not good enough. If he would have said something along the lines, I don't know, I just felt his answers were horrible. I would not be satisfied as a juror by his questions. Shouldn't have been drinking, shouldn't have been loading a weapon, shouldn't have been pointing directly at somebody. The finger one, if I was him, I would have opened him and said because she was pointing her weapon at me. I was pointing mine at her, and that's how the bullet through the finger. I mean, if he would have said that, I would have gone, okay, possible. He did not. Well, they weren't drinking at the exact same time, but they had been drinking just before that at a restaurant. And the big margaritas, as he described, is a lot of alcohol, although her alcohol level was below the legal limit. Got that right. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't catch it quick enough.
Sir, the jury has posed an additional question. Are pointing guns at each other part of training?
No.
Any follow-up?
Yes.
State?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any additional questions? If so, please raise your hand. Please write down on a clean piece of paper.
Well, my thing is I will say he is answering these questions very honestly and bluntly. That is so true. Good one, June. That's what he felt that night on the recording. He knew better. He got sloppy. Well, again, guys, let me see if I can get better at it. Yay, I did. It is called being sloppy. No excuse. He's gonna go. He's gonna sell. He's gonna have some jail time.
Why did you decide to clean guns at the end of the day, especially since you had been drinking?
I thought we were being safe. I didn't really put much thought into it.
Any follow-up defense?
Yes, sir.
State.
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any additional questions? If so, raise your hands. I see no hands, sir. You can retake your seat.
That was easy. Nothing for him.
Mr. Taddy, you can
Address.
state do you intend to present any rebuttal evidence?
Okay, this what bothers me. The state could have gone after him hard as hell, and they didn't.
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the state and the defense have both rested, which means that you've heard all the evidence that you're going to hear in this trial. At this point, we have to get the jury instructions together, the final instructions on the law that I'm going to give you. That may take a couple of minutes. There are some other things logistically that we have to handle. I will try to get you back in here by 9:45. It may take a little longer, maybe a little shorter, but take advantage of the break, have some coffee, water, stretch your legs, what have you. Your notepads must remain here in the courtroom face down. I want to remind you, the case is not being submitted to you yet for deliberations. Okay, so you cannot talk about the case with one another in any way, shape, or form. Okay. Also, if you happen to get on your cell phones or other electronic devices during the break, do not use them to try to learn about the case or the persons or places involved in the case. The best practice would be not even to get on your phones and check it unless you're expecting some type of emergency message or something of that nature. Okay, but we'll get you back in here as soon as we're able. Okay. All right, leave your notepads here. We'll see you soon. The jury's left the courtroom. Counsel, y'all can be seated. Let's move into the final charge conference. Did either the state or defense see anything in the draft instructions that I sent you all yesterday at the close of the day that you believe warranted additional modification?
No, sir.
No, sir. Okay. I know we agreed we would circle back on 3.10 rules for deliberation, number 7. The jury is not to discuss any questions that a juror wrote that were not asked by the court, must not hold that against either party. There were no questions posed by the jurors that were not asked, so I will remove that. Yes, sir.
He was so right. He shouldn't be found guilty. They may say he's innocent. But even then, he I don't know who has that. Oh, I know. Nobody
State defense, if you don't mind coming up and taking one last look at the draft that I'm going to photocopy for the jurors. I'll give them a copy to read along with while I read out loud. Also the separate verdict form.
I don't like these early mornings. I feel bad for June. She's up at 5:30. Right, June? In about 11, 6 minutes, we will be starting the Brendan Isabella trial. I will go and do a 25-minute clinical leave.
So it'll be a separate verdict form. So I give them a copy of the verdict form in the file. Yeah, so that's the copy they read along with that we're going to take up. Yes, that way they fill out that one, not the one in the packet. Yeah, it's okay. I don't mind a safe paper moving the verdict form on this page. You all good with that?
Paper saver.
Save that. Piece of paper. Yeah, I'll leave it as is. It's printed. Okay. So we need 9 copies, one for each of the jurors. State, do you want a printed copy?
If you don't mind, yes, Your Honor.
Defense, would you like a printed copy?
Yes, sir.
10, 11 copies. Wonder how long it's going to take for this verdict to come back. I'm sorry, my sound goes in and out when I talk over the video, and I don't know why, but I apologize. Hope that's better. I just said, I wonder how long it's going to be before the jury comes back on this one. Anybody want to take some bets? About an hour and a half to come back in the bell trial. This is going to be a little more complicated. That's all of them are leading in the same direction.
Your Honor, while those are being printed, can I use the motion one more time before we?
Yes, sir. We'll have a couple minutes.
I think this one will be more contested. I would say at least.
But before you leave, Mr. O'Neill, Mr. Taddy, how long do you think you need for closing argument?
I wouldn't think any more than 45 minutes.
Okay. I won't. Fair enough. I won't put a time restriction on it. You all take whatever time you need.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, the trial moves so fast.
Judge told me one time I had 5 minutes for my rebuttal closing. And then in the 12th hour of the jury deliberation, he says, I probably should have let you do your closing.
Y'all have what time you need today.
That lawyer looks nervous. Look at him. I don't like his eyes. I just can't handle his eyes. Oh, dang it. Okay, so they'll get it back up. I don't like his eyes. His eyes are creeping me out. Oh, I guess I have to go over to this. That'll work. Eyes creep me out. I don't know why, but they do. One sunny day. Yeah, it'll be today for sure. I know, right? Oh, I wasn't impressed with the opening. Oh, I have to say, last week is kind of caught up with. Not kidding. Those of you who don't know, I spent a week sitting in the hospital with my dear, dear friend, sister in love, and would do it again. But my body's still not right about it. Oh, it was short, which is okay. Get the information in and get it done. I'm just disappointed in the way the cross went on. I mean, it's not every day you get to cross a defendant. I would have been prepared. I would have had 30,000 questions. I know it's easy for me to sit here and say, I would have, but I would have. Come on, dude. An opportunity to throw him under the bus and get away with it. I mean, this is something that all prosecutors wait for, and you're telling us that you had no other questions? Hmm? You're right. The jury did have better questions than the state. Hate it when. There we go. Sort of hanging off the other. Yeah, the jury's questions were far better than the state questions, and that's always interesting. I always say that's an interesting. Sometimes wonder if the jurors should be the attorneys. I don't know. Maybe one isn't. All right, so we're waiting for that to happen. We're also waiting for the sentencing to begin in about 1 minute for the other trial. I think I will just keep it all in one live. I'm going to go delete the other live. It's so much easier when we have two sentences and two sentencings in one live. So we'll do that. Let me see if I deleted it. I deleted it. Go in and delete it. No updates on Angela as of yet. I am being very watchful. I've made a request. We will see. I don't know. All my updates are coming from the daughter. And so I am waiting for the daughter. That's all I can do. There we go. So June, I have deleted that other stream. We are going to be talking about several other cases once we go to verdict watches and sentence watch. We'll be talking about other cases. I guess no news is good news. situation with Angela. I'm hoping and praying that she's being kept as comfortable as possible. Unfortunately, she's in pain, but hope and pray they're keeping her as comfortable as they possibly can. I'd be like, drug me up, Buttercup. Everybody's waiting on the sentencing phase to begin, also for the baby dumped in the river. You have not followed the Isabel trial. Brandon Isabel unalived his girlfriend, then dumped her, then grabbed their 2-day-old baby. Yes, you heard it right. 2-day-old baby. Dumped the remains. He threw the baby in the river, the Mississippi, and it's never been from again. We are going to probably be talking about the Brian Walsh trial this afternoon today while we're waiting. For verdict. I wish we had another trial to go to. I'm looking. Uh, I can't believe it was 1985 when The Color Purple came out. It's 30 years ago. 40 years ago. Oh my God, I'm feeling old. My gosh. Oh no, I'm going to share this while we're waiting. Why can't I hear it? Can y'all hear it? No sound.
Cindy's in the studio. Cool. Go as the scene shortly after the explosion. We saw numerous fire department personnel digging through that brick to make sure nobody was caught under that debris field. They brought in a search dog at one point. We have seen 2 FDNY drones circling around the area to make sure there's no other damage, no other problems created by this. In the middle of your video down there, you can see water coming up from the ground. The DEP is on the scene assessing if there's a water issue down there. You can see some of the Con Ed folks down there doing their thing as well. Gas service to the building has been shut off now as they do their investigation. We were talking about the large response over here from the FDNY and from Con Ed, and you can see all those vehicles down there on the street. We can.
Oh, that's so horrible. Look at it. That's so horrible, guys. It's so horrible. I hope everybody's okay. I hope and pray that everyone is okay. I really, really do. That's horrible. Really bad. Prayer for anybody who's involved. Hope everybody's okay. Those of you who don't know, part of a New York City high-rise apartment building did collapse. So we're looking for, I'm looking for potential court, potential trials for this afternoon. We are going to need something. June, I'm trying to keep a lookout on the ABC 24 news, but it doesn't look like they have anything. All right, like we're back in here.
Y'all can see it, I'm sorry. Those are for the jurors. Anything else before we bring in the jury for instructions and argument? State,
No, Your Honor.
defense?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and bring them in.
All right, bring the jury.
Counsel, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So we're going to now begin with the instructions on the law, closing argument, and then final instructions. So the way this will work, I will read the bulk of the instructions that you're holding in your hand to you. The attorneys will make their arguments, then I'll conclude with some final instructions, and deliberations will begin. So what you're going to be bringing back into the jury room, okay, the draft of the instructions that you're holding in your hands, those don't go back. Those are simply for you to read along with while I read them out loud, hopefully to aid in understanding and comprehension. You will get a copy of the final instructions. The ones that I actually read from will go back with you to the jury deliberation room. I tell you that because if you end up wanting to take notes during your closing argument, do not take them on the copy of the instructions that you're holding in your hand, because we are going to take those up and destroy them. Okay, so any notes that you want to take during closing arguments or during the reading of the instructions, make sure you take them on your notepads. Again, these are just being provided for your convenience to help you follow along as I read them. Let's go ahead and start. We're going to begin on page 1. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Leslie Boileau, the defendant junior, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of manslaughter. Leslie Boileau Jr. is accused of manslaughter, which is unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Paulina Wright was killed by Leslie Boileau Jr., you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was manslaughter or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from the justifiable use of deadly force. The use of deadly force to kill a human being is justifiable homicide, and therefore lawful, if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means harm that is more than slight, trivial, minor, or moderate. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. 1. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune, doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion, upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and instruction. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Paulina Wright is dead. 2. Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. A. intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Paulina Wright, or B. caused the death of Paulina Wright by his culpable negligence. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict a manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intent to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. For negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant knew or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. If you find that Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. committed manslaughter, you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, you should find him guilty of manslaughter with a firearm. A firearm is defined as any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. If you find that Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. committed manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm, then you should find him guilty only of manslaughter. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if, having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt. You must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are:
What is up?
be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made.
Always have a back.
Therefore, you must determine from the evidence whether the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to: 1. Whether, when the defendant made the statement, he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and 2. Whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. The attorneys will now present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence.
Commissioner Iron, before I begin, if I can have access.
Yes, sir.
May I please report?
Much. Here. Closing argument.
Let me know when you're ready, Mr. Inman.
Should be up.
There we go. All right, perfect.
Intentional acts with unintended results. Quite simply put, that's why we're here today. That's manslaughter. As I stand before you today, and as Mr. Buxton told you yesterday in opening statements, and as I even discussed with you Monday at jury selection, this isn't a case where we're alleging or we're going to prove to you that Leslie Boileau Jr. intended to kill Paulina Wright, thought about killing Paulina Wright, or killed her out of hatred, ill will, spite, or bad intent. However, what we did tell you we were going to prove, and what we did prove throughout yesterday and today, is that the defendant intentionally committed actions that led to the death of Paulina Wright. As the judge has been reading instructions, and as he said, he's going to read some other instructions. One of the things that he's going to go over with you in a few minutes is a jury verdict form, and it's going to look a lot like this. Quite simply, there's two options. Either you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter, or you find him not guilty. And we're going to talk about why the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter. And we'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But when you check A, there's an additional question, which is, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, the defendant personally carried, used, displayed, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm? And you have to check yes or no once you check A. So let's go through what exactly it is that I have to prove. And I know the judge just read it to you, but I kind of want to go through it a little bit more in detail. So to prove manslaughter, state has to prove the following two elements. Number one, Paulina Wright is dead. Well, members of the jury, that part of your job for deliberations has already been done. You heard that there was a stipulated fact that the person who unfortunately lost their life on the night of September 19, 2024 was Paulina Wright. You heard from the medical examiner that Paulina Wright suffered a gunshot wound to the head, succumbed to those injuries, and unfortunately passed away. Element one is not in question. However, what you do have to determine is element two. That Leslie Boileau Jr. either A, intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Paulina Wright, or caused the death of Paulina Wright by his culpable negligence. So what does that mean? Well, as the judge read to you, in order to convict of manslaughter by act, it's not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death. Only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. Let's talk about that for a minute. We've heard several statements from the defendant throughout his 911 call, body-worn camera, statements to Detective Kern, and even when he sat here today on the jury stand and talked to us. What was the one consistent thing he said the entire time? I was holding the gun, I pulled the trigger. He didn't slip, he didn't fall, he didn't drop the gun, he didn't accidentally pick up the gun in a way where he grabbed the trigger and made it off. What he's consistently said the entire time was, we were doing dry fire exercises. What's a dry fire exercise? That's when we fire the gun when it's unloaded. You pull the trigger, you hear it go click, and then you have to reset the trigger. What's resetting the trigger? You have to charge it. Pull that charging rod back, let the trigger reset, and pull the trigger again. What was one of the first questions I asked the members of the jury when I got up here on cross-examination? So when you had that gun in your hand and it went off, you intentionally pulled the trigger. Yes, an intentional act. That's where our job is done. I don't have to prove that he intended for that gun to go off. I don't have to prove that he intended for that bullet to hit Paulina Wright and for it to kill her. It's extremely unfortunate what happened that night. I'm not disagreeing with that. And I'm not disagreeing that this was unavoidable and other decisions could have been made to where we weren't here today. But unfortunately, no matter how anybody feels about the situation or how that went down last night, does not change the circumstances of the law, the facts, and what the law requires for me to prove, and for you guys, when you go back to deliberate, when you have to decide whether we prove or not. Now, I know there was some other things that the defendant wanted to say on the stand to kind of explain how things happened. And members of the jury, I'm not one to say whether I believe or don't believe certain things. That's your job to determine a witness's credibility. But as the judge talked about, things that you get to talk about or consider when weighing a witness's credibility is whether it makes sense and whether it is consistent with the other evidence that we've seen and what we've heard. And I find it interesting today that when the defendant's on the stand, he's talking about how he's trying to manipulate this gun and he's cradling it, but he's sitting and cradling it and he's trying to cock it. You get to take that firearm into the jury room. You get to look at it. You saw Ms. Killinger yesterday standing in front of you displaying how that firearm works, how that firearm operates, what you have to do to charge that firearm. You have to pull that charging rod back and let it go. Cradling it, pulling it, it's not consistent with what happened. Holding it up to your head to hear if there's a click, but shooting Paulina right dead center in the forehead, not consistent with what the evidence was showing. What is consistent is what he told law enforcement, what he told the 911 operator, what he told Detective Kern, and what he kind of a little bit told us tonight or today, dry fire exercises. We heard a little bit about that training. One of the first things we do as law enforcement is we do dry fire exercises. And one of those reasons why we do dry fire exercises is practicing how to acquire a sight picture, how to aim down a gun and get our target, how to see it. When we're at the gun range doing our trainings, we take those guns, we aim right at our target.
That is not what he said. The defendant said dry fire is how we learn to hold the gun and pull the trigger. That's what he said. So kudos for trying to mix up his words. If I was a juror, I would be nailing him.
Talked about the rules of gun safety. Never point a gun at something you don't intend to shoot or destroy. Never point a gun at another person. You always point the gun at your target. That's why the red dot sight was on that night. Dry fire exercises, training exercises, looking at your target. Members of the jury, there's signs.
He never made the accusation that it was defective, that he got sloppy. It was an accident, but he never said anything about it.
Outside this courthouse, you can't bring in guns, weapons. I'm hearing you can't even bring in metal cups. But you know what you're not prohibited from bringing in here? Is your common sense. This wasn't a situation where the defendant was pointing the gun at a wall next to Paulina Wright and the bullet curves and hits her dead center in the head, goes out the exact center of the back of her head, into the wall directly behind her. Clear shot that we even see in that photo. He intentionally aimed that gun at her. He intentionally pulled that trigger. He just did not intend for the outcome to happen. That, members of the jury, is why that's manslaughter. But let's talk, because there's an or in there. We talked about intentional act a little bit, but there's that second one too. Culpable negligence. Culpable negligence, as I said, is every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intent to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care towards others. For negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others, and culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following the course of conduct that the defendant knew or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Let's talk about that. What did he tell us today? The one thing that I should have changed, the one thing I know I did wrong, we shouldn't have been sitting across from each other. Because when we're sitting across from each other and I point a gun and I intentionally pull the trigger, it might go through the person's head and into the wall in the kitchen. Because when you're sitting across from each other, there's a chance that somebody's in the line of fire. That's why I asked those questions on cross too about hot ranges and cold ranges, something that the defendant is obviously very familiar with. That when you're at a gun range, anytime anybody crosses the imaginary line that you're sitting and firing those guns, that range goes cold. Meaning that everyone has to put the guns down and lay them down. Doesn't matter whether it's the person next to you or 5 rows down stepping out in front of that line. Because there's always a concern or fear that somebody could get hit with a bullet. This wasn't a situation where he had Paulina Wright slightly to his side but slightly in front of her. She was dead in front of her, doing training exercises, pointing guns at each other. And I understand. He said it today. He said it a couple times during Kern. Well, it was at their general direction. The members of the jury, that's not the case. How else do we know that besides just with the evidence of the trajectory? The other thing we talked about, and specifically what Dr. Lange talked about, that injury to Paulina Wright's finger.
Yeah.
I'll be the first person to tell you. I know Mr. Taddy will probably say
Yeah, June, she was the one that was aiming the weapon towards the galley.
the same thing. No. Dr. Lange cannot tell you in any way, shape, or form what Paulina Wright was doing with her hand moments before she got shot. That's a question for you guys to determine and for you guys to figure out. However, based off the circumstances, the evidence and testimony been provided, I would submit that one way is that the defendant was pointing the gun at her, and a natural reaction by most people, don't point that at me. Hey, don't point at my face. Because we know where it was aiming. Hey, don't do that. The person being taught how to safely use, own, and operate firearms was the one that night who had the common sense to go, don't point it at my face. Not the person with the years of experience, the years of training, familiarity with firearms. Let's talk about that training. I entered in a packet yesterday of the defendant's training records. It's a pretty big packet, but I kind of want to highlight a couple pages of why it was important and why I wanted to introduce that. The first one is these are 2 pages. The first one on the left is his history from 2016 to 2020. Or I'm sorry, 2017 to 2020. The one on the right is 2020 to 2024. And what you see is the number of hours that he completes for certain titles or courses in that time frame for certain topics. On the one on the left for firearms, it's 21 hours. On the one on the right from 2020 to 2024, it's 24 and a half hours. Indicating in that 8 years that he's with law enforcement, he had over 44 hours of training, courses, classes on how to use, operate, and the general functioning of firearms. And he even told you today, not in any of those classes, trainings, studies, do they suggest, do they tell you, do they have you point firearms at other people, point firearms at people with downrange, point guns even in general directions? Because that's not safe. And we talked about his training that he did every single year. 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24. And what you see at the top of all of those are rifle qualification courses. We actually kind of heard in a roundabout way a little bit about that yesterday with Detective Kern. And when Mr. Taddy was asking him questions about rifles and how we heard him in the interview saying, I don't know much about Daniel defense guns. And Mr. Taddy asked him, is that true? And he said, I have very little familiarity with assault rifles. In fact, I'm not even issued an agency one. I don't do the training every year. But you know who did? Leslie Boileau Jr. And what's one of the things that we see every single year about halfway through on those lists when it's passed? Safety. Meaning every single year when he has to go get requalified to use an assault rifle exactly like what he shot Paulina Wright with, he has to go over how to safely handle and operate a firearm. He has to go over every single year what he told us today, which is you don't point guns at each other. You don't handle guns when you've been drinking or under the influence. You don't handle guns with distractions like loud TV with football in the background. You don't handle guns with somebody who doesn't know any experience. You don't point a gun at somebody if you're not intending to shoot them or destroy them.
Now, don't forget, he did say that she was pointing one at her and he was pointing one back at him. And if she's like this and he's like that, and he let a bullet loose from the lead came out of the lead shooter, what could have happened? It could have hit the finger that was on the side of the weapon and hit her in the head. That is a possible or plausible explanation for the finger. Or it could be here and it could have hit this way. You know, could have hit one of those. It could, I don't remember which finger it was. I don't recall if they said what finger it was, but if you're like this, here from the camera view, it could have been the thumb, it could have been the index, depending on where if she had her slightly off centered. He said that she was holding a weapon, he was holding a weapon, and they were aiming them at each other. Deborah, did you read the description in my thumbnail in my YouTube channel? I hope it was good. I'm trying to get better at that.
There's one thing the defendant said today on the stand when answering one of your questions that I think sums up very best what happened. I'm sorry I forget the question that was asked to him. But the response he gave was, I didn't put much thought into it. That, members of the jury, is culpable negligence.
Yep.
Handling arguably one of the most deadly things on this planet with somebody who has little.
We're sitting here calling him drunk, but the ME said that the alcohol in her system, which is the same amount that he drove, yet their bodies are different. She was well below the legal limit.
To no knowledge about it, pointing it at them, dry firing it, having live ammunition and loaded magazines on that table, playing with fire, picking up that gun, pointing it at a person, pulling the trigger, racking the gun, pulling the trigger again. And I kind of want to stop and circle on that for a minute. Because again, members of the jury, it's up for your interpretation to decide. But pay close attention to what he's talked about with Detective Kern and even kind of with his testimony with that inconsistency. Because the way I recall it is he talks about how he was cleaning the rifle first. Paulina was off doing other things. He was cleaning the rifle. She wanted to see parts. He's showing her parts, puts it back together. They start dry firing that rifle. They're done with it. He was going to put it away. She grabs the gun. He grabs the rifle again, loads it. But then when Mr. Taddy today asked him, well, how did the gun go off? Well, I just put it back together and I wanted to make sure it was operating and I wanted to hear that click.
That's a good catch of inconsistency.
So was it that you cleaned the gun, had dry fired it multiple times, heard the click every time, pulled the charging rod back every single time, hearing the gun and feeling that trigger reset, pulling it, and then forgot you put a loaded magazine in it? Or is it what we just heard for the first time today that that gun had never been dry fired until he actually discharged it and shot Paulina? You get to make that determination. The members of the jury, at the end of it all, you don't even have to just take my word for it that it's culpable negligence.
Possibly.
We heard it from the defendant multiple times throughout the 911 call, throughout the body-worn camera. I'm going to have you listen one more time.
God damn it, no! I knew we should have been doing this!
No! I knew we should have been fucking doing this! She has one. I don't know why we're fucking doing this! knew this was a I know it looks really fucking bad. I know better. I know fucking better. Why the fuck was I doing? I should not have let this happen. Fucking let this happen. I know better. I fucking know better. Should not have been fucking doing this.
Bicyclist is on the ground.
No, I know better. We should not have been doing that.
Which I know is fucking wrong. We should not have been doing that. She wasn't doing it properly because we were pointing the guns at each other. And I know better. That should not have been happening. Oh, it sounds bad, but after we go to dinner and have a few drinks, I get sloppy, I guess. I should not have been allowing that to happen.
Impactful.
That, members of the jury, is a negligent act or admission that was committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. That's doing conduct that the defendant knew or reasonably should have known could have caused great bodily harm or death of Paulina Wright, but did those actions anyways. That was one of the questions that you members of the jury asked the defendant on the stand. That's your answer. The defendant knew the potential outcome, the potential results, and he did it anyways. That, members of the jury, is culpable negligence. That, members of the jury, is why when you go back in that jury verdict room and you get that jury verdict form, you're going to find the defendant guilty. And you're going to find that during that act of manslaughter that he did actually possess a firearm. Because that's what the evidence supports, what justice demands, and what the law requires. Thank you.
Please, court.
Sure. Let me know when you're ready for me to switch it over to presentation.
Ready. Good morning. First off, on behalf of my client and myself, thank you. You paid attention. And you agreed to become a part of something that you don't come across every day of your life. Okay. Probably inconvenient. And I'm sure all of you would much rather be someplace else right now. And on top of that, we're going to ask you to make a really important decision. So thank you. I told you in my opening statement that everything that the police department and frankly, prosecutors knew about what happened to Paulina Wright came from what Dale said to them. But all they seemed to hear was we were pointing the guns at each other. A statement made minutes after the worst moment in his life, covered in his girlfriend's blood, while his head is swirling between grief, anger at himself, and disbelief for the situation he found himself in. A couple hours later, when Detective Kern went straight to that statement, Dale said, no, not pointing at each other, pointing in the general direction. And it's on the tape. Watch it.
We don't know. I thought I answered Don't know. Not sure. I can look it up.
Okay. The pointing at each other thing should have died a quick death right there. Because he explained, no, that's not what we were doing. He has never, ever said we were pointing guns like this, aiming at each other. There is absolutely no evidence that that ever happened. But apparently, Detective Kern didn't hear the air come out of the balloon when Dale said, no, we weren't pointing them at each other. They were in the general direction because obviously they're sitting across the table from each other. That suddenly didn't matter. No, apparently the detective decided he knew all that he needed to know. Didn't matter what happened earlier that day. He told me that when I asked him if he knew what they had done all day. Didn't matter. But it would have mattered if Dale and Pauline had had some argument and he threatened her. But the detective didn't need to know that, apparently. It didn't matter what Dale and Paulina did for the 2.5 hours after they got home from the restaurant. He told me that too when I asked him. Do you know everything they did when they got home? I know enough. So obviously they weren't sitting there with those guns for 2.5 hours. That defies any logic. They were getting up, going to the bathroom, going to see the TV. There's a dog in the house, there's a cat in the house. But that didn't matter to Detective Kern. Didn't matter how much alcohol is in a $4.49 margarita. It didn't matter whether there was more alcohol in the house. Which is why he said he didn't ask the evidence technician to look for it. There wasn't, and you could see it in the pictures. Look at the picture of the dining room table. The only can on the table, the evidence technician identified as green tea. There's pictures of the kitchen, sink. There's no alcohol container anywhere out in the living area. That wasn't important. But he kind of tricked himself because his explanation for not telling the tech to look for alcohol was, well, I talked to him and I didn't see any indication of a problem. Boom. But why are we talking about alcohol today? Why? Detective Kern didn't think it was a problem.
Hello, little Miss Red Velvet G. Hello. Thank you for hopping. Love and blessings.
And that is absolutely symptomatic of how the detective approached this case. He reached conclusions based on little nuggets of information, selective nuggets of information, and then decided there was no need to actually test or verify those conclusions when it could have been done so easily. Show me what you did. That's not a technical or hard question. Pretty easy. And when a guy says we were pointing the guns at each other and then says no in the general direction, how do you figure that out? Show me what you did. Did he ever ask him? Not once. Not one time. Because he'd already made up his mind. And that's why, ultimately, he never really bothered to find out the circumstances surrounding Paulina's death. He shot him with a gun, and he should have known better because he was a cop. Right? And he tried to backtrack from that, but he sure wrote it in his report. He didn't bother to ask. But now you know what happened. Because in this room, with his freedom at stake, every question is worth asking. Even yours. And I used to hate jury questions. Just scared the crap out of me. But I am thrilled that you folks got to ask questions. Because you did what Kern did. And he is totally incapable of telling you what happened at home. Because he doesn't know. So at the point they sat down, having rested their case, you didn't know. All you knew is she was shot in the head. And you knew, because of listening to his anguish, that he was responsible for that. You knew that. But that doesn't make him guilty of manslaughter. And I'm going to talk about this in a minute, but the problem is that manslaughter is not a function of the consequence of someone's behavior. You look at what they did, not the result of what they did. There's nowhere in that instruction that tells you somebody's guilty of manslaughter by culpable negligence. Culpable negligence comes along when you do something really bad. No, it doesn't say that. It focuses on the conduct. Is what he did more than making a mistake? And we'll put the consequence over here for you. Okay? Keep that kind of in the back of your head. And we're going to go through that instruction. Mr. O'Neill went through it one time. I'll focus on what I think you need to see. But all the law comes from the judge. And you're going to have it, so you can read it. Everything I said in an opening statement that would be revealed by the evidence proved to be accurate. I didn't miss one thing. But only because I presented evidence and because I poked or prodded evidence out of their witnesses. The evidence bringers failed. Utterly failed. What happened to 25-year-old Paulina Wright was a tragedy. It shouldn't have happened. It makes you angry. Makes me angry that a mistake took the life of a beautiful young woman. But you can't use anger. You got to leave that one outside. And the judge is going to tell you that. the next instruction he's going to read to you says, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Okay? Is it wrong to be angry? Of course not. Of course not. But that doesn't make it a crime because it makes you angry. And to illustrate that, let's take a step back. Think for just a minute. And for a moment, let's pretend there was no God. Okay? Let's pretend that on the way home from the restaurant, Dale dropped his phone on the floorboard of the truck. And for a split second, he looked down and shifted his feet to see where the phone went and slightly turned the wheel. Truck ran off the road, hit a tree. Pauline is dead. Would you be any less angry about the tragedy of her death? No. But under those circumstances, what caused her death was something probably every one of us has done one time or another driving a car. Made a stupid decision. Does that make you guilty of a manslaughter under my little facts? No. That's the differentiation. Driving cars is dangerous, handling firearms is dangerous, and accidents can happen doing either one with devastating consequences. But the consequence is not what makes it a crime. And it is to the law that we must look to determine whether a crime was committed in this case. You've seen this. There are two elements. We know Pauline is dead. He knows it his every waking moment. So you got two ways to do it. Intentionally committed an act or acts that cause the death of Paulina Wright, or cause the death of Paulina Wright by his culpable negligence. So what was the intentional act? Pulling the trigger? He said he didn't intend the weapon to be pointed at Pauline. The only question Mr. O'Neill extracted from him was confirmed that you intended to pull the trigger. He said yes, he was doing a function test. He wasn't doing a dry fire exercise. Those are two different things. The function test goes with the AR style rifle because of the way it's put together. The dry fire exercise is a basic firearms training technique. It's safe. And what he did with Paulina does not demonstrate someone who was completely mindless of being safe with firearms. He handed her the rifle, no ammunition here. All back by him. Handed her, she picks the handgun up and it's loaded. Cool. Let me stop what I'm doing. Got it out of the holster, cleared it out, put the stuff over by him. And you saw the picture of that. And the magazine and the one live round that he pulled out of the chamber, right there by him, where she couldn't get it. So she wasn't going to hurt herself or anybody else with what he was showing her. Nothing reckless about that. So what now is the intentional act? Suddenly, a few minutes ago, it becomes intentionally pointing it at Paulina. And he did not prove that. There's no evidence of that in this case. The best I can get is, yes, he meant to pull the trigger to finish his function test. He didn't intend for it to go off. He didn't intend for it to have been steered in the direction of Paulina because he had turned and was looking at the television. He didn't intend any of that. But yes, he pulled the trigger. But you don't get to manslaughter that way. And it's kind of evident how it morphed from you intentionally pulled the trigger, yes, because that was the honest answer, to now suddenly he's guilty of intentionally pointing the weapon. He never said that. Never said that. And there's no evidence. And, you know, Mr. O'Neill's fascinations about what Mr. Boileau really meant when he was making his statements and inviting you to kind of fill in gaps, like where was her hand? The expert, Dr. Lang, said she couldn't tell you what she was doing with her hand. No way. Okay? But now suddenly, don't point that gun at me. Folks, if that had happened, she'd be alive. Because he'd look up, oh, damn. Whole thing. You wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be here. Dale would be driving his car on patrol. And who gets a gun, put it in their face, and goes like that? But it went in through her finger, back of her finger, and out. She had a lot of hair. And Dr. Lang agreed. She could have been pushing the hair out of her face. Dale doesn't know what she was doing because he wasn't looking at her. And he certainly wasn't pointing the rifle at her. It ended up pointed at her. But it wasn't intentional. And he can't be convicted based on the evidence in this case, based on the argument that he intentionally pointed that rifle at her. There's no evidence of that. So let's bump down to culpable negligence then. Because I submit intentionally pulling the trigger, which is the only thing they proved, does not establish manslaughter in this case. And the instruction is going to tell you that. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence, period. It's not criminal. Without any conscious intention to harm. Has there been any evidence offered in this case to prove that Dale Boileau consciously intended to harm his girlfriend? And if there isn't any evidence of that, then stupid stays stupid. It's negligence. It's a mistake. And there are things we can do in this country when someone does something stupid that causes harm to other people. You sue them. But they can't be convicted of a crime. for an accident. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act. There you go. Now the instruction is telling you, oh, so under the circumstances of this case, pulling the trigger doesn't get him to manslaughter. That's why it had to morph into pointing the rifle. And then the judge is going to tell you, in order to convict of manslaughter by act, that's that first one, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent. And I submit to you, pulling the trigger under the circumstances explained to you was negligent. Period. It wasn't a heinous crime that Mr. O'Neill wants it to be. It's a horrible, horrible accident. Only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent. And then he's going to give you a longer definition. I will now define culpable negligence for you. So now we'll bump down to the or B, right? We finished with the act. They haven't proven that. Now let's talk about whether they've proven culpable negligence. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty, without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. It's the second time that he's going to read that to you. That must mean something. It's there twice. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care for others. For negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public. Okay? Doesn't say anything about consequence. Let's focus on what he did. Is there any evidence that in introducing her to these firearms that he was reckless or careless? No. Everything he handed to her, he made safe. And, oh, but he's got all this training. And you don't train with bullets on the table. And he should have known better. He said that. Okay? And he should have.
Freak me out all during the
But
trial.
the training
Freak me.
presents an interesting issue. That much training with a firearm removes the fear. Okay? I've had some firearm training. They still scare the crap out of me. And you can make a mistake being scared. But when you've had as much training as Dale has had, unfortunately, you get confident that you know what you're doing. And that's a normal consequence of being good at something. Like a chef with a knife. How many of you have you seen with their hands all carved up because they cut themselves every couple of days? And there isn't another person on the face of the earth more qualified to use a knife than your average chef. But accidents happen. Like, you shouldn't cut something with a box cutter while holding the thing like this and pulling the box cutter toward you. That's pretty stupid. I did that 3 days ago. Accidents happen. And you don't decide whether the accident is culpable negligence by looking at the consequence. Nowhere in this instruction do you see that. It doesn't become a crime because something awful happened. You have to look at what they did and what was going on. Without any conscious intention to harm. Second time. And then I read that to you. Grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public. Nothing about what you heard Dale Boileau did meets that definition. Because then they have to ignore how he handled the weapons when he gave them to her. Right? They want to jump now to this thing where he pointed it at her and pulled the trigger. And there's no evidence to support that. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable neglect is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant knew or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Consciously. He said from jump, he didn't think the gun was loaded. He forgot. And because of the way he kept it, remember what he said, and he told Kern this too. When he puts his gun away, it's got an empty chamber and a loaded magazine. Right? So the function test, which is designed for the AR rifle, because of the complexity of the trigger mechanism, is you pull the trigger, hold it back. The hammer falls, it clicks. And you have to listen for it. They'll explain it. Make sure we got everything in position so the gun will work. And you're holding it back, and then you pull the charge handle out. And it's not spring loaded. It'll go out and it'll stay there. And then you release the trigger, which resets it. It's all the parts in line so that it'll go again. And you push the rod in. And if you're doing a proper function test, there's no bullets anywhere around you. Okay? So when you pull the trigger the second time, it's going to happen. But unfortunately, this one grabbed around because he forgot that he already had it ready to put away. All right. So there's no evidence of any utter disregard for the safety of others. And there's no evidence that he followed a course of conduct that he knew or should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Did he mess up? Absolutely. We can't judge this because of what happened. That's the hard part for you folks. Because it's so easy to become enraged at the whole idea that she's dead. You have to look at what happened. And the only reason you know anything about what happened is because he told you. Nothing in the other evidence introduced by the state tells you anything. And every bit of it corroborated what Dale said. In this country, we tell our citizens something important. If you have an accusation to make it in court, where a group of jurors can bring their experience and common sense to weigh the evidence and apply the law. But how do we protect people from mistakes and unfair accusations? The law has a way. It's called the burden of proof. It is our demand as citizens that any accusation be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And as the judge has already told you, proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. Okay? So they don't have to prove it beyond all doubt. But a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, but one which wavers and vacillates, jumps back and forth, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. That's why when you come to your decision today, you don't have to guess or speculate or consider mere possibility. I have not asked you to do that. I have given you evidence of what happened to Lena Wright in the absence of the evidence from the state. If the state cannot prove there are no reasons to doubt, nothing that would give a person reason to pause, that would make one hesitate before finding my client guilty, then the jury must keep its promise. Live up to your oath and do what the law requires. In this case, as difficult as this is, as terrible as what happened is terrible, there is no evidence that my client is guilty of manslaughter. He made a mistake. He'd be the object of a wail of a lawsuit, but he's not guilty of a crime. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. State.
Mr. Taddy wanted to give a hypothetical of the situation. I'll give you another hypothetical. Let's say Leslie Boileau and Paulina Wright went to the restaurant. Instead of 3 margaritas, Leslie had 10. Decided to get behind the wheel of a car, loses control of the car, crashes, Paulina dies. It's DUI manslaughter. Some might call it an accident. Some might call it misfortune. He could be sued for that. Still a criminal act. The one thing I agree with Mr. Taddy, we're not focused on the outcome here. Nowhere in the jury instructions does it say that. In fact, I went over that. He's gone over that. What matters are the actions that led up to the death of Paulina and where I disagree with Mr. Taddy is that intentional action of pulling the trigger is in fact enough to prove manslaughter. That intentional act of pulling a trigger of a loaded firearm pointed at somebody else is, bless you, an intentional act that is manslaughter. Bless you. I'm not saying that the only part of this that was a culpable negligent act was the part where the gun actually went off. No, members of the jury, the fact of the moment that he had Paulina Wright sit across the table with him with live real firearms with the capability of shooting a bullet, that was when it began. That was just a snowball waiting for disaster to strike. However, what my focus is on is what actually happened that caused the death. Culpably negligent is having firearms that you know have the ability to kill somebody and having somebody sit across from you and point them in their general direction. Mr. Taddy keeps saying there's no evidence, there's no proof that he was pointing out. Members of the jury, I don't think that anybody else could have walked a straighter line of the trajectory of that bullet, of how it left his gun, went through the front of her skull, went out the back of her skull, and you heard the medical examiner. Wasn't left to right, wasn't up to down, it was dead straight through her head. And there's a reason why I put that photo in of that chair. You see where that chair was positioned, and right about head high, what do we see in the wall? A bullet hole. That's not randomly holding a gun in her general direction. That's not looking down a sight, pointing at your target during training exercises like he initially said. But here we are a year later, and it's, well, now I was just resetting the trigger and making sure it was doing a functioning test. That's the first time I've heard those words ever come out of Dale Boileau's mouth. You get to go back, you get to listen to the body-worn cameras, the 911 calls, the interviews as much as you want. You're actually going to have an opportunity to have a TV back there and play those things. And I tried my best to get a lot of timestamps down. There's a couple I don't, so I apologize that some of these you might have to search a little bit, but I can kind of give you the general area. Towards the very beginning of the 911 call, I didn't know it was loaded, and I shot her. Exhibit 6, Officer LeBay's body-wear camera. Right when they had gotten out of the house and gotten over at the truck, what did you see happen? We were pointing them at each other, and mine went off. The interview that he had with Detective Kern at the 6-minute 24 mark. So you charged it talking about the gun. That was Detective Kern's question. The defendant's answer? Yeah. Kristen Killinger told you what the charge process looks like on the firearm. 6:35, Detective Kern. Or I'm sorry, not Detective Kern. 6:35, the defendant. I made sure her gun was unloaded. Obviously, I did not do that with mine. 20:55. When Detective Kern's in the middle of asking him about this resetting the trigger process, and he tells Detective Kern, yeah, I reset the trigger. Watch his motions. I reset the trigger. He starts to kind of do it and stops. He's not holding it down, acting like he's doing it. He's not. No, I reset the trigger. Exactly what we saw Chris Killinger do yesterday. 22:45, Detective Kern. When you were dry firing the rifle, were you standing up or were you sitting down? The defendant's response, we were sitting down. And there's some other times in there where Detective Kern's asking about that. Were you sitting down the whole time? Well, most of the time. We might have gotten up to hand stuff across the table, but other than that, we were sitting at the table. And honestly, members of the jury, most important, at the 24-minute, 50-second mark, Detective Kern. Dale, is there anything I haven't asked you about or we haven't talked about that you think is important for me to know about this? Nope. Pretty much covers it up in a nutshell. But now today, oh, no. It was this whole different situation. It was a misunderstanding. Doesn't make sense, members of the jury. Let's talk about what we heard him say today about that firearm and the process of how he was handling it right before it went off. So first he's sitting at a table that's probably about yay high, cradling the gun, trying to rack it, maneuver the gun, because he's trying to make sure the trigger's reset. You get to go back there. What movement do you have to reset it? He's not cradling the gun, he's not holding it. Oh, well, because when I was cradling it, it's down here, so that's why I didn't see the mat. But then, what does he say a couple minutes later? That mat goes in here, and I can't do it with a lock. You'll see, it sticks out. What did he say that was important? After he's allegedly cradling it. Oh, I held it up to my head to hear that click. Holding it up to your head, you don't see a magazine hanging down right here? You don't notice that? You're not trained when you're training to make sure guns aren't live, the guns are safe, the guns aren't going to shoot anybody. You don't notice the magazine sticking out 6 inches, 5 inches from your face?
That's insane. I'm really struggling with this case, y'all.
There's also disagreement between Mr. Taddy and I about the alcohol. I'm not saying it's the only factor. I'm not saying it's the main factor. What I'm saying is it plays a part. It absolutely matters that shortly before he decided to take that gun and start cleaning it, handling it with somebody who's untrained, he was trained. Mr. Taddy wants to talk about, well, we don't know how much alcohol was in the drinks. It might have not been that much. It was happy hour. They could have been watered down. The defendant said they just tasted like mix. I submit to you, members of the jury, that makes it even more negligent. Because what that then would suggest is that he had a clear mind, clear thought, and still did these actions anyways. His decision-making, his thought process wasn't then inhibited or inebriated by any way, shape, or form, because now he's apparently telling you, no, I was stone cold sober and could think clearly and straight. And yet, thinking clearly and straight, with all the training experience and with the knowledge I have, I still thought that it was a good idea to point guns at each other. The reason why the rules of gun safety is that you never point a gun at another person or in their general direction is because that is inherently dangerous. Because that is likely to result in death. Because there's always that chance that the gun is not unloaded. Like Mr. Taddy said in regular definition of just negligence, it talks about how there's not an intention to kill. And the definition of culpable negligence, neither is there a mention that there has to be an intention to kill either. It elevates it from your basic duties of responsibilities towards care towards others by taking it to that next step of saying something that is just so gross. It almost just slaps you in the face of, wow, that is just absolutely something you do not do. That, members of the jury, is why we're here today.
That's just
The other thing I want to circle back, talk about, is Mr. Taddy keeps talking about this other method, about holding the trigger, clicking, pulling back. Be honest with you, I still don't fully understand. You heard from Kristen Killinger yesterday. Mr. Taddy actually tried to ask her about it. Oh, isn't this another way to do that gun? What was her response? Why would anybody ever do that? Because that's not a common, normal way to do it. It's not a safe way to do it. That's not a normal, functioning way to clear and charge that gun. Which is something that any gun owner or somebody who's extremely familiar with these types of guns would also know. It doesn't make sense. And quite frankly, members of the jury, if it doesn't make sense, it's nonsense. What does make sense is when you take his initial statement, when he's the most excited, when he hasn't had time to actually think about the potential consequences, and is more focused on actually getting aid for Paulina, right? And says what actually happened of we were pointing guns at each other and mine went off. That we were doing dry fire exercises. Or what we heard him tell Detective or Sergeant Cerulli, we were fucking around with the guns. That's not somebody who's just gotten a little too confident or somebody who believes in their ability. That's somebody who got sloppy, as he said. That's somebody who knew the risk, didn't care, and did what he did anyways that evening. What happened that night was completely avoidable. And when something is that avoidable by all of those steps that the defendant decided to take and not stop at, is what makes it culpably negligent. And when it's culpably negligent, it's manslaughter. I want to end by saying on page 6 of those jury instructions that the judge gave you, we haven't gotten there yet, but he's going to read them here when I sit down in a minute. It goes through some rules of deliberation, and Mr. Taddy read one of those for you. In fact, he read number 3, that the case cannot be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or angry at anyone. But I also want to touch on number 7. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law contained in these instructions. You very well might go back there and feel horrible for Dale about what happened that evening. Again, I'm not saying that he intended to kill her that night, but he intended to pull that trigger. You decide whether he intended to point that gun at her or not. Again, I surmise, based off the evidence and testimony, it's very clear that gun was aimed at her. Wasn't fiddling it around, wasn't messing with it. Even if you stop away for a second, you think he was just waving it around carelessly and happened to go off and just hit her perfect straight. That's still negligence, members of the jury. That's still a disregard for somebody's safety. You can't worry either, members of the jury. Number 5, your duty is to determine that the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It's the judge's job to determine the proper sentence. I know it's hard. I know he didn't intend it. But members of the jury, I would even implore on you that if there comes a point in time that you find yourself back in the jury room going, man, I wonder what's going to happen to him. It means your verdict's already been reached. You can't think about that. The law doesn't allow you to think about that. That's the judge's job. He's been sitting here this entire time. He's been listening to the facts. He's been listening to the evidence. That's not for you to decide. Your only job back there, members of the jury, is to determine whether myself and Mr. Buxman carry the burden that the state requires and prove this case beyond an exclusion to every single reasonable doubt. I'm confident, members of the jury, that when you go back there, that's why you're going to reach that verdict. The evidence supports, the law allows, quite frankly, most importantly, what justice demands. You find the defendant, Leslie Dale Boileau Jr., guilty of manslaughter. And when you do, you also find that during the manslaughter, Leslie Dale Boileau did in fact have in his care, custody, possession, or control, or did use a firearm. And again, as Mr. Taddy said, thank you so much for your time and attention in this matter.
Members of the jury, we're going to pick up on page 6 of 10 at 3.10 rules for deliberation. I'll give you all a minute to find your place. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence in these instructions. 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7, Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. Now, you're going to have in your packet of instructions that I'm going to give you, you're going to have this copy of the verdict form. At the bottom, it's going to have page 8 of 10. That's not the one that I want you to fill out. This is simply going back. This is part of the packet that we photocopied for you. I have a separate verdict form for you. It's identical to what is in your packet, except on the bottom it says verdict instead of having State of Florida versus Leslie Boileau, case number in the page 8 of 10. Fill out the one with the word verdict at the bottom. Okay. The verdict form reads as follows. In the Circuit Court of the Fifth Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida in and for Marion County, State of Florida versus Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. Defendant, case number 2024 CF 4124. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. Check only one. A. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter. If you check A, you must answer the following question. Check yes or no. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm? Yes or no. B, the defendant is not guilty. So again, you will check either A or B. If you check A, you then have to answer the following question, yes or no. Your agreement on that question also must be unanimous. Okay. So say we all dated this blank day of October 2025 with a signature line for the foreperson. Today is October 1st, 2025. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during your deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom or perhaps back in the jury room. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room while you are deliberating. If you have them here in the courtroom with you, kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you have them back in the jury room, Deputy Boucher will come back with a box and he will collect all of your cell phones and electronic devices. That includes a Apple Watch or smartwatch if you have one of those. And he'll guard those while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever you think will help you in your deliberations. With the exception of ammunition, all of the exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to examine the ammunition, please request that in writing by sending me a note through the bailiff. I will then have the bailiff collect the firearms from you, and the ammunition will be sent back for your examination. When you have concluded your examination of the ammunition, please notify me by sending another note through the bailiff. The bailiff will then collect the ammunition and return the firearms to you. If you wish to examine any firearm with the cable lock removed, please notify me by sending a note through the bailiff. I will then have the bailiff remove the cable lock from any firearm you wish to examine. When you have concluded your examination, please notify me of this by sending another note through the bailiff. The bailiff will then place the cable lock back upon any firearm from which it was removed. All exhibits consisting of audio or video recordings have been placed onto a laptop computer that will be sent into the jury room when you are deliberating. The laptop is not connected to the internet or any computer network and has been set up for the sole purpose of playing the recordings that were admitted into evidence. For your convenience, each recording has been placed on the desktop screen of the laptop, entitled in accordance with the name of the party who admitted the exhibit and the exhibit number. To listen to or view a recording, double-click the file on the desktop and it will open in a media player. The laptop is connected to a television that is set up to mirror what is displayed on the laptop. This will allow you to listen to and view these recordings during your deliberations. If you have any difficulty accessing these recordings on the laptop, please notify me by sending a note through the bailiff. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law as spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Now, first thing we're going to do at this point, everybody take your copy of the read-along instructions and pass them down to the left. Deputy Boucher will collect them. Second, as you know, I told you on Monday that we overselect the number of jurors that we need in the event that jurors become ill or unable to serve for any reason. And in this case, we selected 3 alternate.
Okay, that must be talking to the alternates directly using names because the court cut out.
Personal property back in the
Yeah,
jury.
there we go.
Okay. In a moment, I'm going to have you go back and get that. You all go back together. Okay. Get your personal property. My judicial assistant will meet you out in the hallway here. She'll bring you back to my lobby. I have some juror certificates for you and some thanks on jury service. Now, the remaining 6 of you, okay, you're the jury that will be deliberating in this case. You can bring your notes back with you while you deliberate. Alternates, please leave your notes on the chair. We'll collect those and we'll shred them here in a moment. When you all go back to deliberate, you cannot begin your deliberations until such time as the alternate jurors have left the room, and it's only the 6 of you in the room. Okay, Corporal Boucher or Deputy Boucher will turn the TV on back there for you and have the laptop queued up. Also, all the exhibits, as I indicated, are going to be sent back with you, and we're going to send back a copy of the verdict form as well as the draft or the instructions that I read to you. Okay. All right, so with that being said, go back, gather your electronic devices up for Corporal Boucher. Alternates, I'll see you in a few moments, and we'll await your knock.
I've started the presentation. I think in this case they're going to be held accountable. I really do. I really believe they'll be held accountable in this case.
Counsel, if you all, for the record, the jury has left the courtroom. Can you all look at the exhibits, make sure everything's in order?
Yes, sir. Because you're fine with the magazines going back.
Yes, magazines can go back. The live rounds, I believe, which would be exhibits 11, 13, 15, 16, 17.
Hold on, I'm cleaning house. I'm sorry.
11, 13, 15, 16, 17.
Okay, now we're going to go we're now switching because they've already begun over to the
9-9. Members of the jury, you have now found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. It is now your duty to determine within the limits prescribed by law the penalty which shall be imposed as punishment for this offense. Tennessee law provides that a person convicted of first-degree murder shall be punished by imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole or by imprisonment for life. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years of such sentence. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. In arriving at this determination, you are authorized to weigh and consider any of the statutory aggravating circumstances proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and any mitigating circumstances which may have been raised by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt-finding phase or sentencing phase, or both. The jury is the sole judge of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in the case. In arriving at your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, but the court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judges of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of your verdict. Absolute certainty is not demanded by the law, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the verdict. The law makes you, the jury, the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the evidence. Victim impact evidence. The prosecution has introduced what is known as victim impact evidence. This evidence has been introduced to show the financial, emotional, psychological, or physical effects of the victim's death on the members of the victim's immediate family. You may consider this evidence in determining an appropriate punishment. However, your consideration must be limited to a rational inquiry into the culpability of the defendant, not an emotional response to the evidence. Victim impact evidence is not the same as an aggravating circumstance. Proof of an adverse impact on the victim's family is not proof of an aggravating circumstance. Introduction of this victim impact evidence in no way relieves the state of its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt at least one aggravating circumstance which has been alleged. Statutory aggravating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that no sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of statutory aggravating circumstance, which shall be limited to the following. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. Members of the jury, the court has read to you the aggravating circumstances which the law requires you to consider if you find proved beyond a reasonable doubt. You shall not consider any other facts or circumstances as an aggravating circumstance in deciding whether imprisonment for life without possibility of parole would be appropriate punishment in this case. Mitigating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that in arriving at the punishment, the jury shall consider, as previously indicated, any mitigating circumstances raised by the evidence, which shall include, but are not limited to, the following. The defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity. The defendant acted under extreme duress or under substantial domination of another person, and any other mitigating factor which is raised by the evidence produced by either the prosecution or defense at either the guilt or sentencing hearing. That is, you shall consider any aspect of the defendant's character or record or any aspect of the circumstances of the offense favorable to the defendant, which is supported by the evidence. The defendant does not have the burden of proving a mitigating circumstance. There is no requirement of jury unanimity as to any particular mitigating circumstance, or that you agree on the same mitigating circumstance. Verdict: life imprisonment or life imprisonment without possibility of parole. If you do not unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, the sentence shall be life imprisonment. You will write your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made part of this charge. The verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the punishment shall be life imprisonment. If you unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances have been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall, in your considered discretion, sentence the defendant either to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or to imprisonment for life. In choosing between the sentences of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole and imprisonment for life, you shall weigh and consider the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating circumstance or circumstances. In your verdict, you shall reduce to writing the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances so found and shall return your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made a part of this charge. The verdict should be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. This is where you would list the aggravating circumstance or circumstances so found, which must be limited to those enumerated for your consideration by the court in these instructions. You shall then indicate on the enclosed verdict form, we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole, or we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to
Little Miss Red Velvet OG, thank you so much for coming in today. We greatly do appreciate your visits and we love seeing you. Thank you for joining us.
imprisonment for life. The verdict must be unanimous and signed by each juror. Take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially. You will complete one of the two forms that I have here. You don't have them. And you will report your verdict to the court. But at this time, the state will make an opening statement. Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've entered the sentencing phase. And what we're talking about is count 2 and count 3, the first degree murder counts with regards to baby Kennedy Boileau. The aggravating circumstance that the state is relying on is that the murder was committed against a person less than 12 and that the defendant was 18 years or older. For this phase, and as proof of this aggravating circumstance, the state is relying on the proof that you heard at trial, that Kennedy was born January 31st, 2022, which you saw her certified birth certificate. You heard April Campbell, her grandmother, testify as to when she was born. And you saw text messages between Artesia Stewart and the defendant indicating the time of her birth. And so that's the proof that the state will be relying on to prove Kennedy's age for the aggravating circumstance. As part of that aggravating circumstance, the state also has to prove that the defendant was 18 or older. You heard proof that the defendant's birthday was February 1st of 1997. You heard that proof from the defendant in his statement. He gave his birthday. You also heard Artesia Stewart testify that he was turning 25 or 26 on the day that Kennedy was murdered. And also you have as an exhibit the certified divorce complaint that the defendant filed. It also includes his birthday, February 1st of 1997. That will be the proof that the state relies on to prove that aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, once you have listened to the proof, once you've heard any mitigation, the state is confident that you will find the aggravating circumstance and the nature and circumstances of this case outweigh any mitigation. And we will be asking that you sentence the defendant to life without parole on counts 2 and 3. Thank you.
Well, counts 2 and 3, you've already found Mr. Isabel guilty. So the state's aggravating circumstances embodied in that finding of guilt. What we are here today in this phrase to decide is what the punishment should be. Is life enough? 51 years? Or do you have to be, is this man so unable to be rehabilitated that he should be kept in jail the rest of his life? That's what you have to decide. And we'll be showing you evidence that, of course, he's youthful, he's worked, he's got good awards at work. While he's been locked up, he never made bond on this. So he's been in jail. While in jail, he's taken opportunities to better himself, taking classes that they offer there. And that brings our Keisha back into one of the factors is that he acted under the domination of another. And so you'll get to consider that and give it what weight you consider to be proper in deciding whether it should be life or life without parole. Thank you.
All right, quit with the 1995 being 30 years ago. You're making me feel freaking ancient. I was born in 71.
Would the state like to call a witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State
Court.
Attorney April Campbell.
Ms. Campbell, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face you, and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat. Watch yourself.
Good morning, April.
Good morning.
You've been out here all week, haven't you?
Yes.
This is finally your chance, right?
Right.
This is your chance to tell the jury what Kennedy meant to you, what Kennedy meant to your family, and how her loss has impacted you guys. Okay, I'm gonna let you go from here.
Kennedy. It was our world. We only got the hour with her. But when she laid on my chest, I got the biggest smile. I got to feed her and change her clothes. But I had to let her go to everybody else. So she just went around the room from me to her sister. Gerard, her eyes lit up when she held her. I mean, everybody was in love with her. She was the sweetest thing ever. It's been a long 3.5, almost 4 years. I miss my grandbaby. You know, that was my number 7. She was 7 for me. And she could just take it just like that. It's been plenty of sleepless nights. I ain't slept in 3.5 years. I finally got sleep last night. I mean, you know, we never recovered her body. So when we buried her mom, I had a burial made with a beating heart. It added to her coffin so she would be by herself. I mean, I don't know what else was. You know, we missed her, and she ain't here now. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Thank you. No further questions, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. No questions.
Thank you.
No, that's all the state true.
Mr. Massey, Ms. Fuchs? Do you have any?
Likely, I do that first, I would call it the stand, Ms. Madison, Irwin,
Madison,
Madison Irwin, E-R-W-I-N.
Madison Irwin, thank you,
Ms.
sir.
Irvin, come this way and watch your step. Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat, watch your step.
Would you state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Madison Irwin, Madison, Erwin.
By whom are you employed, Ms. Irwin?
Inquisitor Incorporated.
And did you have a chance to work on the case of Brandon Isabel?
Yes, sir.
And how old was Brandon when this happened?
He would have, am I allowed to refer back to my notes?
Hearing no objection, go ahead.
He would have been 24 going on 25.
And did he work? Did he have a work history?
Yes, sir.
And where did he work?
At FedEx,
You know how long he worked there?
approximately 4 to 5 years.
I have passed you up in your honor for the record and provided the state with the information that's in that format and moved into evidence. During his work there at FedEx, did he receive any awards or recognitions for outstanding work?
Yes, sir.
What did he receive then?
He received the Purple Passion Award from FedEx. It's a certificate of excellence. He also received Employee of the Year for 2020, as well as a outstanding performance during the fiscal year of 2020 memorandum to the office.
And the letter that was provided, who is that? Is that a letter from FedEx?
Yes, sir.
And would you read that to the jury, please?
Yes.
Relatively short.
Brandon, I truly want to thank you for your outstanding performance during fiscal year 20. Thanks for going above and beyond in all areas. Your positive attitude and great work ethics are appreciated. The extra hours, teamwork, and leadership that you've shown have resulted in overall operational effectiveness. Brandon, you have exemplified what the Purple Promise is about. It is employees such as you that make FedEx one of the most admired companies in the world. In recognition of your outstanding performance, it is with great pleasure that I present you with this Bravo Zulu for making a difference and keeping the Purple Promise. And this is from Jackie Nichols, the managing director.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, please ask that be made, to exhibit the letter and the 2 certificates of excellence.
Collective.
Collected exhibit, please.
You'd like to identify this as collective work achievement? That's how we'll mark it. Thank you.
And during the course of time from the date of arrest to today, Mr. Isabel put in jail, have you had the chance to look at his jail records and see if he's completed any programs, has any certificates of completion of programs offered in the jail to better yourself?
Yes, sir.
What certificates of completion have you had?
He completed the electrical basics. He's also completed the master plan. Well, and that's the first one, electrical basics, is from July of 2024. The master plan is from June of 2024. He has completed wellness recovery action plan. This is for reentry. That was completed in December of 2024. And finally, plumbing basics, that was completed in July of 2024.
Then I'd ask that they made the next cumulative exhibit, please.
For the record, your last exhibit was 195. This will be 196.
making coffee, y'all.
During your time of working with Mr. Isabel, and did they cooperate with you?
Yes, sir.
Also, did your investigation reveal that he has no criminal record, no criminal convictions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No other questions.
No cross judge for this.
Thank you. You may sit down. Mr. Massey, Mr. Hicks, do you have
No
anything
other
else?
questions.
Is that it? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long road and we're almost there. The aggravator that we're relying on is that first one that you have in your instructions, that Kennedy Hoyle, the victim, was under 12 years of age, that this defendant was, forgetting the exact language, I think it's over 18 years of age. And we have a couple of exhibits just to show you that we have in fact proven Kennedy's age. Obviously, she was born January 31st in the very early morning hours. She only lived less than 2 days. Brandon Isabel, we heard this is a divorce decree that was entered. It indicates that his birthday was February 1, 1997, which put him at 25 years old exactly at the time of the homicide, the day he murdered Kennedy. We've heard a little mitigation here. Congratulations on the plumbing certificate. Great job being Employee of the Year 2 years before you did this. And the Bravo Zulu. Good job. Those are things that we all do daily in our lives, but they don't in any way mitigate what he did to Kennedy Hoyle. They're not even close. I'm closer to being the starting point guard for the Memphis Grizzlies than those things are to mitigating in any way what he did to Kennedy Hoyle. You look in your instructions and there is a mitigator called, I think it's duress or domination of another. And I want to talk about that one a little bit in relation to the facts and circumstances of what he did to Kennedy. Duress. Was he under duress? Was he under domination of another when he pulled baby Kennedy out of that car after her mother had been murdered? Was he under duress or domination? Extreme duress is what it says, or domination of another when he made the choice to throw her in his car and drive all the way 30 minutes to Cordova? Was he under extreme duress and domination of another when he chose to go inside the house and change out of the bloody slides and change out of his clothes and leave baby Kennedy in the car in February while he did that? Was he under extreme duress and domination of another when he made the choice by himself to get back in the car and drive all the way back down to the Mississippi River, to the Wolf River, where it meets the Mississippi River at Mud Island? Was he under extreme duress and domination of another when he drove up and down Island Drive trying to figure out a place to dispose of baby Kennedy? Was he under extreme duress or domination of another when he made the choice to pull her out of her little baby seat? When he made the choice to take her blanket away from her? When he made the choice to take her mittens away from her? When he made the choice to walk down to the edge of the water and throw her in that 40-degree water? Was he under extreme duress and domination of another? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is the most premeditated, cold, and calculating act that you could possibly do. I would argue that obviously the aggravators here, the aggravator far outweighs any of this mitigation that they put forward. And that gives you the opportunity to consider life without the possibility of parole. You could still sentence him to life with the possibility of parole. But there are things that we do. There are things that people do in this life that are worthy of not ever being able to walk among the law-abiding, contributing citizens of Shelby County, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of them. This is one of those things. And we urge you to sentence him to life without the possibility of parole. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Go ahead, please.
life is a long time. Sometimes we listen to TV and we listen to stories and we say, oh, they got out. They don't serve in life. They serve life. They served 51 years as Her Honor instructed. 51 years for life. That's a long, long time. Mr. Isabel would be, what, 76 years old? And you have to understand too, that what you decide today is whether he gets life or not, or life. But after that, there will be a sentencing hearing where the judge decides how to structure those sentences that are imposed.
All right, Chinese sounds so good right now. I mean, it like sinfully good right now.
So those sentences could run what we call wild, consecutively, life plus life. Or, and the other offenses
Gunner,
could, yes.
you have to object to this. It's
Okay,
not
I'll
proper
move on.
in the setting.
Thank you for moving on, Mr. Massey.
Thank you. And so I think the question is, during that time and prior to that time, has Brandon Isabel shown you that he has the potential to be a better person? Somebody that you don't have to lock up and throw away the key? That's the question. When we look, it's hard sometimes to think about 50 years and how long ago that was. It was 50 years ago that the Vietnam War ended with the fall of Saigon. I mean, if you don't remember that. I do.
Why is it
It was 50 years ago that President Gerald Ford had 2 assassination attempts. Long time ago. It was 57 years ago that Martin Luther King was assassinated here in Memphis. A long time ago. Has Mr. Isabel shown you that he's the kind of person who can be rehabilitated by the time he's 76 years old? And when we look, first place we would look is whether he's been a bad guy before. And the answer is no. He has no prior record at all. I respectfully submit that's a heavy weighing factor that you get to decide. Was he hanging on the street corner when he was arrested, or was he working? He'd been working for 5 years at FedEx. And not only that, he was the kind of person that got these awards, that did his job well. He was the kind of person that got Employee of the Year. Not many get that. That's the kind of person Brandon Isabel was at work. And after he's arrested and put in jail, did he just get salty? No. He reached out to take programs, to take advantage of the opportunities that are offered to him in the jail to make himself a better person. So that's what you have before you. And it's 50 years enough. 50.
I made her laugh. I can see her. She can see me. But you can't see her. And I made her laugh. I think I made her laugh. Did I make you laugh? It looked like you laughed.
1 year. And of course, the punishment should not go over into emotion. It should be something that's just. A life sentence, I respectfully submit, it's just. And it's no more than necessary to punish this horrible punishment to be the person. Thank you.
State is the last word.
Mr. Massey asked you, is 51 years enough? is a possibility for Brandon Isabel walking out of prison one day. Is that enough? For the murder of his own 2-day-old daughter by grabbing her by the leg, throwing her into the Wolf River on a cold, dark, rainy February night. All because she was inconvenient to him. Is 51 years enough? Now, Mr. Massey was talking about duress, domination. What duress? What domination? What proof in all of those exhibits that came forward showed that somebody was controlling him? What proof is there that someone told him, you got to go kill that baby or else? Who made him do this? State submits nobody. This was a choice that Brandon Isabel made of his own volition when he took that baby from the car. 2-day-old baby Candy. And let's be clear here. We say 2 days old, but she didn't get a full 2 days. She got about 45 hours. He took her and put her in his car and drove around Memphis, went to Cordova, changed clothes out of those bloody slides, got back in his car where he left 2-day-old baby Kennedy and drove down to Mud Island, passing every interstate exit, passing all those houses. Got on Mud Island, drove up and down multiple times, past all those houses. There were 100 other things he could have done. He could have dropped that baby off at somebody's doorstep. He could have dropped that baby off at a fire station. But no, he made a choice. He chose to take his 2-day-old daughter. And he showed in his statement what he did. He carried her in his arms from his car down to that riverbank. Her hat already fallen off and hit her head, as he said. Was he worried about that? What did he tell Sergeants Floyd Bush and Boyd? He wasn't. He grabbed her by her leg, threw her into the Wolf River. And what did he say about that? It didn't go as far as the gun. Two-day-old baby Kennedy is forever frozen in time at 2 days old. She'll never have a chance.
Okay, I think we have a question from the jury. Let's switch.
And it's probably older than measure requested. So with that being said, I have a measuring device that unfolds. It's so fine glass in the jury room after they requested one. So with that being said, I have a measuring device that unfolds. It's belonged to my grandfather once upon a time. It's probably older than everything in this room, but I'm happy to let the jury use it if there's no objection from the state or defense.
No objection from the state.
No objection.
Okay. Folds out to 6 feet. So very good. All right, we'll go ahead and bring the jury back in. Council, you all can be seated. Members of the jury, we received your question and your request. I'm going to go ahead and I talked with the lawyers about it. And, I'm here to answer both the question and the request. You wrote a question, height of both Paula and Dale. The testimony in the case from Dr. Lang was that Ms. Wright was 5'6" tall. Mr. Boileau testified that he was 5'6" tall. Now, you also said, can we have a tape measure? So I have this device here. It unfolds one at a time, up to 6 feet. You can have this. It's old. It belonged to my grandfather. It's a little keepsake I have in my family. We hand down tools from generation to generation. So please don't break it. But go easy on it. But you have this to use as you see fit. And you retire and continue your deliberations.
I'm wondering if they're trying to figure out how far away she was when he released the lead out of the lead shooter. That's my. I think that's what they're going with. I don't. The
Defense, jurors of the court, any objection as to the answer and the delivery of the ruler?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be in recess again. We'll
right. Go.
Take her first steps. Speak her first words. Never have a chance to go to her first day of school. She'll never learn how to drive a car. Graduate high school. Make the choice of going to college or starting a career. She'll never have a choice to win awards for her work. She'll never have a choice to be Employee of the Year. To get letters of commendation for what she could have contributed to this world. She'll never have a choice to decide whether she wanted to go get an electrical certificate, a plumbing certificate, or whatever it is that she wanted to do in this life. She'll never have a chance to get married, have her own kids, become a grandmother. Is 51 years enough? The state submits, that's not. And the state submits that it's proven it's aggravating factor. She was 2 days old. Brandon Isabel, on his 25th birthday, took her life. Does the crime of murdering your own 2-day-old daughter by throwing her in the cold, dark, muddy Wolf River on February night warrant the sentence of life without parole? If not, what does?
Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right with you. I believe that concludes statements and proof on both sides. And at this time, I will ask the jurors to return to their very small tiny rooms with yet another folder and spend some time with your thoughts. Report back. It's now 11:11. It's a lunch be served soon.
Excuse.
Recess.
What's time to recess?
Okay, so now we have two in verdict. Well, sentencing phase, verdict watch. So now we got both of them going. So with that, we have a third case. And we will go through that in a minute. But yeah, pick up things, practice picking things up with them. Bottom stick stays the same. Took me forever. Some people hold it 2 and 2. Do you do it 2 and 2 like this? Or do you do 3 and 1? She said no, she does the 2 and 2. This is and sometimes it's easier to put the top chopstick a little higher, but also if you look at your chopsticks, a lot of them, one's more bent, one's straight. Turn them where the curve is in. See, the curve comes in. The curve comes in on both of them to where you have the light between them, so the tips are touching, but the center's not. If you look at good chopsticks, a lot of them are curved for easier handling. So I'm told. Nails. Yeah, I'm missing my nails. I did so much dishes last night and my fingers were burning with my fingernails thin. We've got some movement going on. I want to talk to us real quick about a new case as we're getting ready to hop into. Okay, now the fan's hurting my contacts or my eyes. I don't know how many of you have heard of this Michigan case where 2 men allegedly posed as DTE utility workers and red-roomed a homeowner. Oh, y'all, we got the light again. Got the light again. Light again. So I want to give you some information about this case. It is in day 1 of actual arguments. Day 3, 2 days of jury selection. The victim was a 72-year-old. I need to do that. Give me a minute. Okay. The victim is 72-year-old Hussein Murray of Rochester Hills, Michigan. The suspects are Carlos Jose Hernandez, age 37, and Hosanna Zuzo, age 39, allegedly first came to the Murray home in October 10, claiming that they were DTE workers checking on a gas leak. They were denied entry the first night. The next morning, on October the 11th, they returned and were let in. They led the victim to the basement under the pretense of inspecting something. After some time, Hussein Murray was not seen upstairs again. Meanwhile, his wife, Linda Murray, was tied up, duct taped, and attacked. The suspect searched the house, asked about money and jewelry, and later fled. Hussein Murray was later found deceased in the basement. Hernandez was arrested in Shreveport, Louisiana. Second suspect, Duazo, was later arrested during a traffic stop in Plymouth Township, Michigan. They are charged with felony redrum and unlawful imprisonment and preliminary hearing. So we have done all that. Let me do this. We're going to go and watch this case for a little bit. Let's see what it holds. Let me get everything up and running. Please tell me, is that, oh, I thought that was the judge. Is that the judge? No.
Understood, I think everyone knows.
I don't know who that woman was. My forehead has been itchy all day. Yasmin Ishak Cole. Yasmin? That's the name. That's the judge's name.
In the jury room this morning, any information that was provided to us through juror seat 9. We'll just take hands if anyone talked to juror seat 9 or juror seat 9 share any information with anyone. It's important for us to know that at this time. I'm seeing all nods, so nobody had a conversation this morning with juror seat 9. Councils, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, then we're gonna go right into openings. Good morning. Go ahead, Mr. Freshkassa.
May it please the court, counsel. Good morning. About a year ago, you're going to hear that Linda Murray and her husband, Hussein Murray, who would also go by the name Sam, were enjoying the fruits of their 54 years of marriage. They had raised a family. They were enjoying grandkids. Her husband, Sam, was still working on a regular basis at the two businesses that he had run for almost 3 decades. Down in Hamtramck, he had both a pawn shop and also a jewelry shop. And he would still go there on a regular basis. And you'll hear as the testimony comes in that that life that they were living and were expecting to continue to live came to an abrupt end starting on October 10th of 2024 when there was a knock on the door. And that knock on the door was at 10 p.m. And that knock on the door was with this defendant, Joshua Zualzo, and his co-defendant, Carlos Hernandez. Little did they know when that knock on the door came that their fate was about to be changed forever. And there was no going back.
They don't have him on camera.
Linda Murray's going to testify this morning, and she's going to tell you that there was a knock at about 10 o'clock. And she's upstairs getting ready for bed, and her husband, Sam, is downstairs. And when that knock comes, they had a house that was set up with Ring cameras. And there's several Ring cameras around the house, and the Ring cameras also not only let you know somebody's there, but they also give you the video of what's going on at the knock on the door. So Sam goes to the door, and she's at the top of the stairs, and she'll tell you she could see what happens at the front door. And she'll tell you when the door opens, Defendant Hernandez and Defendant Zualzo are standing there, and they're dressed as DTE employees, and they are not DTE employees, but they're posing as DTE employees, and they want to get into the house. So they're saying, we're here because there's a gas leak, and we need to get in and check the house. And Linda's suspicion is up right away, and she yells down, it's kind of late for a gas leak check, isn't it? And her husband, Sam, has the door open, and Hernandez is still having a conversation about needing to check the gas. And Linda shouts down, Sam, do you have your gun on you? Because Sam, because of his businesses, because of the pawn shop, because of the jewelry, was licensed to carry a firearm and would carry a Glock on his right side. The conversation ends. Sam says, you're not coming in. It's too late. And then Hernandez says, well, we'll be back tomorrow. The door closes. They continue on with their night. You'll hear in the next morning that Linda has a doctor's appointment, and she goes to the doctor's appointment. She gets back to the house about 10 o'clock. When she gets to the house, Sam's already been cooking that morning because she's going to bring in food for his employees. It's a Friday now. And he often would cook for the employees, and he'd bring it in to share with them throughout the day so they had something to eat at lunchtime. Usually would go in around noon. So she gets in there, she starts cooking up breakfast for her and her husband. There's nobody else who lives at the house. It's just the two of them. So as she's doing that, Sam has already made the food. He's over in the family room. There's another knock on the door. And this time, when they go to the door, Linda's now on the first floor, and she cuts through between the kitchen and the front door, and she's looking towards the front door, and she can see that it's the same two guys who were there the night before. And she will identify defendant Zuazo and defendant Hernandez as the two guys who were there. You will see the ring camera videos of all of these. And again, they want to come into the house. They have fake DT badges. They come along with props like gas detector that you can buy on Amazon for $25, and they want to get in. This time, Sam lets them in to check for the gas. So as they come into the house, the gas that they want to check is going to be in the basement. So at first, Zuazo comes in and kind of lingers around. I think Linda thought he was going to go to the gas dryers. He doesn't. And then Hernandez says something kind of strange, like, well, I forgot something out in the truck. So he disappears slightly, but she doesn't hear the alarm in the house beep. So she doesn't really believe he actually left the house to go out to the truck. And then you're going to hear that her husband, Sam, leads down into the basement. And you're going to hear that Zuazo is the first one to follow him down the stairs. And then Hernandez comes behind. And Hernandez closes the door. And that's the last time Linda ever saw her husband alive. She'll tell you that she's in the kitchen. She's doing breakfast. She hasn't finished it. It takes 10 to 15 minutes. She doesn't hear anything coming from the basement. She doesn't hear commotion. She doesn't hear screaming. She'll tell you, I believe, that her husband was a loud talker, and that for his age, he was a strong, physically fit guy. She doesn't hear anything. So as the door opens, up comes Hernandez first. Hernandez now, and you'll see the pictures between the entry exit to the basement is very close to the kitchen. Hernandez is there, and he starts saying, where's the cash? Where's the safe? Where's the jewelry? It's like, we don't have a safe. I got cash in my purse. It's like, where's my husband? It's like, where's the cash? Where's your jewelry? Jewelry's in a safety deposit box. Where's my husband? And then you'll hear, up comes defendant Zuazo. And now she sees him at close range, and she sees blood on his shirt. And at that point in time, she starts screaming. She starts screaming, what happened to my husband? Where's my husband? And Zuazo says to her, he's sleeping. Then you're going to hear Hernandez, who is a huge human being. I think he's like 6'5", 450 pounds, hauls off and punches Linda on the left side of the face. She's then pushed by Hernandez. Are you going to shut up? I'll stop screaming. At which point in time, he starts in the kitchen to bind her up with duct tape. At that point, where's your cash? In my purse. Starts going through a kitchen drawer. Where's your car keys? They're attached to the purse. And while that's going on, you'll hear defendant Zuazo doesn't leave the house. He doesn't go in the car. He doesn't drive away. He doesn't run down the street. Instead, what he does is he goes upstairs and ransacks the bedrooms up there looking for valuables. Goes into the master bedroom, which is completely ransacked. You'll see photos of it. Goes through the other bedrooms, and you'll see that there's a jewelry box that had her jewelry, which was valueless, costume jewelry. And one of the drawers from that jewelry box is taken. And you're also going to hear that defendant Hernandez does not go upstairs. Only defendant Zuazo goes upstairs. And in one of the bedrooms that he ransacks, you'll see that there's a blood smear on the wall. That blood smear, when it's tested by the Oakland County lab, come back to the victim, Sam Murray. He comes back down, time to go. So they exit through the garage. Now, they don't have a fob for the garage, so she says they're in there for a little bit, and she hears a huge boom, which is probably because the garage is disconnected. If you don't have a way to open it, you can disconnect it, pull it up, and pull it down. It comes crashing down. She hears it from inside the kitchen. She gets the ability to call the police because they take her cell phone on the house line, and the sheriff's office arrives. You'll see that body cam as soon as we start going with testimony this morning. And it's one of the things that we talked about in jury selection. There's a lot of officers who arrive. That's before they go into the basement. There's a lot more officers who arrive after they go into the basement. Because when you go into the basement, what you see is Sam is on the ground. It's a horrible scene, brutal scene, very bloody scene. The ME will tell you about the damage he sustained down in that basement, but you're going to see that his hands are duct taped, his feet are duct taped. They're also zip tied, other zip ties there. You'll see that the gun that would have been on his right side was gone, never found. And you'll hear what a brutal end to his life happened on that October 11th. You're going to hear how the investigation, because the sheriff's department with the Ring camera smartly and quickly released it to the media. And the media put it out on TV immediately, which was a great thing because they start getting tips. And as you'll see, it's not hard to see, defendant Hernandez sticks out physically. So the focus quickly turned onto defendant Hernandez and also defendant Zuazo. You'll hear from a witness who worked with him, who says, I saw the video, I recognized him, I recognized what he was wearing from, that was what we used to wear at work. And I recognized his voice. So I knew who that was. So the sheriff's office quickly gets on to trying to track down where they are. Now, what is happening with the defendants at this point in time? Well, they're trying to destroy evidence. So you're going to hear that truck, which was a stolen truck that was stolen about 10 days before. You'll have that witness come in and say that the truck was in front of my house. It was our work truck. I went to bed at 11, it was there. I woke up at 5, it was gone. So he'll come in and say how that truck was stolen. One more layer of trying to get away with what happened on October 10th and 11th. Then you're going to hear that the plate that was on the truck was actually stolen from DT itself. So if anyone was to have run it, say, is this a DT truck? It would have actually come back to DT because that plate was stolen. So that truck is taken down to Detroit. It's set on fire. You'll hear how the Detroit officers responded to the blaze. There's actually a photo of the truck on fire as that piece of evidence is trying to be destroyed. So the sheriff's department quickly starts, there's a thing called the flock system. It's used to be few places, now it's every place. Pretty soon, you're not gonna be able to drive without them being able to track your plate if they want to, because it photographs the plates. And they got him, Hernandez, going south. And they're also aware now that they've started their investigation that Hernandez has another residence that he uses down in Texas. So they put out a bulletin all the way down the trip, what they expect to be to Texas, and Louisiana on October 12th quickly comes in contact with them and pulls them over. They conduct a search warrant, and what you're going to hear they find in the vehicle that Hernandez is driving is the original license plate on the stolen truck that's designated POCO, because I think that's the company's name. That's in there. You're also going to hear that there are size 13 shoes, 3 pair of size 13 shoes. And on one of those pair of 13 shoes, there's blood. And when the lab tests that blood comes back to the victim, Sam Murray. You're also going to hear there's 1 pair of size 11 brown boots. not size 13, but size 11. There's also blood on that. Those boots also come back to the victim. Then you're going to hear that there's a bucket hat found in that, a bucket hat that is identified by witnesses as the defendant wearing on prior occasions. And then you're going to hear that as the investigation continued, the lab that was processing that scene comes up with DNA of both defendants on different items that were found at the scene and in the basement. As the case progresses, you're going to hear evidence that throughout this course of events, which started way before October 10th and 11th, because as the investigation now focuses, you're going to hear that in fact, defendant Hernandez had gone to Mr. Murray's store almost a year earlier, back in October 2023, and he had pawned items there. And he's going to be identified by witnesses as being a guy who they remember coming into that store. By his size, he stuck out. They also have the records of his pawn slips. And then you're going to hear how he came back in February of 2024 and was also at that store. This time at the store, horrible, horrible detail. But he actually asked to be introduced to the owner. And he was introduced face to face to the owner, Sam. And you'll hear that Sam would park his car at that building, open to the public. You could see his car, it's an older Audi. You could see that he can park his car outside the house in the driveway, so you could see if he's home or not home. So this was not random. This was not an accident. This was targeted. They did not give up after the first time, where a lot of folks might have said it didn't work. They may call DTA, they may call the cops. I'm not showing back up tomorrow. That doesn't happen. They're back on October 11th to finish that mission. And that mission was also planned by getting false DTA stickers for the side of the truck. This was well planned, well targeted, and ended horribly. And you'll hear, I think, at the conclusion of this case, I think you'll come to the conclusion that they were in it together from before the 10th, the 11th, and after. All of these factors, I believe you'll find the defendant guilty as charged on all counts. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. The first thing I want to do this morning is to extend Mr. Zuazo's sincere thanks to each and every one of you who have set aside the business that you would have been attending to this week had you not been summoned to the Oakland County Courthouse to serve as a juror. And he has known about this case since the 18th day of October last year, when he was in custody and brought before a judge and advised at his arraignment of what the charges against him were. Very serious charges. First-degree felony murder for the death of Mr. Murray, and the unlawful imprisonment of Mr. Murray, and the unlawful imprisonment of Mrs. Murray. So since that day, the 18th day of October in 2024, Mr. Zuazo has been looking forward to this day. He didn't know when his trial would begin. He didn't know who among his fellow citizens would be summoned to the Oakland County Courthouse to serve as the triers of fact, the people who will determine the truth in this case. But he did know this, that once his case was presented before a group such as yourselves, that the truth would then be known. So he's been waiting for this day as his day of vindication. And it is for that reason that I extend his sincere thanks, as well as my own, for you all serving as a jurors in this very serious matter. Now, the questions that you have to determine are all focused on Joshua Zuazo. You don't have to make any findings of fact as it affects the co-defendant, Mr. Hernandez. And that is as it should be. There's a separate jury that will deal with the facts associated with him. But because the allegations are that the two men worked in concert, or that at least this, and this is what I am prepared to concede today, is that Mr. Hernandez did not work alone. His jury will have to determine the facts regarding his case, but you sitting here taking in the evidence are not going to have any question in your mind whatsoever that the first person at the door to try and enter the Murray home on the night or during the night of October 10 of last year is Carlos Hernandez. As Mr. Petrofessa said just a few moments ago, and you all will see for yourselves in a little while when both juries are assembled and the testimony begins, he is a distinctive individual by his size. He's 6'5", or I read in one report, 6'6". When he was arrested in October of last year, he weighed 450 pounds. I don't know exactly what he weighs in at this time now, but the fact of the matter is a very big individual. Certainly one who stands out. And you'll see the ring video.
They are being tried together. I forgot to tell you that. My bad.
Videos, you'll have a feeling for a very good eye view of who the first person is. The question in this case is one of identification as to all of you. Now, I understand what Mr. Petrofessa said, that he intends to present evidence, the people do, that would show that Mr. Zuazo is that second person. Your job is to determine whether he is correct. And has he proven that allegation of identification beyond a reasonable doubt? In the law, depending on the seriousness or the type of case there is, we have different measuring sticks by which different juries determine what is the truth. In a criminal case, that measuring stick is the highest burden of proof in the law, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't have, and Judge Polis has already given you a description of what a reasonable doubt is. She's going to instruct you on it again at the end. But I ask you to keep that in mind, because what your job as jurors is to scrutinize the evidence, listen carefully to it, and come to a conclusion that you are convinced is the correct one. Either that the people have failed to prove or they did prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a serious obligation. And I'm sure when you received that summons, whenever that was, it said you had to be here this past Monday to serve as jurors, or at least potentially serve as jurors. You looked at it as not a wonderful opportunity to do some public service or civic duty, but as an interference in whatever it is that each of you would have been doing this week. But now, because you have that solemn oath that was administered to you on Monday afternoon, your job is to determine the truth. That's what a trial is. It's a search for the truth, and you all are the truth finders and determiners. So just along those lines, I want to tell you that if you let your mind wander while we are all gathered here together and start thinking about those things that you would be doing this week had you not been summoned and sworn in to serve as a juror, while the testimony is being presented or exhibits are being displayed, the evidence in the case, you're going to miss something. If you go this afternoon at lunchtime and have a excellent meal somewhere, and when we get into the afternoon session today or tomorrow or Friday or however long this trial lasts, and that meal starts to settle and your eyes become heavy and you start to drift off, you're going to miss something. Don't let that happen. This is serious business. And that oath that maybe went in one ear and out the other has real serious implications. And the reason for all that is, and the reason why it's so important that you listen, is because in the end, when all the evidence has been presented and the arguments of Mr. Petrofessa and myself have been presented, and Mr. Magaro, and Judge Polis has concluded, giving you her final instructions on the law, 12 of you will be chosen to go back into that jury room where right now you can talk about anything except this, the only reason why we're all here together. And then begin your deliberations, your discussions about what the evidence is. And that's where paying attention is essential, because you can't honestly participate in those discussions if you weren't paying attention. And the way and the reason why, and even as wonderful as the United States is, we didn't come up with this idea of 12 people on a jury. That goes back to the old English common law, and it's been around for centuries longer than the United States has existed. And the reason.
Do we need a history lesson? Get on with your case, please.
It's done that way is because 12 people of differing life experiences and just knowledge of life in general sit down, they listen to what the evidence is, and then they all tell their different perspectives, and they engage with one another and come to a determination of the truth. And that's, while I am cross-examining witnesses and listening carefully to everything that goes on during the course of the trial, while Mr. Magaro and Mr. Petrofessa are examining witnesses and doing exactly the same thing, you all will be sizing everybody up. One of the things that Judge Polis has already instructed you on, and she's going to instruct again, I'm pretty confident, at the conclusion of the trial, is listening to the witnesses. And I'm not going to say that any person who comes into this courtroom and takes an oath to tell you the truth, because I know who these witnesses are, and I've read what they've said in the past, and I have an understanding of what I expect you all are going to see. I'm not going to tell you that anybody's a liar. But one of the instruction you get on listening to witnesses is people can give testimony about what they think they saw, say it honestly, because that's really what they believe, and still simply be wrong. I am not a very good mathematician. I had trouble with that when I got to trigonometry. But I understand that, we all understand 2 and 2 is 4.
What?
But a person can add up a column of numbers and get the wrong answer, think they're right. They answered it on their test paper because they thought it was correct, and simply be wrong.
Mm.
This information that you're going to hear during the course of this trial is traumatic, and it's disturbing. And as you sit through it, you are going to be traumatized yourself to a certain extent, because you're going to see some photographs that are pretty rough to look at of Mr. Murray, where he was found by the deputies that went to their home, the Murray home, and started their investigation. You're going to see Mrs. Murray testify. She herself is a victim of a crime. There isn't any question that this happened. It's a question of who did it. And the identification is the issue as it affects Joshua Zazo. But you're going to see terrible things. Then it's hard to do that. And it's especially hard to do it when you're the trier of fact, because unlike anybody else, you are obligated to use cold-eyed calculation to determine the truth. You can't let sympathy or emotion enter into your decision-making about what the facts actually are. It's a hard job, and I don't envy you. And I know what all it is that you're going to see during the course of the next few days. So I can tell you right now from the beginning, it's pretty tough stuff. And that certainly wasn't something that you planned on having.
Thank you, June. I was working my way over there. Well, that was quick, y'all. An hour and 40 minutes. Hour and 40-ish minutes, I believe.
Council, you all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Ma'am, I trust you're the foreperson?
Yes.
You hand the verdict form to the bailiff, please. Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Boileau, will you please stand for the reading of the verdict?
Guilty, guilty, guilty.
Verdict, we the jury find as follows as the defendant in this case. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm? Yes. So say we all, day this first day of October 2025.
Thank you. Y'all can be seated. Madam Clerk, will you please poll the jury? Members of the jury, the clerk will ask each of you individually whether this is your verdict. You respond with yes or no.
Linda Young, is this your verdict? Yes.
I can say I don't think we're surprised by that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room, except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege to not speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to each of you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that said, I hereby discharge you as the jury of this case. I do want to thank you sincerely for the time and attention you gave to this matter. If you'll retire once more to the jury room, Deputy Boucher will hand your cell phones out. I also have some juror certificates I will come back and give you as thanks for your jury service. I'll be with you shortly.
Thank you.
Jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Boileau will be remanded into custody.
The court consider allowing him to remain at liberty pending sentence.
No, sir. Now, let's talk about sentencing. He's entitled to a pre-sentence investigation. So one will be ordered. I would like that back from the Department of Corrections within 30 days. Now, how long? I see a lot of people here. I don't know how many people are going to want to speak at sentencing. How long do you all think we will need for a sentencing hearing?
I would imagine maybe at least an afternoon, Your Honor. If the court would allow, I can also kind of, if your assistant could provide a couple dates outside of that, I can obviously work with what works with the family and kind of have a better idea of how many statements to have a better idea of what time we would need.
Okay. All right. Well, as part of the pre-sentence investigation, people are free to write letters.
Yes, sir.
And for the state and the defense. I anticipate that I will probably do more reflecting on what sentence will be imposed than in most cases. I would appreciate as much information as I can have from both the state and the defense with the pre-sentence investigation. I will not send, I want at least 2 weeks after I have the PSI back to reflect on what's in it before we have a hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, an afternoon, how long do you think you would need, Mr. Taddy, for what evidence you expect to present?
Probably a similar amount of time.
Okay. All right. Let's do this then. I ordinarily set a sentencing date today after verdict. I will, Madam Clerk, for calendaring purposes, I'd like to put Mr. Boileau's case on my October, I think 14th pretrial conference docket. Is that a Tuesday?
It is a Tuesday.
Okay. For calendaring, just so we have another date out in the future, it'll be put on that date. By then, I'll have my assistant reach out to you all with possible dates for sentencing, and we can schedule it accordingly. Do you all think you'll need, between the two of you, a day, or afternoon each, or you all think an afternoon or a morning total will be sufficient?
I think a day.
Maybe a day, Your Honor, if you want to kind of give us the availability this afternoon, even as soon as that, I can kind of talk to the family, maybe have an idea, so when Ms. Seek reaches out, I can give a better idea.
Okay. Let's do this, Madam Clerk. Let's put him down on my November. Do you have my calendar?
Madam Clerk, you should be prepared.
November 18th, 1 o'clock for pretrial conference. The PSI should be back by November the 1st. Between now and then, we'll figure out a day. I don't know with my trial schedule where we'll end up. We're probably looking, so that everybody here has an idea, probably mid to late November at the earliest, possibly even into December. But well, I'll try not to move around the holidays if I can. But
Just trying.
I would say 30. I would definitely say
I'll see you all back
30.
in a couple weeks. Anything else to take up before we adjourn?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No.
Okay. All right, very good. We'll be adjourned.
I don't think he was surprised. I don't think he was surprised. And he's not going to do well because ex-officers in prison struggle a wee bit. So we are still in the hearing for the sentencing phase. So that's done. So let's get back to the court.
On the day that your jury summons came.
He changed the banner.
But I'm confident in each and every one of you. I don't know if you noticed, but I actively participated in the jury selection that we conducted on Monday. And I can assure you, if I didn't have that confidence as a fairly well-experienced attorney, you would not be occupying the seats where you find yourselves today. Now, I'm going to have, and I want you to just keep a couple of things in mind regarding this issue of identification. Well, the ring camera makes it really clear who the big fellow is. It doesn't really identify Mr. Zuazo. And there'll be quite a bit of questioning about that. The person, Kelly Broad, who says that, and I expect his testimony will be, because I have some knowledge of it, that he saw that ring video on television in the days immediately after this event took place. And he came forward and he made an identification of Mr. Zuazo. I will have a series of questions for him, and I ask you to listen with keen interest there, because that's a really important thing. He's an essential witness in this case for the prosecution to establish that Mr. Zuazo is the person. And the question will be, and the one that I will raise in the end in my closing argument, is whether Kelly Broad is correct. This is an important and serious matter, and you want to see justice done. And I get that. But justice and retribution, they don't equal the same thing. And your job as jurors is to find what the real facts are and to make a determination regarding whether the correct person has been, and that is Joshua Zuazo, has been identified as the second man involved in this case. It isn't that it didn't happen. It isn't that it isn't a terrible crime, or they are all terrible crimes. But the question for you as Joshua Zuazo's jurors is whether he is the second man. And is he responsible for any of the crimes that were committed on October the 11th? I thank you for the attention you've paid so far. I know you'll pay attention during the course of the trial, and I look forward to getting my next opportunity to speak with you when I present my closing argument on behalf of Mr. Zuazo at the end of the evidence presentation. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to send you back to the jury room for about 10 minutes. When you come back the next time, we will have both juries in here. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to kind of swap between where you sit. I don't know where you're going to be brought in, but you're either going to be brought in here, you're going to be brought in one of those front two rows. Obviously, it's more comfortable to be sitting where you're sitting right now. So we are going to be cognizant of that and try to switch between the breaks. But right now, just procedurally need to set that up and see you back in about 10 minutes. All right, for the jury, please.
So that was for Mr. What is it? Duazo? Now we're going into the Hernandez. Boy, they really cleaned him up. He looked really rough in his last court appearance. He is definitely a big man.
The witness list, I believe now, only
I know. Yeah. Been a while.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated.
Calling People versus Joshua Zuazo, case number 2024-291950FC. And People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291945FC.
John Petrofuss and Andrew McGarrett on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Michael McCarthy, P3016, appearing on behalf of English Joshua Zuazo, and he's standing to my left at the defense table.
All right, tell me your name.
Joshua Zuazo.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paulette Michelle Lawson on behalf of Carlos Hernandez, who is standing to my right.
All right, tell me your name.
Carlos Hernandez.
Okay, all right, we're going to bring the jury in a moment. Everyone can have a seat. I just want to have a brief little discussion here with the defendants as well. So I've heard some chatter that there might be some upsetness between the parties here. I just want to make it very clear to you that if there's any obstruction of justice whatsoever that I find, you will quickly be taken down to lockup and you will watch your trial go on without you being present in this courtroom. You'll just watch it through a screen and not be here. And if you want to test that out, try me, okay? All right, so very clear. I don't expect anything like this to happen. We've been together for the past few days. I've not seen anything like it, but I just made it very clear. I will exercise my right to do that. Do you understand? You understand? Yes. Okay, all right, let's bring in our jury.
Your Honor,
Yes.
we had just a few issues if we could place them on the record prior to the jury coming in. If that's
Sure,
okay.
go ahead.
Your Honor, the first issue.
She will bounce like a cartoon.
My client's wife is listed on the witness list, I believe now, only of Mr. Zuazo, Mr. McCarthy. She is in the hallway. She does wish to come in and observe her husband's trial. It's my understanding that the prosecutor is objecting to that, and I wanted to make a record of that.
Sure. What's your position regarding that?
I absolutely don't believe she should be in here. I think we need to make a record on her anyway for this because her name appears on my witness list. Her name also appears on Mr. McCarthy's witness list. This court, understanding the implications from the attorneys about her involvement in this crime itself, had asked for some counsel to discuss matters with her. We reached out on last Friday to Scott Kozak, who's been in touch with her. Mr. Kozak has received some discovery regarding this, had conversations about her involvement with me, and I believe with some of the other attorneys also. And what we received on Friday was a communication indicating that she would not testify because of potential criminal liability. Am I reflecting that correctly for the record?
You are?
Yes,
So
she would essentially take the fifth.
yes.
And do we still believe that to be the case?
Well, she's outside. If you want to put her on the record for
let's put her
30
on the
seconds,
record.
we
Let's bring her
can.
I don't believe Mr. Kozak is with her though, so she doesn't have her counsel.
Well, she hasn't asserted her fifth yet, so the court hasn't appointed her counsel. As soon as she does that, then if she is asking for counsel, I'll do that.
So I think she was appointed counsel through an order. Is that right?
I never actually signed the order. It came to my attention that there was going to be a witness who was gonna take the fifth. But until a witness takes the fifth, the
They
court
don't
wouldn't have any jurisdiction to appoint counsel for somebody.
Understood.
So let's just get through it right now.
I can do it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lawson.
Which way would you like her?
This way. And you could just stand right there. I'll be able to hear you. Tell us your name.
Amanda Ileana Hernandez.
Okay, all right. I'm going to get you sworn in because we have some questions for you. Okay, it's our understanding that you want to be in the courtroom, but you're potentially a witness. So we're just trying to figure out whether or not you're going to actually be called in this case. Go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, put your hand down. So you understand that you've been subpoenaed to be a witness in this case?
Yes.
All right, and it's my understanding that you would be planning on asserting your Fifth Amendment, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and is that something you plan on doing then?
Yes.
Yes, all right, Mr. Petropolis?
And you've had conversations with an attorney, Scott Kozak, before
Yes,
this?
I have. He's actually tried to get me taken off the witness list, but he can't get in touch with Mr. McCarthy.
All right, any questions, Mr.? I know that's not accurate. Go ahead, Mr. McCarthy.
Well,
Any questions for the witness on behalf of
I
Mr.
think
Palazzo?
the fact that she's stating that she's going to assert her rights under the Fifth Amendment and remain silent, that satisfies me. I'll strike her name from the witness list, and I have no desire to have her testify, given my understanding of the evidence that would implicate her.
What's your position?
Position is that she still shouldn't be in here for several reasons. First of all, she's still a potential defendant and she still could be potentially charged. I don't want her having access to testimony of what's going on. Secondly, she's still in constant contact with the defendant. I have concerns about her intentionally creating a mistrial. She's also living, I believe, with another witness, Danielle Diaz, her mother, who's going to be testifying tomorrow. I also believe that she can watch, because I believe it's being live streamed. If she wants to follow this case, she can watch it on live stream. It also creates an issue if she's sitting in here and a jury sees her sitting in here, then they're going to say, why is the prosecution not calling her, not understanding I can't call her? So if she's in here.
Still call her though. And I think this is the way that we're going to get around this. But what are your thoughts, Ms. Lofton?
Your Honor, since she has been struck on Mr. McCarthy's witness list, she is here to show support for my client. I think that is important for the jury's view. So I would ask that she be allowed to remain.
She's still on your witness list.
Yes.
And you still could intend to call her.
I could give her use immunity if I decided to.
Okay. All right. So for that purpose, because obviously you're telling me you're going to take the fifth, you are not yet called a witness. You could be called a witness and come in and you could say the same thing you just told me right now. That just prevents the lawyers from asking you any other questions, but doesn't prevent you from being called as a witness. So I am going to ask that you remain outside the courtroom at this time. Okay?
Your Honor, before she leaves, I think there's one other thing that she should have a clear understanding of.
Sure.
And that is that I shared some discovery with Mr. Kozak in order to enable him to give good advice to his client, Ms. Diaz. Now, she could very easily be charged in this case, and I don't want her to lose track of that because, as I understand it, when there's an ongoing investigation, which I believe as it affects her, there is, then the subject of that investigation is not entitled to have the information being gathered by the prosecuting authority. And that is the case that she finds herself in right now. So I think that she has to be removed from the courtroom and be outside of the courtroom the entire time.
Okay, unless she's otherwise called as a witness if the prosecution
They change their
cease
mind.
to exercise that. And at this time, I will in fact sign an order appointing Mr. Koza to be your counsel moving forward until at least the end of the trial. Sound good to everybody?
Yes,
Okay,
Joyce.
all right, we ask that you wait out in the hallway. Thank you.
Okay, I think I understand what's going on here, and let's have a quick chat about it, shall we? Yeah, I think we should. Let me fix my staging because we've got everything all messed up from the other trial. So, basically what's happening here is she potentially, well, she's a witness. She can be a witness, but she potentially can be charged. So the state is still looking at charging her for participating or having knowledge of conspiracy, some part of this crime. So as a law normally fits, if you are a spouse of someone who's being tried, you have the right to be in that courtroom. If you are also going to testify, you still can petition to be in the courtroom. It depends on the jurisdiction. However, the problem is that she has asserted that she's going to take the fifth. Well, that means that she believes that what she says can incriminate her. So that will and can cause a mistrial. So this is a whole ball of tea that we don't want to play in, is what they're saying. Both attorneys want her ejected, yeeted from the courtroom. She cannot be in the courtroom, and I think the judge is agreeing with this. But I'm surprised they don't put her under order to not view, watch, have anything to do with this trial in social media. They can also order her not to speak to anybody testifying in this about the case. So that means the family member that she's living with that is going to be a witness, they cannot speak of this case. I really struggle with those orders because how are they going to enforce them and how are they going to know unless somebody slips? So this is going to be a good trial, y'all. June, good job. Okay, so she has been needed. She thing about this case is that no, she doesn't. She really needs to be careful about testifying if especially since she knows that the state is looking at potentially charging her. Anything she says can and will be used against her. If she's being smart. And if you heard, the judge just assigned her an attorney. And my monitors got moved. There we go. So the judge just gave her an attorney. And so, yeah, this is going to be very interesting. I'm looking forward to this now.
End of the trial. Sound good to everybody?
Yes,
Okay,
Joyce.
all right, we ask that you wait out in the hallway.
Thank you. Your Honor, the only other matter, I am objecting to an exhibit, which is a video that will be coming in through, I think, the second or third witness, but we thought it appropriate to do it now, since the jury has not been brought in. I am objecting to exhibit number 16. That is a body-worn camera of one of the first responding officers that makes his way into the residence. He does kind of a cursory search upstairs. He's involved of an entire search of the home. He then comes upon Mr. Murray in the basement, and the body camera is depicting the scene as he is seeing it. I do believe under MRE 403 that it is overly prejudicial and also needlessly cumulative. We're also hearing from that officer. We're also seeing pictures of what he is seeing. So not only are we having testimony and pictures, we're also now seeing a body-worn camera. And for those reasons, I'm asking that the body-worn camera, exhibit 16, not be allowed.
Well, that argument, wouldn't it be, I mean, I hear arguments from the defense asking that body worn cameras be shown. So, I mean, it's only applicable sometimes, but not others. That's your position?
I think due to the graphic nature of what he comes upon, I think it's overly prejudicial.
Okay, overly prejudicial. What's your position regarding that?
Your Honor, all evidence presented that doesn't correspond to their position be prejudicial. That's not the test. It's just if it's substantially outweighed. At this point, it's going to depict the scene when Deputy Copeland shows up. It's going to depict the victim, the state she was in. It's going to show clearing of the house. It's going to give information and context to the jury what the scene was like when they showed up. The pictures that are going to be in there are going to be through the crime scene investigator with the placards and things like that afterwards. We're not playing the full body camera, which would be over an hour. It's been edited down to 28 minutes. Mostly, the video is going to show versus the testimony of Deputy Copeland. So the video is going to depict far more than what Deputy Copeland is going to testify to. I'm going to ask him a few questions and then play the video because that's going to show what happened that day.
Okay,
Your
do you
Honor.
join on that objection?
Yes, in the test for 403 is not overly prejudicial, it's unfairly prejudicial. And its unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of the evidence. So I join in the motion brought by Ms. Lofton, but I'm making that distinction because that's the actual language in the rule. And it is, I submit in agreement with her that the presentation of that body-worn camera would be more unfairly prejudicial than probative because you do have the witness who can tell you what he saw. And in response to your question regarding people objecting or wanting the body-worn camera, I submit that those instances where defense counsel asks for that is because it records the statement made by a particular witness, which may be different than what it is that the officer remembers from what it is.
Not always. I mean, there's a ton of scrutiny regarding whether or not there's a body-worn camera if it's not played in trial. This court is always, if it exists, I'll play it because it's going to give the best description of what that officer was able to view at that time or any conversations that happened in or around that. I mean, the evidence here in and of itself is prejudicial. We've got information here that is read to the jury that they're going to hear evidence of a felony murder that involves detailed injuries that, rise to a level of just inhumanity. I mean, the evidence in and of itself here is prejudicial. So I have a hard time thinking that the body cam video shouldn't be shown because it's overly or unfairly prejudicial, as pointed out, pursuant to 403. Prejudicial evidence is allowed unless the court finds that it is rises the burden to the defense and causes it fairly prejudice and being less than probative. I think it's probative. It's going to be admissible. So 16 is any other objection?
No objections and nothing further prior to the jury.
How about people? Any objections to anything?
No, Your
Are
Honor.
there going to be any other objections that I should expect through trial other than potential just questions or anything like that?
I think that's where we're at right
Okay.
now, yes.
Same with the people?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, then let's bring in our jury.
Now,
Okay, the facts of this case are these two gentlemen are accused of dressing up and representing themselves as a gas company employee. They knocked on the door the first afternoon and they did not let them in. The homeowners did not let them in at all. And then the second afternoon or evening, they came back and the homeowners finally let them in the house. The one of the gentlemen escorted the homeowner male down to the basement where they unalived him. They tied up and abused, to what extent, I don't know yet, the wife and duct taped her. and then left after they did not, I mean, they kept asking, where's the money? Where's the jewels? And so this is a burglary attempt, assault and red room case. They are trying both of the defendants at the same time. So this is going to be an interesting case, y'all. And the wife to Mr. Hernandez was sitting in the courtroom. They had her yeeted because she's on a witness list, and she's already made it clear that she will plead the fifth if she's called. She's also living with one of the family members who is also on the witness list. This is going to be interesting. Hi, Joe Schmo. Yeah, I'm gonna play with my earring for you. Every time Joe Schmo comes on, I'm gonna start playing with my earring because I know it drives him back. I agree.
All right, so the jury, please.
Right. So they're bouncing between the opening statement and the jury. This lawyer is beautiful. He kind of reminds me of the Addams Family. Doesn't she remind you? Doesn't she look like she could belong in the Addams Family? Saying, I can do that. I know. I wish my hair looked that silky. It does never look that silky.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. One moment, Judge. All right, during the box, obviously, thank you for your patience this morning. I know everybody was back here on time, sometimes things take a little bit longer than anticipated, but we're ready to get into witnesses at this time. People call your first witness.
People call Kristen Nahas.
I said, hi, Joe Schmo. Hey, Joe, caught your live last night. Enjoyed it. We're having a members only live this weekend. So y'all need to become members if you want to be a part of the members only live. Our memberships start at only 99 cents.
Good morning. Yeah, if you could just get into that witness stand.
Go become a member.
And I'll get you sworn in. You swear
They
affirm
go up
the
to
information you're
$9.
going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing
Got
but the
4
truth.
levels.
So help you God? Yes. All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Kristen Nahas.
Your witness.
And ma'am, please spell your name for us, please.
Okay, the judge is not Mike.
Yes, please.
Kristin.
Obviously, she's not either.
Okay, thank you. And where do you live?
Obviously, she's not either. I think so, Amy.
I live at 3759 Newcastle Drive.
Where's the microphone?
Okay, how long have you lived in that subdivision? 11 years. Okay. Do you remember back in October 11th of 24, did you have to talk to the police that day?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of the day did you have to speak to the police?
Probably around 12:15.
Okay. And what did you talk to the police about?
I told them what I had seen that morning when I had been out for a walk.
Okay. And you went out for a walk that day?
I did.
Okay. And what time did you leave the house to go for a walk?
I left at 11:15 to walk my dogs around the block. Sunny. It was a beautiful day this week.
Okay. So you left your house about 11:15 to walk the dogs.
I did.
Okay. And while you were out walking your dogs, did you observe anything that caught your attention?
Yes. The first thing was it was very busy.
It was
Busy.
Okay.
Immediately the houses, down from me had a lot of action. The dogs were kind of excited about work crews, a lot of trucks, a window.
There is no captioning.
3 doors down. So the table saw out in the driveway and people working. It was, exciting for them. They were distracted.
The dogs were distracted.
Yes. But almost immediately I heard a squeaking noise, like a fan belt of a vehicle that was going so painfully slow. It was kind of
Gained
annoying.
100%.
Everything going on. It was maybe 5 miles an hour. And it was, as it passed me, the pickup truck carried on down the street.
Okay, and when you saw this truck, what street were you on in your subdivision?
I was on Newcastle, it was only 2 doors down from my house.
Okay, so you had just started your walk and
Just heard the walk.
and a lot of stuff is going on, but you see a truck.
I heard it first.
You heard the truck first. What type of truck was that?
It was a pickup truck, a white pickup truck.
All right, anything about that truck that caught your attention besides it going slow and the noise?
Honestly, it was the noise was obnoxious almost.
Okay, and so when you heard this noise, that truck caught your attention, and what did you do next?
It rolled on, so nothing. I carried on with my walk. Continued maybe another couple houses down. Stopped to let the dogs take a sniff, and then I could hear it coming back up the street, the other direction toward me.
Okay, so I want to just orientate a little bit. Are you familiar with the Murray's house?
I am.
And do you know where they live?
I do.
Okay, and were you friendly with them?
I was.
Okay, so in relation to where you live and to where the Murray's house is, can you describe to us where that is?
3 doors down on the opposite side of the street from my house.
Okay, so when you left with your dog that morning to walk, were you heading in that house's direction?
I was headed toward the Murray's house.
Okay, and so you testified that pretty quickly you heard this truck.
I did.
Okay, and when you saw this truck, was it coming from behind you or towards you down the street?
As I left my house to start the walk, the truck came from behind me and passed me down toward the street. It passed me and it passed the Murray's house and it disappeared around the bend.
Okay, and so while you're walking, that truck goes past you and the Murray's house at that time?
It did.
Okay, and about how long after you saw the truck, heard that noise, does that truck come back around?
Within a minute.
Okay, and when that truck comes back around, do you hear it first or do you see it first?
I heard it.
Okay,
And I looked up then to see it.
okay, and when you looked up to see that truck come back around again, what did you observe it, if anything, of that truck at that time?
The first response was annoyance. Basically, this as slow as you could be, almost advertising, hey, I'm casing your street. I felt that way. It would feel that way to most people.
So when you observed that truck, were you concerned at that time or was
Yes.
it was okay? Did you see any markings on this truck?
I did look up to confront the driver and initially looked at the face, the window was down and was prepared to just kind of hold my hand up and say, how can I help you?
Okay. Did you do that?
I looked up and I looked at the driver and at the same time I saw the DTE decal on the side of the truck. It diffused me completely.
And so when you saw it may have been utility company, you were no longer concerned?
Yes, it occurred to me that, oh, they're just looking to do service somewhere.
Okay. And at that time, you said you were going to stop and confront the driver. Did you observe anything about that driver at that time?
At that time, not necessarily.
And so after easing your concerns about what you observed about this truck, what did you do next?
I carried on around the block, fairly short block. I was back to my house within 12 minutes probably. And I went home with the dogs.
Do you recall about 11:15 you left and it was about a 12-minute walk, you'd say?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall how many people were in the truck?
Yes, there were 2 men in the truck.
Okay, 2 men in the truck.
There were.
Okay. And when you see this truck the second time, does it continue driving at the same slow pace or does it stop or what does it do?
At the moment that, as I mentioned, that I felt like I was going to intervene and I saw that they were actually pulling up to the curb. I was taking a picture of my dogs to send my daughter to school. So they're on a leash. I have my phone out, and I'm taking a picture. And in that picture and at that moment, I can see my dogs looking over my shoulder at them as they're pulled up to the curb and actually getting out. I could hear them.
Do you recall what curb they pull up to? Do they pull up to Murray's house or is it another neighbor?
I didn't actually turn around and visually see, but sensing that they were directly behind me, it would have been the neighbor just to the southeast of Murray's house, the tall.
Do you ever see them exit the truck?
I didn't see them, but I heard them get out, feet at the ground, doors shut, start to get things out of the bed of the truck.
Okay. And is that as you're walking around the block at that
I was
time?
standing, the dogs were sniffing.
Okay.
I hadn't quite walked away yet, and I could hear them start to but I assume was getting their beer.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last thing you just said.
That they started to, I heard them exit the truck, I heard them shut it and get into the back bed of the truck and access gear, in my mind, buckets, maybe 5-gallon bucket.
But you don't recall anything they're wearing or any description of those
In
people?
that moment, no, but
When you say in the moment,
like it didn't necessarily register to me in the moment what they were wearing, which became interesting to me after the fact.
okay. So you go back home, and is there some point during the day that the police arrived to the Murray's house?
Yeah, I feel like shortly thereafter, you know, the dogs were new to me, so we spent a lot of time in the yard, and there was immediately action in the street. I feel like by maybe noon, I'm just using my memory, but the neighbors were out. It was obvious that something serious was happening, and I would guess about it was probably a half hour to 40 minutes.
Sorry.
I'm
well,
sorry, I think it was about a half hour later, so I estimate noon.
Okay. And when you see this commotion, the police outside, do you go over to their residence to
Yes.
speak to them? Okay. And at that time, do you speak to the police and tell them what you observed that day?
Within the course of a few minutes, one of the neighbors had said they think there was some.
Well, objection to any hearsay about whatever a neighbor said.
You know, we're not out for the truth of the matter, sir, so it wouldn't be hearsay.
It's a prompt.
One second.
If there's an objection, you have to wait. Well, I don't know what, if somebody said something, why isn't it for the truth of the matter, sir?
For the effect on what I heard, I don't know what she's about to say. I don't know what this neighbor said. It all depends on how that evidence is being offered.
Then I would suggest that you heard what the neighbor said. What did you do next, rather than hearing from the neighbor?
That's fine.
It's good.
Thank you.
Yeah. You go down to where the police are. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yeah, everything recorded. We have to say
Sorry, yes.
it's all right. So you go down there and you tell the police. You hear something from the neighbor and you go down to the police. Is that correct?
Immediately prompted me to engage with an officer.
Okay. And when you speak to this neighbor, does it jog any sort of memories from that morning?
Viscerally, yes.
Pardon me?
Viscerally.
Okay. What memory did that jog?
It occurred to me, I mean, it was a short sleeve weather day. It wasn't, you know, it was warm, and immediately realized that the driver of the vehicle, I believe, was wearing a balaclava, the style where the whole face is cut out, and a hoodie with the hood up, and that the passenger in the vehicle, who was turning his body towards the passenger window, was also wearing a hooded. On reflection, I surmise it could have been a tie-back suit for both the driver and the passenger, which immediately I realized that's very out of sorts for this hot weather type of day, especially the balaclava.
So it wasn't until after you saw the commotion, talking to neighbors, that this sparked something in your mind, and,
Oh, yeah.
and you told the police what you observed that day. Right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ewan. Nihas, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony. And if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, and I'll rephrase the question, okay? Now, you engaged with the officers when you saw that there was commotion down in front of the Murray house and police cars were present, correct?
I would say that I was present. I didn't engage with anyone at that time. I didn't speak to an officer.
Okay, an officer came to your home at some point and spoke with you, correct? And
At
you
some
were
point,
on,
yes.
you were on the front porch. I mean, and this was in daylight, and
It
it was sometime in the early afternoon of Friday, October 11th, correct?
Yes.
And you told them, the officer that you spoke with, what it is that you saw that day, right? And would that name Officer Bowie ring a bell with you? Okay, so you spoke with Officer Bowie, and then you also told Officer Bowie that you would give him a written statement, correct?
I did.
All right, then you've had an opportunity to see that written statement before you assume the witness stand here this morning?
I did.
Okay, and you've read over it. I know that you, in your statement, you identified the driver having this balaclava mask, and also that he was a man with an olive complexion and little to no facial hair to note. Direct quote from you. Then, and you said that he had a light colored hooded, possibly Tyvek material with a Alte Viz orange balaclava with the entire face exposed. That's what you wrote?
I believe.
And then what you also told the officers, and I believe you said here during your direct testimony, is that you didn't see either one of the two people that you say were in this vehicle actually exit. You heard it, but you were moving on with your dog walk, correct? And this was not anything of interest to you. You were more concerned with taking a good picture of the dogs and sending it on to your sister and continuing with the walk, correct? Is that a yes? Okay. Now, you said that in your statement, the passenger or his passenger was a male, but the only observation, I think he may be taller and thinner than the driver. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. You didn't say anything in your written statement when this was all fresh in your mind about what it was that the second man in the vehicle was driving.
Wearing?
Wearing. Well, that's what I meant to say.
Oh, I don't recall that I didn't write what he was wearing.
Well, may I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you a document. Will you please tell me whether you recognize it? And then if you do, I'll have further questions. Do you recognize that document?
I do, yeah.
And is that, in fact, a copy of the statement you wrote out for Officer Bowie on October 11th of last year? All right. Now, what I'd like you to do is take a look at that and see whether or not you gave a description of the clothing the second man was wearing in your statement.
I didn't.
You did not. Okay. So you would agree, today is the first day of October, that nearly a year has passed.
Right.
All right. When is it that you came to remember that the second man was wearing some sort of orange or yellow clothing?
It wasn't orange or yellow, it was light in color.
Light in color. So you don't know
It could
what
have been
color.
gray or white.
Okay. So you don't know what it was, but this other person was wearing some sort of a covering. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you would, and that's something, when did you remember that?
Well, honestly, it was probably promptly after this, like it was something that maybe I should have written down in my statement, but I did not.
Okay. And did you ever call Officer Bowie or anyone at the Oakland County Sheriff's Department to tell them, yeah, I remembered something else?
I didn't.
Okay. And you knew what this was all about by the time you talked with Officer Bowie, you knew what had happened, at least that Mr. Murray was dead, correct?
Yeah,
And so this was serious.
of course.
And you had information to provide, but would it be fair to say that the first time you provided that information about what the second man was wearing is this morning when you took the witness stand?
Formally.
Well, I mean, formally you're under oath, but what I'm asking is it's the first time you've shared that with anybody in law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, any detective was in open court here this morning, correct?
I can't honestly answer that because I was at the pre-trial day back in maybe November last year.
December the 17th?
I'm not sure what the date was. It was one of the pre-trial dates I was subpoenaed for. And there was discussion about that date. I may or may not have mentioned it, but I can't honestly say it was never mentioned.
Okay. No one asked you to write anything more,
Nothing
correct?
more, right. This
Okay.
was within minutes
Okay.
of the incident.
So just, and I get that, and things can happen. Your memory, you start thinking about what all you saw and you want to add something to it, but you didn't take, and they gave you, the officers did give you some identification information about how to get in touch with them, right? And so you could have done that, but you did not. You went somewhere to court, either in November or December of last year. You discussed the case a little bit further. You may have told it to someone that day, but you're not positive, correct? Because there's no recording and you were not called as a witness that day.
That's correct.
Okay. But to summarize, what it is that you actually did see was this truck being driven by a man in a balaclava mask who you say has olive skin and little or no facial hair, correct?
Correct.
And the passenger was wearing some sort of light colored clothing, correct? And he was maybe taller than the driver
Yes.
and thinner, you said in your statement.
Yes.
Okay. This is all you taking a glance, correct?
Well, in addition, the passenger his body was turned away, so from the orientation of someone from their side view, you know.
You couldn't see.
Appeared to be better.
Okay, you couldn't see very much, correct?
There are limitations to what I could see. Correct.
Thank you. May I approach? I have no further questions. I'll just retrieve that document.
Sure.
Thank you.
Our cross-exam Hernandez. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. I just have a few more questions for you. Okay, I'll try not to ask the same questions that have already been asked. As you described the person that you said was in the driver's seat, I know we've gone over, you said olive complexion, little to no facial hair to note, correct?
Correct.
You also then described a high-vis orange balaclava mask. What does high-vis orange mean to you, just so that the jury is clear?
It's like a safety orange. Maybe that would be like a hunter's jacket. That is high vis, meaning high visibility.
Okay, and that is the mask or the hood that this person you saw had on, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Okay, any redirect?
Briefly, Ms. Niles, there's some question in the cross-examination about the height difference. You never saw them step out of the car and stand next to each other?
I didn't. This was just from the belt line of the window, like the height of their head, essentially.
Okay, inside the
cab of the.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Any objection?
I have no objection.
No
Right?
objection, Your Honor. You're excused. People's next witness.
People call it Deputy Copeland.
Tell you what. I wonder what he thinks of his lawyer. He's saying.
Good morning, Deputy. Stay standing, raise your right hand. I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Deputy Tazra Copeland.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Deputy, can you spell your first name and last name for us, please?
Sure. First name T-A-S-R-A-Y. Last name C-O-P-E-L-A-N-D.
And Deputy Copeland, where are you employed?
Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
21 years now.
All right. And prior to your employment at the Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
No.
And Deputy, what is your current title right now?
Patrol officer.
All right. And where are you currently assigned to?
Rochester Hills
Okay.
substation.
And I want to direct your attention to October 11, 2024. Were you also assigned to that particular substation then?
Yes.
Okay. On that day, did you receive a dispatch about a potential robbery occurring in Rochester Hills?
Yes.
All right. And where were you, if you recall, when you got that dispatch?
I was in the area. Can't tell you exactly where when the call came out, but I know it was close by. Yes.
And I'm having a hard time hearing. Can you just raise your voice a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So you were in the area you just
Yes.
said. Okay, and was that while you were on the road?
Correct.
Okay, and on that day, were you in a fully marked Oakland County Sheriff's Office patrol car?
Yes.
Were you alone or with a partner at that time?
No, I was alone.
Okay, and when you received that dispatch, do you recall about how long it took you to head over to that location?
It was less than 5 minutes, if I recall correctly, because I wasn't that far when I heard the call come out.
Okay, and when you arrived on scene, do you recall where you parked your vehicle?
I parked one house down from
And,
the actual home.
and were you the first deputy to arrive on scene for that dispatch?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the first thing you did when you arrived on scene?
Walked up to the home. I remember knocking. I believe there was a Ring doorbell or something. No one answered. Then I started to walk around to the side of the house. Then I called for the dispatcher to have the person, if they were still talking to them, to open the door.
And did did a person open the door?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day and time, are you equipped with body worn camera?
Yes.
Can you describe to us how that works?
Well, you hit the button to record. So it records everything the moment you press the button.
And that day and time, October 11, 2024, when you arrived to that house, was your body camera working?
Yes.
And that day and time, did it record the events that you observed?
Yes.
At this time, the people are moved to admit People's Exhibit 16 and publish it to the jury.
All right, so there previously was an objection to 16. The court did find that it was otherwise proper pursuant to 403. Both defendants' objections are noted for the record. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, 16 is admitted and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's going to be volume associated with it, so I don't know how loud we can make it.
Okay, well, is it playing on both then?
It should.
Okay.
And Deputy, I'm going to play your body worn camera. It may stop it from time to time and ask you questions, but most likely we're just going to play it all the way through, okay?
Okay.
And let's just make sure he can identify it as well as being his own.
Yes.
So which monitor am I going to be looking
I think what you see on your screen should be what everyone else is seeing.
Understood. We're not
Okay.
seeing, it is not working right now. It's been working earlier.
Do you see it on your laptop?
Yeah, it's where I
just
don't know.
not.
I
Okay,
don't
so
know
it's
why
not
it's not
on the
working.
screen.
We tested it all out. Give me 1 second. The audio is working, but
Okay.
we got
So we-
now. Yesterday when we had IT down there, everything would work.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Let's see if we can get somebody down.
We might have someone here that can.
Yes. And this ages you.
Thank you.
All right, we're good.
You're on, record's still on.
What's that?
The record's still running.
The record, yeah, we never stop the record, so we just have them
Yes,
identified.
and Deputy, would this be the body worn camera that
Would that be the recording that was recorded from when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
Where's the one? All right, no one's asking in front. I'm walking around. Do you still have her on the phone radio? She's still on the phone. Hold on, I'm trying to see if they can open her door. 10-4. Don't take that shower away from her all the time. They have ring cameras, so it's like ring cameras all over.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
All right, make contact.
Hello? Yeah. Okay.
Is anybody else in the house?
My husband, I don't know where he is. The people that were here were gone.
What's your husband's name?
Sam.
Okay. Okay. It's okay. I wait for another car to check the house. She has duct tape around her wrist. I don't have a. The victim has duct tape around her wrist. And I'm waiting for you guys to go to Claire's house to look for the husband. What are the numbers? 37303723.
Wait! No! You should have a rubber glove on because there could be fingerprints on the inside of the tape. No, DNA, fingerprints, preserve the tape. Really? Oh, he should have put them gloves on. There should be an evidence bag right there. Cut it, you peel it, you put it in and label it. Oh, heck no. I know she wants it off. I get it, but no.
GT on the truck. She said they were here last night.
Which I thought was really unusual. We wouldn't let him know.
Okay.
Can I go on the big one?
No, get your radio into that radio. I need you over here. I need you out here.
Okay.
Just stay on outside. All right. I want to do one floor at a time.
No problem. We're good. I want to do one floor at a time. Do we have the guy? Yeah, she's still in here. She said that they left already, but they have ring cameras. She opened the door with her wrist tied up with duct tape. I walked with her to the kitchen so she can get the tape off her wrist. I want somebody to leave. You gotta watch it back, so we're gonna watch it back. So somebody stay here, and then you wanna wait for one more? Sherman, head to the back, please. Watch the back, yeah. All right, well, no, I need one more body because I want to do one floor at a time. We walk to the kitchen cabinet so she can take the scissors off. Okay. I mean, the duct tape off. That's all. Yeah. I don't know if we get that. The things in there. I think Hicks is left there. Or maybe you go for him. As nice as we can get. We got a big one here. It's a pretty large house, so whoever you can get over here. Good morning, Mary.
Copy. If you have any vehicles searching area, advise hills of the area, inspect the area, loading a vehicle for them. I'll try to get a couple local in order.
You said it was a DTE vehicle, ma'am?
Yeah.
Was it just a label or the whole truck was marked DTE?
It was moving in a truck. I absorbed from the downside.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. Let's sit. You need to sit here and watch all this. Let's do it. We'll wait. Yes. We're good. We need more bodies. Yeah, please. Victims give a description of a possible DTE vehicle that's marked with DTE, white in color. So, talk to me. When we walk down there, Caddy, what do you see over there? Yeah. We walk down there, they got an open area, like a living room / family area. And then this guy in there. Okay, dear. Okay. You're okay, now we're here.
And Deputy Copeland, at this time in the video, what is your concern? What is going through your head as a police officer?
My husband.
To make sure there are no more threats in the home.
Right. And so what are you doing right now?
We're trying to clear the house, so make sure there are no threats and make sure the house is secure.
And I was hearing over on the radio, you were asking for more bodies. What does that mean?
We need more officers to clear this house because it was a big home.
Right. So is it fair to say you were waiting on more deputies to arrive so you can clear the house?
Correct.
And is that your standard procedure when you arrive to a house based on the information that you have?
Yes.
I got you on that. Yeah. Yeah, we already walked through here. Yeah. All right, we're good here. Yeah. We were already in here. Yeah. Stay at the door, Caddy. We're good, Caddy. Come to the cross. That's fine. Stay at the door. Move on here. They got an open area up top. And all the way here. Okay. And I got a basement here. Yeah, I see the basement. Yeah, understood. Okay. It's too fucking open. She owns them? Yeah. Take forward. All right, you're good. We may want to try to do a flock for this possible DTE vehicle. All right.
Yeah, the thing is, I need the victim off the front porch, so whoever gets here, let's get her away from the front porch. Before you stop with you guys, I'll have her step away.
Thank you. slide goes all the way around. Yeah, so you got a set of stairs over here, Cabby, and over there your way. I see the stairs. Yeah. Yeah, there's a hallway down here. Yes. I'm hoping to work in front of you before I get to your hallway. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna be slowing the all day. I'll work with you. We got some tape here too. Get some more bodies. Yep, no way. We got time. Yeah, we got time. We're good. Yeah, that's duct tape too. Yeah. Talk to me. I have a big one. Yeah, we go we going down there first. I think you gotta get down there in case you start.
Okay, he's down in the basement, unalive. Poor woman.
He took he took him with her. Who's related? Okay. And let's got our victim out by his car. Okay. She just told me she thinks he's in the basement. We still searching anyway, so we're good. How are we looking? We going out first. How are we looking, guys, before you get here, please? I got blood on the wall and the handle or rail. Okay. To the basement. I need one more. Mark's out front, so okay. Radio, if you can you fly? Can you dispatch your flock or no? You didn't come through with your recorder. Okay. So if anybody has flock capability, we need to see if we can figure out this vehicle and which direction it's going. If they do have a kidnapping going on with this. Once those two get in here, yes, we can go and press on. Yes, we're good. Mark's in here with me. Yeah. Come around, up the way, Mark. Through the kitchen, Mark. No, our guys are in there. Just go on. That's all clear. That's safe. Just come to me. When Harry and Brandon get here, yeah, we'll then I'll secure this first floor and then you guys do your search. Yeah. I got a few open doors. I'm gonna have to clear this one open door here before I get to you. Make sure you get a body with you. See, we're good.
Okay, guys, understand. If I see a body, we're shutting it down. If I see anything like a shadow or something like that's fine. But if we see any red liquid stuff or dismemberment, we're shutting.
I'm holding the basement right now, so we're good. You come with me. You stay here with me. Okay, so that whole side's clear. That's clear. Tree over there, one long. Got a hallway here with the door here. Harry, I need you in here. Come. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, you got this. I got this. As soon as Harry gets in here, yep. I'm gonna press forward. We're gonna try this first open door.
Okay, guys, if he was barely hanging on, he's not anymore. It's taking him so dang long.
Go ahead, guys. You're clear. Okay. He's over here in the corner. Okay. Be careful with that open area too, Mark. That whole area is clear. I'm pushing forward to this door. Okay, I'm loading, so you're good. Clear. Open door there. All right, I mean, closed door. I got this.
Copy 248 396 77 Verizon.
We're tagging with the
pawn stores, figure out where are they, just in case they may be taking this guy to the pawn store. We got bodies? Okay, we got bodies. I'm on this company. What about this? What is this? Didn't need to go through it.
Okay, they don't realize there's a body down there. Thanks, June. I was just about ready to make an announcement.
What is it? Cat, you ready? I'll go first. Go ahead. Carry still holding the center. Oh, this is clean back now. So that's the rest. So when you go back. We got one down. We got one down. We gotta go. We gotta go. Everybody dead? I got it. Let me do the talking. Let me do the talking, please. Go.
Moment I go pee, they go. Good cameraman.
Oh, 6, we got one down. Shot in the head.
Thank you.
So that's the rest. So when you go back. Go. We gotta go. I got it. Let me do the talking. Let me do the talking, please. Go. Oh, 6, we got one down. Shot in the head.
I did that. Copy, EMS in route 1 down, shot
Clear. Look at the blood behind you guys. Watch your step. We need lights. Right behind you, Dave. Right behind you. Let's get first. Everybody relax. You hold this. Let's get with Harry and clear upstairs. Yeah. Everybody relax. We're good. Yeah. Get with Harry and clear upstairs. We're clearing upstairs now. Everybody stand by. Where you at, Joe? Sure get clear? Yes. Okay. Hey, hold on 1 second. This one has a. Go ahead. If you get that, I'll get this over here. I got you. First out, right? Okay, ready to go? Yeah, here. Come on. I got here. Go back. Here. Who's with me? Clear over here. Did you good? I'm coming your way. We'll pause here. That's it. Clear. You here? Come on. We here? Right here. Clear. All right. Come your way. I did not, but we can. Where we at? I got a continuation over here. You guys check this room? Not yet. We're pushing forward here. Okay. Moving. Closet. Clear. No addicts. Did we already go here? Yeah, we hit this first. In the garage. Garage. Clear. Let me do the talking, please. House is clear. sit fire and sit here. Mark, we're coming back for you. We're clear. Where's she at? Hangman, check there, if she has access to the ring camera, please. Say again, please. Damn. We did this right up. Yeah, we're good. Did you see the casing? Yeah. Oh, no. That's not a casing. We got the glasses, we got a glass splatter. There's a ring right there. Where? Where the ring underneath his body. It's a gold ring. Okay. Probably would check to the right. Okay. Yeah. They got ring cameras. We got at least got that. Anybody up on fire? Boy. I don't see it. Thanks, sir. Me neither. There's one on the end of the wall right there in the corner. I mean, I'm sure they did. Hands are brown too. I wonder who was over here. This one. Yeah. If you look at that and then look at this over here. Did we even, this is a silly question, but did we check this post? 4 posts? Please. Any fucking walls. You got Joe, close. Right there, and I know it's silly, but what the hell? Yep. Let's ask her what type of gun they have. We also have zip ties right there that they might have used. Look at the zip ties. Yeah. That's not what's that one. This. I'm wondering, did they say they were here last night? Something different. They said they were here last night. I assume she's talking about that. Because this could have been going on all night, and so that's could be part of it. But look at that. I can't, you don't have to jump from it. I can't really tell. He's still warm, but he's still heavy. This is not that. It's gotta be a gunshot. No, he's still warm. It's gonna be a gunshot with all that crime and blood. Look at that weight right there. Yeah. Hit him with that. Probably. I don't think so, Buzz. I don't think so. Look at all that all the way over there. They might have hit him with that weight. We can't tell. Shit. I can't tell. Fuck. Airport. Hagler. Ask her about the gun holster around his waist. What type of weapon did he have? Please. I understood that there's a holster around his waist but no gun. Just trying to figure out, does she know what type of weapon he had at the time around his waist? I see that. Watch your legs go. There's one in that box right there. Thank you. Couldn't find the pulse. He's so heavy. Just checking around his neck. It's hard to tell, if anything.
You just said that we're waiting on fire. What does that mean?
Waiting for the fire department to come and check them out.
Would that also include EMS?
Yes.
Still breathing.
Copy, fire.
When was the last homicide? The one with the son chopped up the mom and dad? That was in the trunk? If you two need to go, do what you gotta do. I'll hold it till fire gets here. All right, I'm gonna wait for my rifle. I'll let go. And then I'll get some gloves. I'll hold it. Bring some more police when you get a chance. Since I'm primary, so. I'm just curious now, since they own all these pawn stores, if they head to a pawn store. There's a ring laying right on the ground. Is that a ring? Laying right on the ground already? There is. There it is. It's a lot of blood all over. It is. Like I said, he's still warm. He's still warm. So he got hit with that weight right there. See that weight underneath him? I do. I wonder if he got hit with that. Because I don't see no shell casing. There's spattering all the way over there. So we're not there
The only good one that I think I have is this alarm on battery. Okay.
Copy. Shit, it's on the fucking camera. I'm sorry, go ahead. When you get distracted. I checked for a pulse, but he's still warm. I checked for a pulse. I didn't feel one, but feel free to check over me. I'm good. We don't know for sure if he got shot. We had that weight. We don't know. There's a weight that means this cause of death. What? 10-9. I touched his neck, and I touched what you gotta touch. Let's make sure you try to save him first. Yeah. Touch whatever you gotta touch. I don't care. I touched his neck and his throat out. That's what I was asking. And that's what I was trying to figure out what type of gun he had.
Whichever you ask for, and then the phone for Bryson, it came back with no info, so this possibly powered down.
Yeah. Pretty close. He's still warm. He's not. I totally agree. Okay. He's not. Okay, just bringing the stretcher down. No. Until we need. He's still warm. He's still warm. It just happened. I checked his neck and his wrist. I didn't feel nothing as far as the pulse. The same. Nothing. Yeah, you got out. Just go out in the rig. You got a patient in the rig. It's deviator. Hold on, negative. If they're gonna transfer, we'll just take a whole bunch of pictures real quick. Well, we got all the pictures. We'll get all the pictures here. Yep. But I got you. But so far, nothing. It's nothing. He's flat. Down there. No, all thing I checked was his neck, foot, pulse, and his wrist. That's it. And I can move. Right, does she have access on her phone? And the ping came back, phone power down. Okay. Yeah, is this one, you know, yeah? We're about to find out, but I'm pretty sure they did. So we gotta do an SW4 rain. You got, exit window on? Cause she said they were here last night. It's bulging on the back. Okay. I can't see the hole up. Sorry, we did your last night. That would be good enough, just, come on out, just don't touch anyone. You know, if I'm in, then it's happening. So, they were here last night and left, this is part of it too. That's old. Well, nothing happened last night. Oh, okay. No, it's out of that. Okay. So you, yeah. Excuse me. You said, where is the exit in? There's bulging in the back. I did not see a hole. Gotcha. Thank you. I also didn't inspect it completely. Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm with you. This number is a facility. Okay. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Yep. Go ahead. There's a cedar kid, see, somebody's on one. There's a flashlight. The flashlight? What's happening? Oakland, was Oakland here? Yes, we got to see it, keep everybody out of this house. Everybody but a detective and. County's here. You still the Oakland? No. I don't think so. I don't think so. If they get here, we'll chase them away, but I'm just trying to keep track of who's been coming in and out of this house. Okay. Yeah, for me. I got it. You guys haven't seen any stakes or anything around the house? No, we just searched. And saw the body and we kept searching. So we didn't go back over for inventory or anything like that. Less noisy? Probably, yeah. Yeah, I'll do that, because I figure it'd be like that, less noisy, no one would hear it down here. Yeah. Did we do this? This little footprint right here? No. Step on this? Okay, so that's either, no. Mark did not go that way, Mark went this way. We hit you out of lane. Well, this is issue right, I'm just trying to match the ring. Yeah, because there's some footprint right here, but this is his shoe, and it's not looking, it's not matching. It doesn't look like it's his shoe right. It's not matching this there. Take your camera off and get a whole thing before we get to make hands with fire. Understood. Just take ISO video. Understood. Good. See, come on, man. They're gonna get you a search warrant out. Yeah. Here you go. Before we start digging everything on it. It looks like
last tower the phone connected was at 11:50. Standard time at 201 Industrial Drive, 24 in, the phone is running 7 miles from the tower and Harris Park, northeast of the tower.
Just get it all. So you can see what it is, where it's at.
Any good things are set to charge.
I heard that on the radio, I don't know, probably know, and who they know. Okay, so that's right. Well, they gave this specific house room, of course, they heard you know, they had shops, they were looking for either something specific either, or they had.
Deputy, is that a fair and accurate representation of a scene when you arrived to 3730 Newcastle that morning?
Yes.
And up there on that corner, is that an accurate and correct timestamp of the date and the time that you were there?
Yes.
Right. And I know I only have a few more questions. I know in the video you noticed that he had a gun holster on his waist.
Yes.
While you were there on scene, did you ever recover or find a gun in that house?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examine Salazzo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Copeland, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zuazo. I just have a couple of questions to ask you here this morning, but if I don't make myself clear, tell me that. I'll rephrase it, okay? Thank you. Now, this your involvement in this case started on October 11th of last year when you arrived at the Murray house. Is that right? And then your involvement ended when you left that house that day, correct? Yes. You obviously were wearing a body-worn camera throughout.
The light is on, folks. The light is on. It literally just turned on. We have a decision. I hope, not a question. 2 hours and 21 minutes into this, we have a decision, it appears. Wait, why did the light go back out? The light was on. Now it's off. We'll see. Maybe it was a nose. But we may have a decision in the sentencing phase.
Your search through the house and finding the body and all of the things that we've just watched. But that was pretty much your involvement in this case, correct? You didn't do it. You didn't interview any witnesses that day, and you didn't gather any evidence,
I
correct?
did speak to the wife.
You spoke with Mrs. Murray, right?
Yes.
And then because you talked to her when she opened
Correct.
the door for you, correct?
Yes.
But beyond that, and you wrote a report about that.
Correct.
Yes, and she indicated to you that these two individuals had come to the house the night before. Is that right?
Yes.
And she's the one from whom you obtained the information relating to the DTE energy, correct?
Yes.
And but beyond that, that was pretty much what she was able to tell you, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Cross-examine for Hernandez.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
I want to go over just a few things. How many minutes from when you were dispatched did you arrive? How long do you think it took you? I know you were on road patrol, but how long do you think?
I think less than 5. Can give you an accurate.
Okay. And you testified that you were the first officer on the scene, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, both juries were able to see, obviously, the body cam video, I should say. And we note that, obviously, later in the video, you came back downstairs after you located Mr. Murray, and you made a comment. I know it's silly, but what the hell? Check for a pulse.
Yes.
Okay. When you arrive on scene, obviously, you don't know what happened, correct?
Correct.
And you are there to determine, one, if there are any people in the house that could be a potential threat to yourself, correct?
Correct.
But also to see if there are any people located with injuries. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it seems from the conversation between the deputies that you had made an initial decision that he had been shot in the head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you know now that actually was not the case, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you decided to wait then to check for a pulse or to render aid. Was that based on the fact that you believed he was shot in the head? And usually people with head injuries do not survive?
Well, given the fact that the way he was laid and all the blood that was all over his body, I thought he was already dead, to be honest with you.
All right. And Mr. McCarthy touched on this, but your involvement ended that day. So is it fair to assume that you never had any interaction with Mr. Hernandez, my client? All right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. You may step down.
And may this witness be excused?
I have no objection.
No objection. Please excuse. People's next witness.
People call Valerie Myra. Do you have a copy of that without the exhibit sticker?
Present crime scene. Any objection?
No, Your Honor, I received the curriculum vitae from this witness, so I don't have any objection.
I did as well. No objection.
Okay, all right. The jury shall perceive that witness's testimony as an expert in fingerprint and crime scene analysis.
Okay. Before we get to what your involvement was in this case directly, can you tell us, one of the things that you mentioned was about how the Oakland County Sheriff's Office has a special crime scene investigative unit,
That's correct.
and you're part of that unit?
Correct.
And when you're called out to the scene of a major crime and that unit is called, are you the only person or are you part of a team?
I'm part of a team. We have members from the latent print unit and from the firearms unit that make up that team. Depending on where people are in their careers, sometimes we have 4 members, sometimes we have 6, it all depends.
Okay. And part of that team, do you know an individual by the name of Sierra Ramirez?
Yes,
And does she have a specialty with the sheriff's office?
yes, she is in the biology unit.
When you do crime scene analysis and you get there to investigate a scene, is part of that taking photographs?
Yes,
Do you also put placards so you can then reference the evidence that's discovered to track it later?
that's correct.
Because once something is seen and then it's marked, it travels through the basically chain of being forensically tested after that.
That's correct.
And by forensically tested, that would include DNA and fingerprints.
Yes.
Okay. We had a case that occurred on October 11th of 2024. Were you involved in that?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were called out to?
The address?
Yes.
I would have to check my notes. if
Can you
that's
check
okay.
your notes? And while you're doing that, do you write a report as part of your duties?
I do. That's part of processing crime scenes is authoring a report. And I was called to 3730 Newcastle Drive in Rochester Hills.
Okay. Is that location in the Oakland County, state of Michigan?
Yes.
When you authored that report, did you sign your report at the end?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 12. Do you have a copy of that without the exhibit sticker?
I do.
Okay. And we met last week to go over all the photographs and your report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And does exhibit number 12 accurately reflect the report that you did in the ordinary course of your business and duties?
Yes.
Your Honor, the people will move people's exhibit number 12 into evidence.
Any objection?
Well, I have no objection on behalf of Mr. Swanson.
No objection. All right, 12 is in.
Judge, I'm going to wait to publish for that.
Okay.
I want to also say that last week we went through the labeled numbered exhibits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were shown a bunch of photographs.
Yes.
I'm going to show you just the first photograph of that group of photographs. People's exhibit number 1A. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And does that accurately reflect the front of the house when you arrived that day?
Yes.
Okay. We had exhibits that we had talked about regarding the photographs that went from exhibit number 1A all the way through 1CC as far as the photographs. Is that correct? That we labeled and went through last week?
Yes.
The photographs that I just indicated, do those accurately reflect everything that you saw?
Yes.
And there was a second set of photographs that we went through, and they're distinguished because the first set of photographs that are 1A through 1CC are the upper levels of the house. The photographs that we had gone over that are labeled 2A all the way through 2BB, those are of the lower level of the house, which are the more graphic photographs. Do you recall going through those?
Yes.
Does that second set of photographs also accurately reflect what you saw that day, both on the upper levels and then again on the lower levels?
I do.
Your Honor, the people would move People's Exhibit number 1A through 1CC and also 2A through 2BB into evidence.
You're going to need to say them specifically because the record's going to have to somehow reflect what those all are. Unless you intend on going through them one by one when you do.
We're going to do that once, if there's no objection to them entry, so that way I'm not being duplicitous about going through it twice. But if there's
I'm
no,
just concerned about the record. I see, because I know that you've given me the list, so I know what they all are, but the record's not going to see what we're looking at. You'll just do it that way then?
yes.
Okay, any objection to those being admitted?
No, Your Honor, I've reviewed these exhibits.
Ms. Lofton?
Probably.
No objection? Okay, they're all in.
Okay. Now we're going to go through photograph one by one. We're going to start with 1A. It should show up on your screen as it's showing up on these two screens. Okay. Do you recognize 1A as the front of the house?
Yes.
And does that show the awning in the front part of the driveway?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as and introduced as 2B. Do you recognize that front entry of the house?
Yes.
Did you enter that house through that front entryway?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1C. I have it labeled, for lack of a better term, as the front staircase. Do you recognize that staircase?
Yes.
In the house, is there in fact a front staircase, which is in 1C, and then a rear staircase?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1E, the top of the staircase. Do you recognize that photograph?
That's 1D.
1D.
1D, yes.
Okay. And in that photograph, the closet doors are noticeably open.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1E, also the top of the staircase, looking towards the master. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And in fact, is that the master bedroom ahead of that photograph?
That is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1F, which is the door into that master bedroom. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
Did you go into the master bedroom?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1G. Is this traveling inside of that master bedroom?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you observed in the master bedroom in regards to the drawers?
I observed that.
Mr. Massey, Ms. Hughes was kind enough to prepare the order for pre-sentence report. And I think we all agreed that we would show up for a report on October 31st if necessary, right? The hearing is set for, she wrote on here November 3rd, but I thought we agreed on November 12th.
You're in the courtroom?
Yes.
You may be seated. It is my understanding that a decision has been reached. Yeah?
That's correct.
And is it unanimous?
Yes.
And all signatures are affixed to the document?
Yes.
If you'll please provide that document to Deputy Moore. Thank you. I told you when this started that I needed you to do.
Hold up. Hold up. I was trying to get this poll up and it wouldn't take, so take a minute. Y'all answer the poll real quick. Real quick, y'all. Come on, y'all. Give you one more minute to vote.
Thank you. You may be excused.
Jurors excused. Next step.
Mr. Isbell, according to the documents provided by the foreperson of this jury, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven the following aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. You will return to this court on October 31st for the status report on the remaining charges. As to count 2, life imprisonment. As to count 1 was an automatic life sentence. And we'll pick up on counts 4 and 5, the aggravated child abuse and the especially aggravated kidnapping, on November 12th for a sentencing hearing after receiving this pre-sentence report. Thank you. We are adjourned.
All rise. This court now adjourned to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
What is rude, Amy? Amy, what is rude? Help me understand why rude. Well, the part that the jury can advise on was life, but there's other charges that the judge is deciding, and that will go to a later date. But one of them is mandatory life, so he's not getting out. It's a matter of formality at this point. It really is a matter of formality because one of the charges is a mandatory life without possibility, I believe. So he's there. He's gone. Bye. All right, let's get back over here.
Just thrown about with the contents kind of strewn about the room.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 1H. Is that another photograph as you travel into the master bedroom?
Yes, there was also a jewelry box that was on the ground with the contents again strewn about.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1I. Also another angle of a different view from inside the master bedroom. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is it again showing the drawers with items askew?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1J. Is that a view towards the, I guess, the window side of the bedroom?
Yes.
And is that another set of drawers that have been removed from a different dresser?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1K. You recognize that as a high drawer set? Credenza, I guess, I don't have a really good term for what that is. Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as 1L. Do you recognize that photograph as leading from the master bedroom to the master bath hallway?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1M. Do you recognize that as the master closet?
Yes.
I'm going to show you picture 1N. Is that the inside of the master closet?
Yes, I believe there were 2 closets.
I was just going to ask you that. There's a his and hers master closet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1O. Is that the floor of the master closet?
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 1P. Is that a photograph from the master bedroom down the hallway in the upstairs?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1Q. Okay. Is there another bedroom that you come across as you walk through that hallway?
There is. That is the bedroom that is on the right side if you were coming from the master bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1R. Is that an item that you see at the doorway of that bedroom?
Yes, it appeared to be a drawer from the jewelry box that was in the master bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1S. Do you recognize this as another upstairs bedroom?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1T. Is that the entry from the hallway into that bedroom?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1U. Did you notice anything on the doorway wall going into the bedroom on that left side if you're walking in?
Yes, there appeared to be a apparent bloody swipe mark on the wall.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1V as in Victor. Is that a close-up of that apparent blood smear?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1W. Do you recognize that as a photo from inside that bedroom looking back towards the hallway?
That's correct.
And now the blood smear is on the right-hand side of the photo?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1X, the dresser drawers inside that bedroom. Does that accurately reflect that?
Yep.
And also 1Y, a close-up of those drawers?
Yes.
And were those drawers open when you went into the bedroom in that position?
I'm sorry, I'm so not liking that blue carpet. It's driving me crazy.
Yes, they were.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1Z. My terminology is the back set of staircases. Is that the second staircase you saw?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1AA. Is that a scene from the before you go down the stairs?
Yes, from the landing that's at the top. Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 1BB. Is that a photograph of the staircase going down?
Yes.
And the door that you see at the bottom that's now at this point in an open position, that's a staircase that goes down to the basement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1CC. And is that a closer view of the last set of the stairs going down towards the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go now to photograph 2A. Do you recognize these items on the floor in the kitchen?
Yes, they are black pieces of tape.
And I'll show you what's been marked as 2B. Do you recognize that as another set of duct tape?
Yes.
And as far as placards go, this one's been given a exhibit placard of number 2.
Yes.
Okay, and when it's given a placard of number 2, that's a way to track it through the rest of the system at the sheriff's office lab.
That's correct.
And the first one that I went to, did that also have a placard number 1 in front of that?
Yes.
I'm going to go to exhibit number 2C. Do you recognize that as duct tape cutting and scissor that is on the kitchen counter?
Yes.
And that was given placard number 3.
That's correct.
And picture 2D, is that a close-up of exhibit number 3?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2E, the landing towards the basement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you travel down into the basement?
I did.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit 2F. Okay, is that a photograph from the basement leading into the back, lack of a better term, furnace area, water heater area?
I called it a utility room in my notes, but yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2G. Is that as you're getting closer to that area in that section of the basement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2H. Is that a photograph from an angle of the victim and his injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what did you observe that caught your attention about how he was in that position and any type of bindings that were on him?
It appeared that he was bound both at the hands and at the feet, and he was laying on his left side, and he had apparent blood pooled underneath him and spattered in different areas around him.
Okay. And you've had, unfortunately, a lot of experience in crime scenes that are graphic. Is this a graphic crime scene?
I would say this is especially brutal, yes.
Okay. And the duct tape that's shown in this exhibit 2H, is it the same color duct tape or are there 2 different colors of duct tape?
There appeared to be 2 different colors. There was gray tape and also black tape.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2I. Can you tell us what's depicted in 2I?
So this is a close-up of his bound hands that were in front of him. It appeared that he was bound with both zip ties and tape. So this is
I'm sorry, orange would have to be the worst, and or that weird green. Ugh.
close-up of that.
Okay. So he's bound with both duct tape and zip ties.
That's correct.
And also in that photograph, is that what appears to be a Home Depot bag?
Yes, there was a sink that was on the ground of that room, and inside that sink there were various pieces of plastic, a plastic bag, the plastic Home Depot bag, kind of a larger clear plastic tarp type bag, and then also a red inflatable type of plastic.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2J. You recognize that photograph as showing placards number 4, I believe 10, 11, 13, and 15.
I don't see 13, I see 14.
I don't know.
2J says 410.
Okay. I think 13 may be behind the pole, but
Yes,
that,
it is.
okay. That being said, you recognize that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2K. Is that a close-up of a pair of glasses that was found?
Yes.
And that was given marker number 4?
That's right.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2L. That's a different angle showing the position of the victim, but also placards number 5, 6, 8, 9, 13, 14, and 15. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
I'm going to go to 2M, which is a close-up photo of 5, 6, 7, and 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
We indicated that there was some zip ties that you saw around the victim's hands. What are those items that you noticed?
In this photograph?
Yes.
So these appear to be zip ties that were already fashioned together. They kind of appeared like ready to use.
You can say what it is that you observed, but to draw a conclusion about what the purpose was.
Marked as 2N. Is that a close-up of the zip ties 5 and 9?
So the zip ties were just number 5, and 9 was the apparent bloody shoe impression under the zip ties.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2O. Can you tell us what you see in 2O?
So number 6 is the smaller set of zip ties, and 8, I believe, is the duct tape.
Okay. And what color is that roll of duct tape?
That is gray.
And that's exhibit number 8.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 2P. Is that a close-up of exhibit number 8?
Yes.
And I'll show you what's been marked as 2Q. Is that a close-up of exhibit number 7?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is in exhibit number 7?
So that was a piece or pieces of gray duct tape that was stuck to a piece of burlap that was near the victim.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2R. That's placard number 13. Is that the sink that you referenced before?
Yes.
Okay, and that's not a connected working sink. That was just laying on the ground.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2S. Does that show those exhibits number, excuse me, 4, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 15?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2T. Is that a close-up of another exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell us what's in that?
In this photograph, it is the clear plastic, and then inside the clear plastic there was a roll of duct tape.
And can you tell us what color that duct tape was?
I believe it was gray.
Yep. Do you have it in your notes or your
Yes,
shirt?
is
That is
can I
gray.
refer to
Okay.
it?
Okay.
I haven't checked yet. Can I refer to them?
Would you like to check?
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess that is black tape.
Okay. 14 is the black tape.
Yes.
Excuse me. It's the frame of the answer, the form of the answer, I guess. If the witness knows, please tell us, but we don't want to have any guesses put into the record. She knows or she doesn't know.
All right, I'll let you cross-examine about it.
All right, thank you.
By way of background, the witness could not recall, said she believed it was gray, and I started to look through the notes. The court indicated that the prosecutor would have to state as to whether or not it would help refresh her memory. I think she then asked for it, and that was given, permission was given without objection. After referring her notes, she then testifies that based on the information in her notes, it's black tape. Is that a correct recitation of what occurred here?
I believe it is.
I think that's true.
Okay, and
Yeah,
then you
it's
could
the
follow
guess
up.
that I objected to.
And then you can just follow up on
I will.
processing.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2U. Is that a placard for the upstairs blood smear?
Yes.
And that's number 16.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2V. Can you tell us what's depicted in 2V?
This is a close-up of the victim's feet, and they appeared to be bound with that black duct tape, and he has a shoe on his right foot and his left foot is bare.
Okay. And do you come across his other shoe, his left shoe?
It was nearby, yes.
Is that also in the picture, or is that somebody else's foot that's in the picture when it's being taken?
Yes, I think it's someone's.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I'll show you what's been marked as 2W. That shows placards number 18, 19, 20, and 21. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2X. That's a close-up of exhibit number 18 and 20. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us for the record what 18 and what 20 is?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes.
$18 was the bar with the weights on it, and 20 was the gold ring that you can see below it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2Y. Can you tell us what's depicted in 2Y?
So this was thought to have been a possible tooth, which we gave placard 21 for. Upon collecting it, we realized it was not a tooth, so it was not collected.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2Z. Is that a photograph of the rest of the room?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2AA. Okay, that's placard number 9. Can you tell us what placard 9 depicts?
Placard 9 depicts a that had been processed.
And did you do that processing?
I was part of it, yes.
Okay. Now, is that something that before it's processed, would that have been visible to the naked eye, or would that not have been visible until it was processed?
I believe part of it was, so the leukopressor violet works to enhance already visible prints and also develop ones that are invisible to the eye. So whether this one had was fully visible before we sprayed the chemical. I don't recall.
Okay. And I'll show you what's been marked as 2BB. Is that another angle of those shoe prints?
Yes.
Also, as part of your involvement in this case, did you have, as part of the team, crime scene diagrams done to depict in relationship to each other where the items are?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could approach the witness, I'll show you what's been previously marked as 5A and 5B.
You may.
Do you recognize 5A as a diagram of the upper stairs that was done by the scene?
Yes.
And 5B, does that represent the lower floor?
Yes.
They were reflected accurately as it was drawn?
Yes.
Your Honor, people would move People's Exhibit 5A and 5B into evidence?
I have no objection. Those are part of the report that I received a long time ago.
No objection. No objection. And then Mr. Petrofessa, those are an enhanced version of what would be in a report, right? That was something that was
Correct.
done to be done.
That was already, yes, it's a blown up version.
All right, 5A and 5B are admitted without objection.
And just finishing up my questions for you, you have a specialty and expertise in fingerprint analysis, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you process the scene to see if you could reveal any fingerprints that were left there by either of the defendants?
I did.
Okay, and through your investigation, you were able to get a set of known prints from both defendants to compare it to?
Yes.
Okay, so when you did your comparison, were you able to find any prints anywhere you looked that matched either of the defendants?
I'm sorry, are you talking about my processing on scene or later at the lab?
Both.
Yes, I did not develop any that I was able to take with me from the scene. I collected the plastic and received prints from that plastic, and I was not able to identify the defendants on that plastic.
So everything you printed basically does not come back with the prints of either Mr. Hernandez or Mr. Zuazo, is that correct?
Yes.
And in your expertise, if people are wearing gloves, would that prevent leaving of fingerprints?
It would.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Cross-exam, Zawadi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Myra, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zazu. He is one of the two defendants in this case. I have some questions to ask you here this morning, and I'll tell you the same thing that I said when you testified at the preliminary examination about my questions. And that is, if you don't understand the question, just tell me that, and then I will rephrase it so that it's clear that you understand what I'm asking. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. So following up on this fingerprint business, we saw a lot of duct tape or some type of tape, gray tape and black tape. Many pictures taken of that tape in the scene by yourself or others that went to the scene on the 11th of October to record all the evidence that was present, correct?
Yes.
And at least one of the pictures that we saw, if not more of them, showed a roll of duct tape. Gray tape in particular, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was taken into evidence, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, my question to you is either on that roll or on any of those pieces of duct tape, whether you check them or analyze them to see whether there were any usable prints, usable meaning latent prints that you could actually investigate.
There were no imprints developed on that tape.
Okay, none were developed. Tell me and tell the jury, please, what kind of work you did in order to get or to investigate to see whether there were prints on those items of tape that were collected, either the roll of tape or the pieces of tape.
Well, sometimes the investigators choose if they want to have something tested for fingerprints or biological evidence. So sometimes they will choose one over the other, just depending on the circumstances. I did process a piece of the duct tape that was, I'm not sure if you have my latent print report, if I would be able to refer to that.
You certainly can. If that will refresh your recollection, do you have that report there with you?
I don't have the latent print.
Hold on just a minute. Let me see. I think I might have it right here. Yes. I believe this is report 24-0253852-073. Does that sound right to you? Maybe you'll know it better by looking at it. May I approach you?
Come on up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So first of all, is that your report?
Yes,
And you recognize it as such?
I do.
And reading it, does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay, now, you remember the question about how many pieces of this duct tape that you examined?
Yes, so investigators determined that they wanted me to process the bundle of crumpled duct tape that was used to bind the victim's hands for latent prints, which I did, and I did not develop any comparable prints on that duct tape.
Okay, now you said, you prefaced what you just told the jury, or juries, by saying wanted you to look at.
That's correct.
All right, so the only thing that you were asked to look at in the way of duct tape was, or that black tape, however you call that, whatever title it has, was the stuff that the investigators told you to look at. Is that correct?
That they've asked me to test back in the lab, that's correct.
Okay, so, but you were a person on the scene taking photographs and recording on those drawings that you put together. What was there on the scene, correct?
Correct.
And you've got places, because it's, those two drawings are for the main floor of the house and the basement of the house, correct?
Correct.
And in both places, the main floor and in the basement, there were numerous pieces of duct tape that you identified when we looked at all the exhibits in Exhibit 1A through CC and 1B through 2B through, or 2A through 2BB, correct?
Correct.
Upstairs or main floor and down the basement. So out of all that tape that was there, the only one piece or bundle that you examined was the one that somebody else, not you, told you that they wanted to have examined, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So you don't have any control over what it is that you're supposed to do when you're back at the fingerprint lab, correct? In terms of what it is you're going to examine.
Correct. I'm examining whatever is given to me. Yes.
Exactly. And you, even though you, because not every case that you examine fingerprints on is a case where you were at the scene doing a crime scene sketch and all the other work that you did in this case, correct?
That's correct.
It's just a coincidence that you were wearing your crime scene investigator hat in the same case that you were wearing your fingerprint analysis hat, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you knew there was a lot of duct tape there, correct? I mean, you know that.
Relative. There were several pieces, yes.
Several pieces and at least one roll.
Yes.
Is that right? And you said earlier during your direct examination that you wouldn't expect to find any fingerprints if a person was wearing gloves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever used duct tape? Have you ever used it?
Yes. Yes.
You know how it sticks on the end? The duct tape does sticks and you got to kind of pry it off the edge of it to pull it from the roll.
Yes.
You think that's very easy to do when you're wearing gloves?
I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Are
Now,
you referring to then if they wouldn't have gloves on?
exactly.
Then my testimony was that if you had gloves on, you wouldn't leave.
Right. But what I'm saying is it's hard with gloves on to even pry it up, correct? If you got to use your thumbnail or your fingernail to get it moving, right?
Right.
Okay. And thank you. Now, you looked at a number of different things, though, besides duct tape. for fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
And you have your report in front of you. Could you just tell the jury what other things you looked at? Thank you, sir.
I processed the 3 pieces of plastic that were in the sink. So the larger clear plastic tarp, the Home Depot bag, and then the deflated red inflatable.
And there were no fingerprints that were identified, matched up with Mr. Zuazo or Mr. Hernandez, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have samples? I mean, and those are the ones you're looking for. And you had samples of both men's fingerprints, correct?
Yes.
And so, at least from fingerprint analysis, there's no evidence in this case of their prints being put anywhere, correct?
Correct. I did not identify their fingerprints on that plastic.
And as far as all the photographs that were done and all of the work that you did looking through the house and the scene sketches that you made, there's no evidence that you found that put Mr. Zuazo in the Murray's house during your crime scene analysis on October 11th, correct?
As it relates to my involvement, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions. If I may just approach to retrieve that
Thank you,
document.
Mr. McCarthy. Any cross-exam for Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll just wait 1 moment. To check in with everything else. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So I want to talk a little bit about your involvement. So I know that you testified that there was a number of people from the forensic team that was there with you on that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In looking at page 1 of your report, it lists personnel. I have totaled, there was 9 people. Does that sound correct?
Could I refer to my notes?
Would it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes. Let me know when you've reviewed it.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So how is it that you divide up the duties? Do some people, as you stated, you have some specialties in fingerprint analysis and crime scene analysis? I'm assuming other people have different specialties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So how do you divide up the duties when you get to a live scene?
We're all trained to do all of the processing techniques that we use. Sometimes when somebody comes from a particular unit, they will just naturally do that portion of the processing. So we mentioned Sierra Ramirez earlier. She is from the biology unit. So she typically will do any DNA collection processing that needs to be done at the scene. The other processing items that we do, such as the sketch or the measurements or photographs or note-taking, is just kind of divided up. We're all trained to do it all, and we just divide it on who needs something to do at that time. As we get there, we don't always get there at the same time, so different things just naturally take place, and the duties are just divvied up, as needed.
So on that particular day, were you the one taking the photographs or no?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, when you get to a scene, are you first briefed by the officers that are already there?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Do they draw your attention to what they have found, or do you just go about your way and find all of the things that you can locate?
Yes, they will usually tell us what they have already found or seen at the scene. And then as we go through, we will look for any in addition to what they've already seen.
Okay. And who makes the call on what evidence to actually collect, like put in bags and take with you? Who makes that call in this team of 9?
That is usually kind of a collaborative effort between the crime scene team and the investigators. Ultimately, it's the investigators' scene, so they will make the ultimate decision of what to collect.
Okay. And are you involved in the actual collection of the evidence when that decision has been made?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Were you in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And when you collect evidence, Can you describe that to the jury? Is everything thrown in one bag? Is it separate? How does that work?
Yes, it's photographed and then everything is put in their its own bag for preservation purposes and designated with the appropriate information on.
Do you use paper bags or plastic?
It depends on the evidence.
Can you describe that?
Usually for biological evidence, we're using paper because it's able to breathe. Things that can go in plastic might be currency or things that don't, things that you're not worried about, mold growth would go in plastic, but typically we're using paper.
Okay, and you said biological. Is that some type of blood or liquid substance on an item? Is that what you meant by biological?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you know your approximate time of arrival on October 11th?
I believe it was 2:18 p.m.
Now, you had testified that not only do you take information from the officers as to what they have already found, but obviously you do your own search of the area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the juries were shown a body camera where the responding officer noticed blood on the wall and the handrail leading down to the basement. I am not seeing that at all in any of your reports. Do you recall, or if you need to refresh your recollection, do you know if that was photographed by yourself or any swabs were done of that particular area?
I don't believe I don't remember being told about that. If it is in a photograph, it would be in one of the overall photographs that it was just captured in. I wouldn't have taken a direct photograph of that.
Okay, so we did see a direct photo of the bloody swipe, I think it was described as upstairs. So I'm talking about essentially a bloody swipe or some type of blood that was on a handrail. Do you have any recollection of seeing that and or documenting it in any of your reports?
No.
I know Mr. McCarthy spent some time going through all of the items that you tested for fingerprints. Is it fair to say, in looking at your report, you tested 98 items, or 98 times you tested something that was collected?
I developed 98 fingerprints on the clear plastic tarp.
Okay, so out of the 98 prints, you were unable to compare those to either Mr. Zuazo or Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Yes, all 98 prints were on that one item.
Nothing further, thank you. Oh, one moment. Sure. Absolutely. You mentioned what time you arrived. Do you recall, or is it listed somewhere in your report what time you left?
Yes, can I refer to that?
If it refreshes your recollection, yes, you may.
It will. 21:05.
And for us people who use the regular clock and not military time, do you know what time that is?
5 after 9.
Thank you. All set, Mr. McCarthy? No further questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. Redirect here.
Just to follow up on a couple questions that they asked. You talked about the fingerprint evidence and also biological or DNA evidence. Did you remember talking about that briefly?
Yes.
Is it sometimes that you have to make a choice that you can test it for one or the other, but not both?
Yes.
And why is that?
Sometimes you can, the processes that we use for fingerprints can sometimes destroy DNA. And also when they are testing items for DNA, they will swab and potentially wipe away any fingerprints. So a lot of times we will have them choose one or the other.
Okay. And that picking or choosing, does that come in consultation with the detective in charge of a case?
Yes, that is up to them.
Okay. And it's not for you to decide what the detective believes should be tested for one thing and not the other. Is that fairly correct?
Correct. We can give our opinion on what we think would be the better choice, but it's up to them ultimately.
Okay. And you could tell the detective, I understand you want fingerprints on this marble, but I really think in my experience, we're not going to get fingerprints off of the marble.
Yes.
You've had that discussion in theory with officers in the past?
Yes.
Okay. There was also some discussion about the blood swabs at the scene. So you already testified Sierra Ramirez was at the scene,
Yes,
and her specialty is the DNA and blood collection.
that's correct.
Okay, and if there was any blood collection, that would have been through her. Is that right?
Yes.
Talked about lack of fingerprints on the duct tape. And that also means that there was nobody else's fingerprints on that duct tape either, correct?
That's correct. It was very crumpled, and if you know what duct tape is like, it's hard to pull apart. So it was kind of just a mass of sticky tape.
Okay. Finally, I know Mr. McCarthy asked you a little bit about the duct taping process, I guess, for lack of a better term, with gloves. You're not a duct tape expert, I would guess, but is it also possible to open duct tape where you have your glove left on one hand and you pry it open with the other to open a roll of duct tape?
I would think so.
Yeah, there's not a single way that you can get duct tape off the roll. Is that right?
I'm sure not.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Rich.
Okay, all right, you're all set. Think you may step down. Any objection to releasing? the
No,
witness?
Judge.
I have no objection.
No, okay, why don't you guys come up first? We're gonna excuse you now for lunch. We're gonna do 1 hour, it's noon, so we'll come back at 1 p.m. You're gonna be taken back into your respective jury rooms, and just as we've discussed over the last couple days, please do not leave those rooms until a member of staff lets you know that you are free to leave if you wanted to go down, or leave the building. Okay? All right, thank you. All right, the jury, please.
Y'all, I had this guy, he used to mow our yard. He mowed half of the backyard and never showed up again. We had the money in the mailbox, never picked it up. Hopefully he's okay. So somebody came and put their phone number on our thing and offered to do our yard at less than half of what this other guy was charging. Although he had a big riding lawnmower, it would only take him about, what, an hour to do our yard, front and back, with a riding mower and weed eating. And he was charging $120. $120. But he did a phenomenal job. Well, this guy said he'll charge 40 to 50. We'll see. But, well, I'm going to come up. Might be. Oh my gosh, we're going to get the mama on trial.
I think.
Mama is going to testify. The wife is going to testify.
Okay.
Not out in the public, as that could cause others to run into you in that situation. Okay, so I know it's awkward and it's not how we typically conduct our normal day-to-day lives, but it is important that we do that in this trial. Thank you. All right, people's next witness.
People call Thomas Colleen. This way to be sworn in.
All right, good afternoon, sir. If you could just stay standing once you get in the box and raise your right hand and look to face me, and I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to provide this afternoon is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated, and then tell us your name.
My name is Thomas Keelan,
All right, you're a witness. What's your testimony?
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you tell us how old you are, please?
51. Oh, no, 52.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
POCO employs me.
And what does POCO do as a
Traffic
company?
barricading company.
How long have you worked for them?
Over 20 years.
Okay. What are your duties with them?
Signs. I install signs.
Okay. Were you, as an employee of that company, were you given a company truck to take home?
Yes.
And can you describe the truck that you were given to take home?
It's a white truck, Ford truck with POCO logos on it, on the side doors, and DOT numbers on it, and a POCO plate.
Okay. Was it a Ford or a Chevy?
Ford.
And do you know what, is it a 250, 150, something else?
I think it's a 250. I'm not sure.
Okay. And how long were you assigned that vehicle prior to September 29th of 2024?
We usually vary vehicles, so I've been driving that for probably a week or two.
Okay. So the vehicles rotate around?
Yes.
And what would you note as far as the vehicle regarding the doors and their locking ability?
The driver's side door wouldn't lock, so I had to keep that unlocked.
And what about the ignition? Did you need a key to start the ignition?
Yes.
And when you would drive that car home, would you park it in the driveway in front of your house or someplace else?
And when I'm at home, it's in my driveway. When my daughter's house was in front of the house.
Okay. And can you tell us, I don't need an address, but what area were you living in back on September 29th?
Dearborn Heights.
Okay. And do you call the evening of September 29th of 2024 with the vehicle? Did you park it someplace that night?
Yes.
And where was it parked when you went to bed?
In front of the house.
And what was the last time you recall seeing it that night?
Probably when I went to bed between 10 and 11. I didn't look at the clock, but it was probably about 10 or 11.
Okay. Was there any type of alarm system on the truck itself?
No.
Okay. As far as grades of truck, A being phenomenal and Z being not such a great truck, where would you rate it in that system?
It's middle of the alphabet. It's not that.
Okay. And did you wake up on September 30th?
Yes, I woke up at September 30th at about 5 o'clock in the morning.
And did you go out to your truck?
Yes.
And did you find your truck?
No, it was gone.
Did you call the Dearborn Heights Police Department?
Yes.
Did you report it as stolen?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number Q. If I could approach, Judge. We're going to avoid the teleprompter. Do you recognize that license plate?
Yes.
POCO 32, is that the plate that was on your vehicle?
Yes.
And that was a company plate?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 15A. Do you recognize that vehicle on fire?
Yeah, I recognize the vehicle. Yeah.
Your Honor, the people moved People's Exhibit 3Q and 15A into evidence.
Any objection here?
I don't have any objection to A. I would ask for more foundation as to B. He said he recognized it. If you could tell us how it is that he
You
recognized
said 3Q is the POCO plate, right? And then what was the other one?
his truck on fire.
I understand it, but he didn't give us that
What-
testimony.
What exhibit number is that?
15A.
That's 15A. Okay, let's see if we can establish a little bit more foundation.
Thank
Do you recognize that truck?
Yeah.
How do you
It's to the
recognize it?
side.
Because of
Yeah.
because of the bed and the brackets and the frames and all that, yeah.
There's a special frame on the back of the truck?
No, they just, it's to hold signs up when we lean signs against it, so they build that railing on it, so the signs don't lean over, they stand up.
And you're looking at it, that was your truck?
Yeah.
I move that into evidence.
Now I have no objection given that foundation.
All right, any objection, Ms. Lawson? No objection. All right, so that's 3Q and 15A both in.
Yes, Judge. I'm just going to ask you a final question. You haven't been to court before to testify in this case, correct?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if you could look at the two individuals, and I'll move the podium out of the way, starting with the defendant over on the far side of the courtroom. Have you ever seen him before?
No.
You don't know him?
No.
Not a friend of yours?
No.
The second defendant, who's closer to me, have you ever seen him before?
No.
Don't know him?
No.
No contact before? I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay, cross-examine.
I have no questions for you,
Okay.
Colleen.
And we got the Hernandez?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. Just very briefly, you do not have cameras at your home, correct?
No, that was my daughter's house. No, there's no camera.
There's no cameras. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect here?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're all
Can,
set.
Okay.
can this witness be excused?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Yep.
People call Linda Murray.
Oh, honey, that sounds so good.
Mrs. Murray, if you could approach this
I've
way.
been very hungry today.
I'll ask you to step up and the judge will swear you in.
Been unusually hungry.
Well, just step on the way up and I'll get you sworn in. If it's possible, if you can stay standing and raise your right hand, I'll get you sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and then tell us your name.
Linda Murray.
Your witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to speak up very loudly because it's not just the folks to your right that need to hear you. The folks out in the first couple of rows need to hear you. Okay. And if you don't speak up loud enough, we're going to see some hands from the folks there, meaning they can't hear you. Okay.
Okay.
If you don't understand something I ask, or if I'm not clear, just ask me to repeat it and I'll repeat whatever question it was. Okay. Mrs. Murray, could you tell us how old you are?
73.
And have you been married?
Yes.
And can you tell us the name of your husband?
Hussein Murray.
And how old was he at the time of his passing?
73.
How long had you been married?
54 years.
And did you have any children from that marriage?
Yes.
How many children?
3.
And do you have any grandchildren from your kids?
Yes.
How many grandkids?
11.
I'm going to direct your attention back to about a year ago. Was your husband still working at that time?
Yes.
And can you tell us how he was working?
He was a jeweler and he worked at his store every day.
Okay. And can you tell us the name of his store?
One was Golden Glitter, which is a jewelry store. And then on the other side was Hamtramck Pawnbrokers
Okay. Where were they located, those stores?
in Hamtramck.
Okay. And he would go there on a regular basis?
Yes.
Did he have a regular schedule that you were aware of when he'd go and when he'd typically come home?
Yes.
Would he vary that schedule very much, or is he someone who is pretty consistent with his schedule?
Pretty consistent.
Okay, and during the week, Monday through Friday, what times would he approximately leave your residence and then go to those stores?
About 12 noon,
Okay, and what time would he typically return home?
7.
Did he work on the weekend?
Only Saturday.
What type of car did he drive at the time?
An Audi,
And was it a brand new one or an older one?
older one.
And he had had that vehicle for some time?
Yes,
How long do you think it was, best guess, that he had had that car?
5, 6 years.
Okay, and did you have your own car?
Yes,
What kind of car did you have?
Infinity.
When your husband would go to these stores, were you aware of whether or not he'd ever carry a firearm for protection?
Yes,
And what type of gun was that?
a Glock,
Okay, and was your husband right-handed or left-handed?
right-handed.
Okay, and would he wear that holster on the right side?
Yes,
Now, when your husband would go back and forth between the stores, where were you living at that point in time?
in Rochester Hills,
And can you tell us the address?
3730 Newcastle.
Okay, was that located in the city of Rochester Hills in Oakland County, Michigan?
Yes,
And how long have you lived there at that residence?
26 years.
Because of the nature of his business, dealing with pawn and dealing with jewelry, did you have any type of safe at your residence?
No,
Nothing in it, no wall safe, no portable safe, no safe at all?
no,
Would your husband keep cash otherwise outside of the safe in a mattress or something like that at your house?
no,
Would you keep any type of valuable jewelry at your house?
no.
Did you have any jewelry that was costume jewelry?
Yes,
And where did you keep that?
in the jewelry box in my room, my bedroom.
Okay. Did you have any jewelry that was better than costume jewelry?
No,
When we get to October 10th of 2024, do you recall the events of that day and that evening?
yes,
Were you at home that evening?
yes.
Okay, approximately 10 o'clock p.m. Can you tell us if anything unusual happened?
A gentleman, Hernandez, came to the front door and said that he was from DTE and needed to check for a gas leak.
Okay, now you identified him by name as defendant Hernandez just now on the record. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, you did testify earlier at the preliminary examination back in district court December of last year.
yes,
Okay, and you identified one of the defendants as defendant Hernandez back then.
yes.
Okay, was defendant Hernandez alone when he came to that door?
No,
Okay, now who was the other person that was at that door with him?
Zuazo was not at the door. He was standing on the walk.
Okay, there was a second person with him?
Yes,
Okay, was that person, what description of nationality, ethnic background would you say that person was?
average size, average height, black.
Okay. Where was it when you were first attention drawn to somebody being at the front door?
My Ring camera gave me notification through my phone.
Okay. And where were you physically at in your house when you got that notification?
Upstairs by the master bedroom.
When you say you had Ring cameras around the outside of the house?
Yes,
And those Ring cameras were set up to notify you if somebody came to the door?
yes,
And was it a Ring camera system where you could actually view on your camera what was going on those cameras?
yes,
And you could actually see on your camera what was going on at the front door?
yes.
Now, after you see that, do you leave your master bedroom or do you stay there?
No, I stay in the hallway by the door.
Okay, and when we talk about the hallway, are we talking about where the banister is?
Yes.
And what do you see happen as you're standing at the banister?
My husband opens the front door and asks Hernandez, could he help him?
Okay, did you know where your husband was before he walked to the front door?
In the family room.
Okay, so what do you see happen when your husband opens the front door?
I see Hernandez standing there with a clipboard, asking my husband to sign it for permission to enter the house.
Okay, were you able to hear the discussion that defendant Hernandez was having with your husband?
Only that he asked him to come in and check for the heat exchanger on the furnace.
Was there anything said about who they were at the door?
Just DTE workers.
Okay. Could you see any way that they were, let me just say that Defendant Hernandez was dressed?
He was had a yellow vest on and a hat and a mask.
Okay. And how would you describe his size?
Very large.
What did your husband say to them when when Hernandez asked about coming inside?
What he asked, well, why? And Hernandez says he needed to check for a gas leak.
Okay. Did you get involved in the conversation?
Yes.
And how did you get involved with the conversation?
I asked Hernandez, I said, isn't it a little late for you to be coming to the door?
Okay. Was there any response to that?
No, he just said, I'm sorry, I have to check for the gas leak.
Did you say anything else in that direction to your husband while they were at the door?
Yes, I asked him if he had his gun.
Okay. And how loudly did you say that?
Loud enough for everybody to hear.
Okay. Was the door open at the point in time you said that?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you see that second person doing when that conversation was going on? The second individual there.
At that time, my attention was on Hernandez. I believe Zuazo was still on the walk. He wasn't up on the porch.
Okay. Were you able to see the second person from the Ring camera?
Yes.
Okay. What ended up happening when they were at the door after that conversation?
They said that they were sorry to bother us and they'll come back tomorrow.
Okay. Now, I want to be very specific because we have two different people on trial here. So the word they doesn't help specify. So when you say they, is there one person who says that?
Yes, Hernandez.
Okay. And what happens after Hernandez says they'll come back tomorrow?
They leave.
Okay. Did you have any discussion after your husband closes the door about what just happened?
I just asked my husband, I said, I don't smell gas, do you? He said no.
Okay. Did you call the police?
No.
Did you call DTE?
No.
The next day, we're on to October 11th of 2024. Do you recall what you were doing that morning?
Preparing breakfast and lunch for the workers.
Okay. Did you go any place before you started to prepare breakfast that morning?
Yes, I had a doctor's appointment.
Okay. And did you go to that doctor's appointment with your husband or alone?
Alone.
And was your husband at the house when you got back?
Yes.
And did you drive your Infiniti to go to your doctor's appointment?
Yes.
Okay. When you get back into the house, where's your husband?
In the kitchen.
Okay. What is he doing in the kitchen?
He was fixing lunch to take to work.
And was that something he would commonly do, or is this a special occasion?
No, always.
Okay. And when you say people at work, approximately how many people would be working at his stores on a daily basis?
About 5.
Okay. So when you come back in, is he still cooking or has he finished cooking?
No, he's finished.
And this is approximately 10 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. As time goes by, is there a knock at the front door?
Yes.
What happens when there's a knock on the front door?
I hear through the Ring camera that someone was saying DTE.
Okay. So do you go to the front door? Does your husband go to the front door? Does nobody go to the front door?
My husband goes to the front door.
Okay. And where are you at when he goes to the front door?
In that hallway by the front door.
Okay. You're able to see what happens at the front door from where you're at?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you see happen when you see your husband go to the front door?
He opens the door and Hernandez again asks him to sign the clipboard to give him permission to come into the house.
Okay, let me stop you there. When you say Hernandez, do you recognize Hernandez as the same person who was there the night before?
Yes.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to my left wearing a polo shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified defendant Hernandez.
The record reflect the witness has identified identified the defendant.
Was defendant Hernandez there alone, or was there somebody else there?
No, Zawaza was with him.
Okay. Do they come into the house or do they stay outside?
No, they come in.
Okay. And how close do you get to who you just said by name, Zawaza? How close did you get to him?
5 feet maybe.
Okay. And how was he dressed?
Just regular, ordinary work clothes
Okay.
with a vest.
Throughout this process, were you able to get a good enough look of the second person there to identify him?
Yes,
Okay. Did you identify him also at district court?
yes.
I'm going to move the podium for 10 seconds. If you look around the courtroom, do you see I'm not sure if that helped. Do you see the second person in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you please point to and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to the end of the table with a blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified defendant Zuazo.
The record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
So what happens once they both come into the house?
They start walking toward the basement.
Okay, now, do you have any gas-related products in the basement?
Yes,
What do you have, as best you remember, that's in the basement that's a gas-related product?
2 furnaces and 2 water heaters.
Okay. When they're headed towards the basement, do they immediately go down to the basement?
No.
What happens?
How does we get clarification on they, who all we're speaking about in that multiple?
You can rephrase.
Does defendant Hernandez and defendant Zuazo immediately go down to the basement?
No.
Okay. What happens before defendant Hernandez? I don't want to assume he goes down, but what happens before that?
Zawaza goes into the laundry room, and I assumed he was going to look for gas leak, but he looked at the wall where I have artwork instead. And Hernandez.
Were you with him when he went into the laundry room?
In that little hallway, yeah.
Okay. And do you have a gas dryer in that room?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see what Hernandez was doing?
He was standing by the garage door and the basement door. There's a hallway that he was standing between.
Okay. And does anything happen before they head down, the 2 defendants head downstairs?
Hernandez tells me that he forgot his meter and he had to go to the truck to get it.
And were you able to tell from your observations whether or not he left the house?
No, I don't know if he left the house because the door would have a chime to it when you open it.
Did you hear the charm?
No,
How long would you say that Hernandez was out of your sight after he had made that comment?
a minute maybe.
Okay. Does defendant Hernandez return?
Yes.
What happens after he returns?
My husband starts to go down the basement steps.
Okay. When your husband goes down the basement steps, does anyone follow him down?
Yes, Hernandez does.
Okay. And who?
No, I'm sorry. Zawaza does.
Okay. I just want to be clear. Which of the 2 defendants goes down behind your husband?
Zawaza.
Okay. And does defendant Hernandez go down the steps also?
Yes.
And does one of the 2 defendants or your husband close the door to the basement?
I didn't notice who closed the door.
Okay. Does the door get closed to the basement?
Yes.
Where do you go after they head down into the basement?
I finish up making breakfast.
Okay. And how long do you think that takes?
Oh, I was almost done, so 2 minutes.
Okay. And after you finish breakfast, making the breakfast, how long would you say that the defendants were downstairs?
10, 15 minutes.
Okay. People have different tones to their voice. Would you categorize your husband as a soft talker or a loud talker?
Loud talker.
Okay. When your husband was down in the basement with the defendants, did you hear him at all?
No.
Did you hear any commotion at all?
No.
Did you hear any cries out at all?
No.
Also, folks have different abilities physically as we age. How would you characterize your husband's physical abilities at his age?
Very active and strong.
He was a strong man?
Yes.
And he was still a strong man at his age?
Yes.
what's the first thing that you remember after that 10 to 15 minutes passes while the two defendants are in the basement?
I was sitting at my kitchen table and Hernandez comes up from the basement. And I stepped towards him to see if he needed something.
And what happens then?
Then he asks me, he says, where's the jewelry and where's the money? And where's the safe? I'm sorry. And I said, I have no safe. And he says, where's the jewelry? And I said, in the bank, in the safety deposit box. Then he says, where's the money? And I said, just what's in my purse and what's in my husband's pocket.
And how much money did you have, especially remember, in your purse that day?
About $300.
And how much would your husband typically carry on him in cash?
About $5,000.
And can you tell us, after you responded that way, what happens?
Zuazo comes upstairs also. And
So he comes up behind defendant Hernandez.
Yes, yes.
And how long would you say the delay between defendant Hernandez coming up and defendant Zuazo is between that?
Seconds.
Okay. Were you still talking to defendant Hernandez about your money and your cash and your husband's cash at the time Zuazo appeared, or was that part of the conversation over?
That was over, and I asked him, where's my husband? Several times.
Okay. Are you asking defendant Hernandez where your husband is?
I was asking both of them.
Okay. And what happens when you're asking about your husband?
Zuazo tells me that he's sleeping, and I know there's blood on his vest, and I start screaming.
Okay. And what happens as, let me ask you this, does defendant Hernandez say anything in response after defendant Zuazo says he's sleeping?
Not that I recall.
What's your response after you see the blood?
I was screaming, and Hernandez hits me in the face to cover my mouth.
Okay. And when you say he hits you in your face, there's a front, there's a right, and there's a left side of your face. Which side, if you can remember, he struck you?
The left.
Was it a hard or soft strike?
Hard.
Did you receive injuries from that strike?
Yes.
Did you later, after the events are over, end up going to get medical attention for the strike?
Yes.
Did you end up losing your front tooth at some point from related to the strike?
Yes.
How long was it after the strike that you ended up losing your tooth?
About a month, 3 weeks a month.
Okay. After you're struck, what happens next?
He asks me if I will stop screaming when he removes his hand from my mouth and sits me at the kitchen chair.
Okay. And what, if anything, is he saying to you at that point?
Again, he's asking me, where is the safe? Where is the jewelry? Where is the money? And I would reply the same answer.
At that point in time, where is defendant Zuazo?
He went up the back stairs up to the master bedroom.
Okay. And you saw him go up the back stairs?
Yes.
Okay. From your recollections of that day, did defendant Hernandez ever go upstairs?
No.
What's going on as defendant Zuazo is upstairs? What's going on with you and defendant Hernandez?
Hernandez is binding my hands and my ankles together.
Okay. And
Duct tape.
is that against your will?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice if any of your items were taken that day?
Yes.
What was taken from you?
When Zuazos came downstairs, I saw that he was carrying a drawer from my jewelry box.
Okay. And that was without your consent?
Yes.
Was there anything taken from your purse that was without your consent?
Yes.
What was taken from your purse?
$300.
Okay. Were there any other items that you were missing after that day?
Well, my phone, Hernandez took my phone and put it in his pocket and took my iPhone watch and threw it across the table.
Okay. And obviously there was police involvement. Did you ever recover your husband's Glock? Was that ever recovered?
No.
While Hernandez is in the kitchen, do you see what else he's doing while he's there?
he nonchalantly goes to one of the kitchen drawers, opens it, looks at it, and shuts it.
Okay. Do you see defendant Zuazo return?
Yes,
Okay. And after he returns, does he come down the front stairs or those back stairs again?
the back stairs.
How long were they in the house after defendant Zuazo returns from the upstairs?
A couple minutes because Hernandez wanted to put me in the closet, but because I was bound, I couldn't move. So he sat me back in the chair.
And what do you mean by he tried to put you in a closet?
They wanted me to, Hernandez and Zuazo wanted to put me in the closet and shut the door, I imagine.
Okay. And when you say they, I think you then specified, but what were each of those individuals doing at that point? Tell us specifically what was Hernandez doing to try to put you in a closet?
He grabbed me by the shoulder and the arm, but then I was really wobbly and he sat me down in the chair.
Okay. Can you tell me what defendant Zuazo was doing?
He looked a little nervous and was like moving from foot to foot and told Hernandez, "Let's go, bro."
Okay.
I didn't hear that quote from the co-defendant.
Ms. Murray, can you repeat, please?
Zuazo asked Hernandez, "Let's go, bro."
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been. And did they exit the house?
Yes,
How did they exit the house?
through the garage door.
Can I have just 1 second? Do they go out the garage door, did you say?
Yes,
How long were they in the garage?
2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. And did you still have your Infinity keys?
No, Hernandez took my keys.
What do you hear coming from the garage?
I hear the door slam down, the garage door. I hear that slam.
And was any type of remote control clicker for the garage connected to your keys?
No,
How was it that you were able to free yourself from being duct taped?
around my ankles, there was a small tab of tape that was loose, and I worked it around until it came off.
Okay. And were you able to make a phone call to the authorities since the cell phone was gone?
Yes,
And how were you able to do that?
the house phone.
Okay. And did you call 911?
Yes,
And how long would you say it was after 911 that the deputies arrived?
5 minutes. It was quick.
In that 5 minutes before the deputies arrived, did you hear anything or any sounds or noises coming from the basement?
No,
Did you go down into the basement?
no,
Okay. And to this date, you haven't seen any photos of the basement. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. I'm not going to show you any photos today either, but I just want to ask you just a couple things. Did your husband wear any type of rings or jewelry?
Yes,
And what kind of ring or jewelry would he wear?
he had a diamond jewelry, a ring on his finger, and a diamond watch.
Okay. And when you say a ring on his finger, what hand was that finger attached to, right or left?
I think it was the right.
Okay. And you indicated that he had a nice watch. Was that a Rolex watch?
Yes,
Okay. Did your husband wear glasses?
no,
No glasses.
only for reading.
For reading?
Yes.
Okay. So let me show you what's been marked as photograph 1EE. It should appear up there. Does photograph 1EE accurately depict the injury that you sustained to your face?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1FF. Does 1FF show a side view of the injury that you sustained to your face?
yes,
I'll show you what's been marked as 1GG. Does that photograph accurately depict the injury that you sustained to your wrist?
Yes,
And I'll show you what's been marked as 1HH. Does that accurately depict the injury that you sustained to your shoulder?
yes.
Your Honor, the people would move those exhibits 1EE, 1FF.
Kind of a green color name tag. Is that,
No, we don't
No?
have name tags.
do you have some kind of,
I did not do that.
Before,
not,
I wasn't even on it. It just jumped. It literally just jumped. Where? Did we see those photos? I don't think we have.
about what you told them?
yes.
Is that right? Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you. Do you remember telling the same?
Items and showed them to you?
Yes,
Did you identify those items as what was in the house before? And this next one.
Weighing heavily on you.
police officer told me.
Okay. You were shown a photograph of the Hispanic man to be 6 feet. Okay.
Now, you made mention about the security system that you have, and if a door is opened or closed, you kind of hear a chime. Is that correct?
Yes,
But if the door is left open, someone could go in and out multiple times without hearing that chime, correct?
correct.
Now, we can kind of tell from the Ring doorbells that were played that the two individuals arrived at 11:22 and that
Were you able to different abilities physically as we age? How would you characterize your husband's?
I don't know. I need somebody to help me.
The first time, and so you don't remember if you saw one picture or more at some point.
I'm gonna object. She's already clear.
I mean, you can't explain what he did, but what I'm saying is if it isn't in there, it isn't because you didn't tell him. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, fair enough. And it is your testimony today that he did not have, Mr. Zuazo did not have the mask on when he came up the steps. Is that right?
correct.
Where was the mask? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay, was it like
remember. I don't
hanging?
recall.
Pardon?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Exactly.
And I understand it's a very traumatic and upsetting thing that's going on. And you're very much involved in that. You didn't see anything hanging out of a pocket or anything like that.
No,
And it wasn't laying on the floor,
no,
correct? And it isn't something that, to your knowledge, ever was found in your home, correct?
yes.
Okay. Excuse me just one second. Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Murray. I appreciate your testimony.
Cross exam for Hernandez.
Good afternoon, Ms. Murray. Same goes for my questioning. If you don't understand something, just let me know and I'll try to ask it a different way, okay?
Okay.
Alrighty. Now, I know Mr. McCarthy kind of just touched on this. When you were giving your testimony, when Mr. Petrofessa was asking you questions, you identified the two people sitting at this table as Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Zuazo. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. Obviously, you did not know these individuals prior to October 10th or October 11th, correct?
correct.
And as you testified, you were provided the names after being shown pictures by the officers that came to your house or came to your son's house to discuss with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, on October 10th, you described that the individuals came at night and we saw a Ring video of that time, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you testified that you were upstairs during that whole interaction the night before on October 10th, correct?
Yes.
All right. So we can kind of tell from the sound, and I think you touched on this, when someone comes to your door and rings the doorbell, do you get a notification on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. Are you then able to communicate by talking into your phone to the person that's standing at your front door?
Yes.
Is that what you were doing that evening, or were you just yelling from upstairs? If you know.
Yelling from upstairs.
Okay. You would agree with me, obviously, you described a much longer conversation and event that we saw on the Ring camera. So does the Ring camera only videotape for a certain portion of time and then stops?
Seems like it, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified previously that at some point, due to the lateness in the evening, you yelled to your son, "Do you have your gun?" Correct?
To my husband.
To your
yes.
husband, I apologize. And you testified that you said that loud enough because you wanted the people standing at the door to hear that, correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was that shortly after you made that statement, the two individuals decided to leave, correct?
Correct.
They did not force their way in that evening, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't receive any Ring notifications throughout that night indicating that anyone else was around your home, correct?
Correct.
Now let's fast forward to the next morning. As we saw, the doorbell was rung again, and that's when you got that.
Me in the closet and shut the door, I imagine.
Okay, and when you say they, I think you then specify. Okay.
I didn't hear that quote from the co-defendant.
Ms. Murray, can you repeat, please?
Oh,
Some photographs.
Thanks.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1D.
My brain is cramping.
Okay, do you recognize that as the top of your stairs?
yes.
Okay, you see the closet that's depicted in that photograph as open.
Yes.
Would you have left that closet open when you were in the house?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1F, leading into your master. Do you recognize that as your master?
Yes.
Do you recognize that chest of drawers?
Yes.
Was it left that way when you were last upstairs?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1H. It's a different view. Can you tell us what you see in 1H?
Drawers scattered on the floor.
Okay.
And items on the floor.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 1I. Can you tell us what you see in that picture?
Drawers on the floor.
And 1K?
The armoire open.
Okay. And the drawers should be inside, but they're not inside. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have any type of jewelry box upstairs?
Yes.
And where was that jewelry box kept?
In my closet.
Did you notice when you finally went through the house, was that jewelry box where it should have been?
No.
And can you tell us, do you recall where you found it?
Was laying on the floor in the master bedroom.
And were any of the drawers missing from there?
Yes, one.
And what was kept in that jewelry box?
Costume jewelry.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3BB as in boy. Do me a favor and look this way. Okay. Do you see 3BB?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
Those are my costume jewelry in my glass case.
Okay. And the sheriff's department later recovered these items and showed them to you?
Yes.
Did you identify those items as what was in the house before the defendants came in that day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3CC. Do you recognize that as the contents of your costume jewelry?
Yes,
I'm going to direct your attention to what's in the middle of that. It looks like some sort of award. Do you recognize that award?
yes.
And can you tell us how you recognize that?
That was my grandfather's sports award that he got when he was young.
Okay. And that had been passed down through your family.
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3EE. You recognize that costume jewelry as some more of the costume jewelry?
yes,
All of these items were taken without your consent?
yes,
As this case has progressed, did you turn over the Ring camera video to the sheriff's department?
yes,
And you had a chance to review the Ring camera videos both from the 10th and from the 11th of October?
yes,
Did they accurately reflect what occurred and what you remember happening on those Ring camera videos?
yes,
And you also testified to that at preliminary examination?
yes,
Your Honor, the people would move the Ring camera videos that have been designated 5C, 5D, and 5E and request to publish those.
All right, before we get to that, did you admit 3BB, 3C, what the witness just testified to? I don't see that as being admitted previously in this.
I didn't because the guy from Cato County is coming tomorrow, but I'll move those in today.
Okay, I mean, it's not, do it as you see fit. I just want to make sure we're not missing something. All right, so the Ring cameras are which numbers?
They got renumbered 5C, 5D, and 5E. They were all on just 5, but because of things, it got renumbered.
Okay, and then the parties have seen the Ring camera. Is there any
That is
objection
correct.
to admission to it? Okay, all right, it's in.
And that's 5C, 5D, 5E, correct?
Yes. Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Thank you, Sheila.
Thanks for stopping by. If you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Or DTE. We're checking for gas leaks. Went in the restaurant, so when she thought Red was her.
Just a minute. At the front door. I don't know.
It's DTE.
DTE. It's kind of late for you guys to be coming around.
I'm not gonna work in the neighborhood.
DTE, I don't know, this is fine.
Well, we just got a question. Have you guys had, are you Mr. who's been murdered? Yeah. Well, gas leak? Yeah. You gotta check the back, behind the house for the main meter. Thank you. On the seat.
See what's there?
Hello?
No, I'm coming. Oh, I'm coming in.
Is this the
Yes, yes.
And just for the record, just saw C. So just, yeah, indicate it for the record. That was call.
And I didn't want to bother you guys for late, but we had to check the outside. We go home. And I didn't want to bother you guys for late, but we had to check the outside.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Listen, I did, how you doing today, sir? I'm all right. So, you want to read? What am I paying for? Just to give us consent to check the inside of the home. So what we have to do is we have to check for like cracks in the heat.
And this next one is Exhibit 5D.
Did you go for that?
For the record, yes. And there's also 5E, which is the garage video, which I didn't mention.
Any objection to 5E?
No, I've seen 5E, so I have no objection.
Okay, same. All right, sir.
Let me ask you just a few questions. When we were watching the video, the October 10th video, it looks like Mr. Hernandez is wearing like a N95 mask. Do you recall him wearing a mask?
Yes,
And was defendant Zazo also wearing some face covering at that time?
yes,
Okay. On the October 11th time that they were at your house, was defendant Hernandez also wearing face covering?
yes,
And was defendant Zuazo wearing a face covering?
part of the time.
Okay, when you say part of the time, was there a point where that face covering gets moved?
I think when he came up the stairs from the basement, he wasn't wearing a mask.
Okay, so when he came up from the basement, defendant Zuazo's mask was not on.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, cross-exam Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Murray.
Afternoon.
I know that you and I met back on the day of the preliminary examination, which was December 17th of last year. I'm just going to tell you the same thing that I said that day. My name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zuazo. I have some questions to ask you here today regarding your testimony. And if I don't make one of my questions clear to you, please tell me that, then I'll rephrase it, okay?
Okay.
I just want you to answer the questions, you know, that you understand the questions before you answer them.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Now, the event of what occurred on that day, the 11th of October, certainly nothing like that ever happened before in your lifetime, correct?
Correct.
Very traumatic, without question, correct?
There you go, boo.
And now almost a year has passed, and it's given you quite a bit of time to think about what occurred, correct?
Correct.
And whether you wanted to be thinking about it or not, you have this constantly on your mind, correct?
Correct.
And coming here to court again is something which, if you were able to have it fade from your memory, brought it all back to the foreground a second time, correct?
Correct.
And you're here now giving your testimony. And certainly this has been something you've been preparing for and weighing, and it's been weighing heavily on you as this day, the first day of October approached, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in order to be able to testify, you had to sit down and speak with the attorneys representing the prosecutor's office, correct?
Correct.
You had interviews with Mr. Petrofessa and perhaps with Mr. Magaro, correct?
Correct.
And you've also spoken with a number of law enforcement officers ever since the first day that this occurred, correct?
Correct.
They came to your house. Deputy Copeland was the first man through the door at your house. You remember that, right?
Correct.
And then that was a pretty upsetting thing when you were talking with him about, you didn't even know what had happened at that point, right?
Correct.
I mean, you knew that you got tied up. There was something that happened with your property, but you didn't know where your husband was.
Correct.
And as the day wore on, things just got worse.
Correct.
And then after
you were asked to step outside of the house. Another deputy came along, Deputy Hagelin, and he took you to his police car. So at least you could be sitting down away from the house instead of sitting on your front porch as you were when you first encountered him, right?
Yes,
And because when you were sitting on the porch, one of the things you observed, you were sitting right there, was all the other deputies that came to your home to see what happened, right?
yes,
And they were heavily armed, correct?
yes,
And obviously, everybody was taking what happened at your house very seriously, correct?
yes,
All right. And so then you didn't go back into your house. Instead, you ended up going to the hospital, correct?
yes,
And you had those pictures taken at some point during the day before you got to the hospital or before you got into a hospital bed. Is that right?
I'm not sure if it was the same day or the next day, but
Okay. But those pictures were taken so that there would be a record of
yes,
the injury you sustained, correct?
yes.
And you spent the night at least of this, the 11th and the 12th of October in the hospital, right?
No,
No? What, how did that go?
I was released and, after they did, CAT scan, I was released to go home.
During the time you were in the hospital, you met with another detective. Isn't that true?
Yes,
Detective Weitzman, I think his name is, or Wigeman rather.
I assume,
Okay, but another detective
yes,
came to see you while you were in the emergency room. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And then that same detective met with you some more times over the course of the next couple of days, correct?
correct.
And those meetings were conducted at your son's home. Isn't that right?
I repeat that?
I said those meetings were conducted at your son's home. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so there was a lot of discussion about this incident at your house in those first few days. You would agree with that, right?
yes,
And somewhere along the line, you learned what the name of the first person that had came to your door was, or had come to your door rather, was Mr. Hernandez. You remember that?
yes.
Can you tell the jury how it is you came to know what his name was?
Police officer told me,
Okay. And then at some point, you came to know the name of Mr. Zawazo. Was that right?
yes,
And how was it that you came to know his name?
through the police officer.
Okay. Now, did you learn those names on the same day or did you learn those at different times? In other words, did you learn about Mr. Hernandez's name and Mr. Zawazo's name at the same time or were those two separate occasions?
At the same time,
At the same time. Do you remember when that was?
a day or two after.
Okay, so somewhere, this occurred on a Friday, so somewhere over that weekend or the beginning of the following week. Is that correct?
Yes,
Because while you were interacting with the detectives that were working on this case, you were giving information to them. They had questions for you, correct?
correct.
But they were providing information to you. Isn't that correct?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean.
Well, they told you the names of the
Yes,
two people who were the suspects they were investigating. Isn't that correct?
yes,
And you weren't able to provide them with those names, correct?
correct.
You didn't know the names of either of the men that came to your home, but at some point, the detectives told you those names, correct?
Yes,
And at some point, did you become aware of the fact that Mr. Hernandez was in custody?
yes,
Okay. And that was because a detective told you that, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, there was some news coverage of this story. You remember that, correct? Did you pay any attention to that?
yes,
I mean, no one can blame you for doing that. I mean, this is something that affects you in the most severe way. So it would only be natural for you to be curious about seeing what the coverage was, right?
yes,
Okay. And when that coverage was being provided, if it was on TV or in some newspaper, there were photographs, right?
yes,
and photographs of Mr. Hernandez, right?
Yes,
And a photograph of Mr. Zawazo, isn't that right?
yes,
And you've been very clear in your direct testimony in identifying Mr. Zawazo, correct?
yes,
And but you also, when you met with the detectives, you told them that this man, the second man in the house, was wearing a mask. Is that right?
when he entered, yeah.
Yes. But when did you tell the detectives that, if you did, that when the second man came upstairs, he was not wearing a mask?
In the ambulance,
In the ambulance. And when you were in the ambulance, who rode with you? Was that Detective Haglund?
I don't remember the officer riding with me, I remember the
Oh.
paramedic.
You told it to a paramedic.
No, I told it to the officer.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. I just want to get clarification. The first time you told anybody that the second person didn't have a mask on when he came upstairs into your kitchen was when you were in the ambulance?
Yes,
And that you're just sitting there in the ambulance, you hadn't moved yet, and the detective was there with you, is that it?
yes,
Okay, and you don't know that man's name that you
at
talked
the time, no,
to? No, and have you seen him since?
yes,
Okay, and do you know his name now?
no,
Okay, fair enough. But somewhere along the line, you were shown a photograph of Mr. Zawazo, is that correct?
days later, yes.
Okay. Now, when you were shown that photograph, were you shown one photograph or were you shown a whole bunch of photographs?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did the detective or whoever it was that you were interacting with at that time, did he or she say, I'm going to show you some pictures or a picture and maybe you'll recognize this person, maybe you won't?
Yes,
Okay. And so you don't remember if you saw one picture or more than one picture, is that right?
I think it was more than one, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And you made an identification.
Yes,
Okay. And then in your mind, that identification is the thing that you said, correct?
yes,
And that is the thing that you've said consistently since the first time that you went to court and you gave testimony on the 17th of December, correct?
correct,
And then you said the same thing today, correct?
correct,
And you identified not only Mr. Zawazo, but also Mr. Hernandez, correct?
yes,
So in your statement to the police, and I think this is to Detective Wiggerman, who met with you a couple of times at the hospital and also at your son's house, you were being asked about the big man, and you were unable to provide a specific height range for him back on maybe October 12th or 13th, somewhere in there, in the days following the incident at your home. Do you remember that?
I was unable.
That's, well, I mean, that if the detective wrote that in his report, that you said that the Hispanic might have been 6 foot tall, that your husband was 6'2", and he was about as tall. And
I
then,
was talking about Mr. Zawazo at the time.
okay, so you're saying that the person you were describing in the report was written down as the Hispanic man, but you're saying that you were talking about Mr. Zawazo?
Yes,
Okay, so you couldn't, and you said your husband was 6'2", and he might have been 6 foot?
yes,
Okay. May I approach? I just want to show. Yes.
And this is from.
This is from the report that was written by Detective Wiggerman, and it's got contradictory information, and I just want to know if she can look at that, if this would refresh her memory about what you told him.
Come on, first bunch.
Sure.
Died by Joel. I've been drinking decaf all freaking day. No wonder I'm like, why isn't the coffee kicking in? Because I've been drinking decaf all day. Dang it. Oh, how many of y'all have actually done that? How many of y'all done that?
Sorry for that interruption. Let me just get this clear. You did not describe the man, the Hispanic man, to be 6 foot tall.
Correct. I did.
Okay. And if somebody wrote that down in their report that you said so, that person is wrong about what you told them.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you. Do you remember telling the same detective that the second man, who now you are identifying as Mr. Zuazo, had his face mostly covered?
Yes.
Okay, so which was it? Did the man have his face mostly covered, or was it uncovered at some point?
I'm gonna object. She's already clarified. There's 2 different points in time. This is not a one-time question.
Well, let me just make that very clear. I'm not trying to imply otherwise. You've said that there was a point where Mr. Zuazo had the mask off, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell that to Detective Wegman, if you remember? And I know you might not, and that's fair. I get that. I'm just trying to make, I want to understand what your position is opposed to what it is he wrote down in this report I'm reading.
Okay, the mask wasn't completely off.
Okay. And so when he wrote down had his face mostly covered, that would be inaccurate based on what you were reporting to him.
Yeah.
Judge,
Okay.
I object again to the form.
You can ask questions on redirect, all right? It just, if we could be more specific about to whom she's talking to, because I don't know.
And I'll do that.
Insert that, but just making sure we know, she knows who you're talking about.
It's Detective Wigman, who you might not recognize or remember exactly. I know you saw a lot of police officers, or detectives, but this is during one of those interviews that you had either in the hospital or at your son's home. It wasn't at your home. I don't know if that helps to refresh your memory.
It was in the ambulance.
Okay. Then was this individual didn't write anything down about him having a mask off at a particular time. And so if you told that to him, he didn't write it down. Is that correct? I mean, you can't explain what he did, but what I'm saying is if it isn't in there, it isn't because you didn't tell him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And it is your testimony today that he did not have, Mr. Zuazo did not have the mask on when he came up the steps. Is that right?
What?
Where was the mask? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay. Was it like hanging? Pardon?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Exactly.
And I understand it's a very traumatic and upsetting thing that's going on. And you're very much involved in that. You didn't see anything hanging out of a pocket or anything like that.
No.
And it wasn't laying on the floor.
No.
Correct. And it isn't something that, to your knowledge, ever was found in your home, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me just one second. Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Murray. I appreciate your testimony.
Cross exam for Hernandez.
Good afternoon, Ms. Murray. Same goes for my questioning. If you don't understand something, just let me know and I'll try to ask it a different way, okay?
Okay.
Alrighty. Now, I know Mr. McCarthy kind of just touched on this. When you were giving your testimony, when Mr. Petrofessa was asking you questions, you identified the two people sitting at this table as Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Zuazo. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, you did not know these individuals prior to October 10th or October 11th, correct?
Correct.
And as you testified, you were provided the names after being shown pictures by the officers that came to your house or came to your son's house to discuss with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, on October 10th, you described that the individuals came at night and we saw a ring video of that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you were upstairs during that whole interaction the night before on October 10th, correct?
Yes.
All right. So we can kind of tell from the sound, and I think you touched on this, when someone comes to your door and rings the doorbell, do you get a notification on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. Are you then able to communicate by talking into your phone to the person that's standing at your front door?
Yes.
Is that what you were doing that evening, or were you just yelling from upstairs? If you know.
Yelling from upstairs.
Okay. You would agree with me, obviously, you described a much longer conversation and event that we saw on the Ring camera. So does the Ring camera only videotape for a certain portion of time and then stops?
Seems like it, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified previously that at some point, due to the lateness in the evening, you yelled to your son, "Do you have your gun?" Correct?
To my husband.
To your
yes.
husband, I apologize.
Why do they keep?
And you testified that you said that loud enough because you wanted the people standing at the door to hear that, correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was that shortly after you made that statement, the two individuals decided to leave, correct?
Correct.
They did not force their way in that evening, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't receive any Ring notifications throughout that night indicating that anyone else was around your home, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's fast forward to the next morning. As we saw, the doorbell was rung again, and that's when you got that notification on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, it seems from the Ring video that you may have come to the door first, and then your husband came. Is that accurate, or did your husband go to the door first? We're talking about the morning.
Yeah. That part is kind of a little unclear, but I think I was at the door also.
Okay. And again, your testimony is that Mr. Hernandez asked to come in the home, correct?
Correct.
There was no force to get into the home. There was simply a question, and then he was let in, correct?
Correct.
Now, you made mention about the security system that you have, and if a door is opened or closed, you kind of hear a chime. Is that correct?
Yes.
But if the door is left open, someone could go in and out multiple times without hearing that chime, correct?
Correct.
Now, we can kind of tell from the Ring doorbells that were played that the two individuals arrived at 11:22 and that the garage was shut at 11:41. So that's a total of 19 minutes. I know you described some time frames, like 10 to 15 minutes in the basement, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. Does the 19 minutes that I am using based on the Ring camera sound accurate?
Yes.
Never at any point during interactions with either of the two individuals did you see any weapons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you described that there was some conversation about checking the furnace downstairs, correct?
Correct.
And that it was Mr. Zuazo and your husband that kind of started to go towards the basement?
Yes, correct.
And it was at that point that you testified Mr. Hernandez said that he had to go back outside and retrieve something from the truck.
Correct.
Now, you testified that you did not know whether or not he actually went outside because you didn't hear the chime, correct?
Correct.
But as we established previously, if the door had been left open, you would not have heard that chime. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Your testimony was that once Mr. Hernandez was back in the house, your husband and Zuazo go downstairs, and then I believe you paused a little bit, and then you also said then Hernandez went downstairs. So prior to Mr. Hernandez coming back into the house, had Mr. Zuazo and your husband gone downstairs?
No.
All right. So was there a pause in after your husband and Mr. Zuazo go downstairs, then Mr. Hernandez, or were they all walking in a line?
They were walking in line.
Understood. Now, you testified that you did not hear anything out of the ordinary in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you testified at some point in time, Mr. Hernandez came back upstairs, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that at that time he actually went to check the stove and the dryer with a meter?
No.
Isn't it true that, in fact, Mr. Hernandez was upstairs for a period of time, more than the seconds that you described, before Mr. Zuazo came up the stairs?
No.
So your testimony is that once Mr. Hernandez and once Mr. Zuazo were back upstairs, that is when Mr. Hernandez started asking you about jewelry or money, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where was Mr. Zuazo during that line of questioning?
Behind Hernandez.
Now, I know that you had mentioned at some point in time during that conversation, you asked where your husband was. Is that before or after you saw blood on Mr. Zuazo's clothing?
Before and after.
Okay. Now, you described that you were not necessarily given an answer of where your husband was, correct, at first? And then I believe your testimony was following that, you were able to look at what Mr. Zuazo was wearing and you saw blood, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe that?
There was a stripe of red blood on his right side of his vest.
And at that point in time, I believe that you indicated that you let out a scream, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I see that you are wearing glasses today. Do you remember if you were wearing glasses during this time frame that we're talking about right now?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were hit in the face. Were you wearing glasses at that time?
Yes.
Were your glasses pushed into your face?
Yes.
At some point in time, you testified that Mr. Hernandez walked you over to the kitchen table and then you sat down there, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall if he touches your arm to take you there?
Yes.
You then testified at some point in time that Mr. Hernandez took off your watch, correct?
Correct.
That was on your wrist?
Yes.
Obviously, he was close to you when he was doing that, correct?
Correct.
Were you watching him take your watch off?
Yes.
You then testified that he took your cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
Where was your cell phone at the time?
On the table.
Was it close to you or far away?
Close to me.
Did you watch him as he took your cell phone and put it in his pocket?
Yes.
You then testified that Mr. Hernandez went through your purse. I believe you said he took your key and some cash, correct?
Correct.
How close was your purse to you?
Inches.
Did you watch him go into your purse?
Yes.
You testified that it was only Mr. Zuazo who went upstairs, and I believe you could hear things being thrown around. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was that Mr. Hernandez never went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
You testified that while all of that was going on upstairs, Mr. Hernandez was putting duct tape on your hands and feet, correct?
Correct.
I'm assuming he was pretty close to you since he was putting the tape on your body. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you watching him as he put the duct tape on your hands and your ankles?
Yes.
Now, I know Mr. McCarthy.
She's actually doing a phenomenal job testifying. Yes. No. Don't remember. Possibly. Doing a
We
great.
went through some of this, but you have had multiple interviews with the police, fair to say?
Yes,
Okay. You've also, I'm sure, met with the prosecutors a number of times, correct?
correct,
And you've previously testified in a court hearing, correct?
correct.
Now, in all of those close interactions with Mr. Hernandez, you have never reported that you saw any blood on Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Correct.
There was some questioning about your husband having a gun. Do you remember that line of questioning from Mr. Petrofessa?
Correct.
Okay. You never saw that gun at any point after your husband went in the basement, correct?
Correct.
That gun was never pointed at you by either of the individuals that were in your house, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were never threatened with any weapons, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Just briefly. Is it fair to say the events of October 11th, there was a lot of police involvement, a lot of the sheriff's office involved in having contact with you?
Yes,
How many deputies or detectives would you say you had contact with either on that day or over time? Total, what would you guess?
4,
Okay. And how many of those 4 can you name?
none,
Okay. So they're kind of like you might have talked to some, but not know the name of the people that you talked to. Is that fair?
yes, I'm sure they told me the name, but I don't remember who was who.
Okay. When you gave your first statements to Detective Officer Haglin on that 212 on October 11th, did you describe the 2 individuals to him as one white or Hispanic male, tall and fat, very fat, possibly in his 40s, and one black male, average height, average weight? I believe he had a mustache or beard, possibly in his 30s. Is that how you first described him?
Correct.
Okay, and that was before any names were attached to him later on in the world when you learned of names Hernandez and Zuazo. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on TV, they were also identified on the television that you would watch?
Yes,
Okay. And I want to try to be specific about this because you were asked several times by counsel about mostly covered versus uncovered. Are there different periods of time when you're dealing with defendant Zuazo when his face covering is different, or does it remain the same throughout the entire interaction on the 11th?
no, when he comes up the stairs, it's different.
Okay. And before he was mostly covered, is that correct?
Yes,
And after he comes up the stairs, he's not covered,
not completely.
not completely covered. Was it enough for you to see his face?
Yes,
So let me ask you this one more step, which after defense counsel brought it, I just want to go one more step because there's a period of time after defendant Zuazo is now up on the stairs. He's on your level, and then he goes to the upstairs area, correct?
correct,
Then he returns and he comes back to your level, correct?
correct,
And then both him and defendant Hernandez try to put you in a closet, correct?
correct,
And then they exit the building, your residence, right?
correct.
Okay, now specifically, and take time to, I don't think you've ever been asked this, but take time to remember before you answer. In that final time when defendant Zuazo comes down and they're trying to put you in that closet, how would you describe his face covering at that point in time?
He was covered.
He was back to being covered.
Yes,
You also identified the DTE truck. Could you tell us how it was that you were able to identify the DTE truck? How did you see it?
when upstairs by my master bedroom, by the banister, there's a window. And I could see through that window, I could see the truck in front of the house.
Okay, when you say you were upstairs, so we're talking about on the night of the 10th.
Yes,
Okay, on the day of the 11th, did you get a look at what type of vehicle was out there on the 11th?
yes,
Okay, and how was it that you saw a vehicle on the 11th?
through the door.
And let me just ask you, is there any doubt in your mind under oath that defendant Hernandez was one of the 2 men that was there both on the 10th and the 11th?
No doubt.
Is there any doubt in your mind that defendant Zuazo was one of the 2 men that was there both on the 10th and the 11th?
No doubt.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Murray. You may step down. Watch your step as you step down. And, I mean, Marie, or she's otherwise excused in being a victim, she's allowed to
Thank you,
remain within
Judge.
the courtroom.
She, Judge, people, I don't know if you were gonna say something.
Now I have me some real coffee, y'all. I was like, I've been up since 6 this morning. Didn't go to sleep till about 2. And I couldn't figure out why I'm sitting here all but falling asleep. And I'm thinking, I've had 2 cups of coffee today. Why am I falling asleep? And then I looked over and I saw that I was pulling from the decaf. Okay, we're going to zoom.
The whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
My name is Anna Hussein.
All right, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And can you tell us your connection with the family of the victims in this case?
The family members.
Okay. And how are you connected to the family?
He's my uncle's son.
Let me direct your attention back to last year. Were you employed in connection with the family?
Yes.
And how were you employed?
I was employed as the sales at Hunter McCoy.
Okay. Now, I think you're going to be the first one that I'm kind of sure you need to speak up pretty loud so everyone in the first 2 rows can hear you too. Can you do that for me?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you employed?
Hunter McCoy.
Okay.
It's the Golden Glitter Shop.
And was the victim Sam the owner of that?
Yes, he was.
And how long had you worked there?
20 years.
Okay. And what were your duties there?
Sales, inventory, clean and everything like
Okay. Did you work in both stores or just one store?
both.
And when you were working in the pawn store, were you familiar with the way that they would do transactions as far as people pawning items and then coming back to get those items back out of pawn?
Yes.
Were there type of documentation that you would do when you were doing pawns?
Yes.
And what was the documentation that you had standardized for that store?
We have to ask for IDs.
Okay. And when you say ID, do you take an individual's driver's license?
Yes.
Do you take any type of fingerprints?
Yes.
Do you enter that into your computer?
Yes.
Are these things just your store policy or are these part of state law?
State law.
Okay. And I'm not familiar with the pawn industry, but there's a rate of redemption. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that rate of redemption, is that a store specific or is that state law too?
State law.
Okay. And what's the redemption rate?
3%.
Okay. In your dealings with the store, you're familiar with how to enter things into the computer?
Yes.
You're familiar with how to take fingerprints?
Yes.
You've dealt with a lot of customers?
Yes.
Okay. This case occurs and obviously it touches your family very deeply. do you, as part of the store, go back through the records to see if, after Carlos Hernandez was arrested, if he had any connection with your store?
Yes,
And did you do so?
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 13.
Come on.
If I can approach, Judge.
Yes.
I'll ask you if you recognize this computer printout.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us whose name is on that?
Carlos Hernandez?
Okay, and do you have more documentation of pawns that were conducted by Carlos Hernandez and your store?
Yes.
Can you please look through those and tell us what you see in there as far as the documentation and the dates?
The date on the first one is March 7, 2022. And the second page is a picture of his picture in the system, the ID.
And what's the next one?
The third one shows the date that he pawned it, this item for $100.
Okay.
It was October 18, 2023, and it was at 2 o'clock, and it was 2:02:47.
And does it say how much was pawned?
It was pawned for $100.
And the next page?
This is a different page, but if it's for the same paper as this
Yes,
one,
that's the receipt
same-
page.
It's the same one, yeah.
Yes.
And this ticket was also pawned on October 18, 206, $400.
And what was that?
What was the item? This page does not show me what was the item, but there should be another paper that shows each one, each ticket.
And the next transaction?
This page also goes for that. The third transaction was on October 18, 2023 for $1,200.
And does it say the item?
On this page, it doesn't.
Does it say it on the next page?
On this page, it should say right over here in the red, but to be honest, I cannot read it.
Okay.
Oh, I do see, actually, sorry. I do see it's a pair of glasses.
Are those Cartier glasses?
Cartier glasses, yes.
Okay. Is there another transaction?
This transaction also on October 18, 2023 for $1,100. This is a charm, 10-karat gold charm.
Okay. And what date was that?
October 18.
Are there any other?
2023.
Does that complete all the transactions?
Yes.
Are there any redemption documentation when he came back in to redeem any of those items?
You don't have him here, but I know that I took a picture and I sent it to
Okay.
keep it on file.
And when were they redeemed, as best you remember?
January, February.
Of-
I don't know the exact date.
Of what year?
2024.
Okay. Are those items kept in the ordinary course of the business? The items I've shown you?
Yes.
People would move People's Exhibit number 13 into evidence.
I have no objection on the evidence, Mr. Zuazo.
Subject 13 isn't.
Now, in addition to the receipts that we just discussed, was there another occasion that stood out in your memory after the arrest of defendant Hernandez?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that occasion?
He came in and he asked about a Rolex watch.
When you say he, you're talking about Defendant Hernandez?
Correct.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing? You're going to have to say what color his shirt is if you can.
Beige.
May the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant Hernandez.
The record reflect the witness has identified the defendant Hernandez.
Can you tell us what you recall about that occasion?
Me and Mr. Sam were doing inventory.
Who's the first person you referred to before you said Sam?
Me and Sam were doing the inventory,
Okay.
and he walked in towards us and asked about Rolex watches.
Do you have a special section in the store where the Rolex watches are kept?
Yes,
And is it in a display case in part of the store?
it's in a display showcase.
Okay. And what happened after the defendant asked about that?
I walked with him towards the watches, and I'm sorry. I walked with him towards the watches, and we talked a little bit about the watches. Then he asked me about the owner, and I pointed at Sam. Then I called Sam towards us.
And did Sam come over towards you?
Yes.
And what happened when Sam came over towards you?
They shook hands and they talked, but about that time I walked away.
When defendant Hernandez had come in that day, was he accompanied by anybody else?
No.
He was alone?
Yes.
On the, I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, any questions? That's what I have here.
Yes, I do. Just to get some clarification. When this introduction was conducted with the Rolex watches, when did that occur?
I don't remember the date.
Okay, without a specific date, just in time. Was it before the transactions that are recorded in exhibit number 13 that you
I
went
don't
through?
remember the dates.
It could have been beforehand or afterwards,
I don't remember.
but you don't have any doubt remembering that Mr. Murray and Mr. Hernandez shook hands in Mr. Murray's pawn
I
store.
do remember that.
Okay, you just can't tell us when it occurred.
Mhm.
Is
Yes,
that a
I
yes?
do remember.
So you recognize Mr. Hernandez because of them shaking hands and you talking to him about Rolex watches, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so when did you make that recognition? When did you see Mr. Hernandez's picture?
When we looked him up on the computer to see if he was one of our customers.
And you saw the identification card?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I've got nothing further.
Cross-examine defendant Hernandez.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
If I ask you something that you don't understand, could you let me know and I'll try to ask it a different way?
Correct.
Okay. You stated that you worked at Hamtramck Pawn for 20 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it a busy pawn shop?
Not really.
How many customers do you usually have on a day?
It depends on the season.
What's the busiest season?
Around Christmas.
Okay. So on an average day during Christmas, how many customers do you have per day?
I really don't know.
Okay. 4, 10, 50?
No. Something around that.
Around what?
Around the 50.
So 50 people per day during Christmas. What's the average in a non-busy season?
10.
Have you worked the same shift all 20 years or does your shift vary?
No, my shift's vary.
Do you recall what your shift was back in March of 22?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what your shift was in October of 23?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what your shift was on this occasion that you've just described that my client came in and shook hands with the owner?
I don't remember because as I said, I work with the family and I'll work with a flexible schedule.
Now, you were provided copies of paperwork for the transaction when it's alleged Mr. Hernandez came in to pawn his items, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You then testified about a whole nother set of paperwork that you weren't shown today, showing that it was at some point in January or February where Mr. Hernandez came in again, this is 2024, and redeemed or picked back up his property. Is that correct? How long does the store keep the property?
Usually we do keep them for like about a year. Sometimes like when special kind of cases, we hold on to the receipts till we are told we could get rid of them.
Okay. Is the redemption paperwork the same type of records that you were just shown with the pawn? Is it the same kind of records?
It'll be one of those papers, but it will have his signature that he picked up his items.
Okay. And when someone comes up back to pick up items, do they have to show ID?
Yes.
Do they have to
the
get
ID or the ticket?
Okay, ID or the ticket. So this conversation that you are describing, you are not sure if it's January of 2024 or February of 2024, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now the conversation, let me back up, and I may have confused myself, so I probably confused you. The conversation where you are alleging Mr. Hernandez came into the store and shook the hand of the owner, Sam, you have absolutely no idea what year, month, anything about that interaction, correct?
I know it was 2024, but what month, what date exactly, I don't know.
How do you know that it was in 2024?
Because when the accident happened, I know it wasn't too long when the time that I have seen him.
You remember if it was cold outside, warm outside?
It was cold.
When you had this independent recollection of this conversation that you saw, did you alert police?
No.
Did you ever write out a statement and send it to the police saying, I think this is very important, here is what I know?
About what? About him?
About this shaking hand situation over a Rolex?
No.
You obviously think that detail is extremely important, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Did defendant Hernandez stand out in your memory because of his size?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, all right, thank you. You may step down. Any objections to the release of this witness?
Oh, no objection at all.
Can she remain in the courtroom to watch the rest of the proceedings if she desires to?
Sure, if there's no objection by Ms. Lofton, recall.
Your Honor, if we could reserve that for a potential argument at some further time, we could do that now. I think we're going to approach.
Well, all right, why don't we ask Ms. Hussein out of the courtroom right now? And what we'll do, ladies and gentlemen, it's been about a couple hours, so I'd like to swap the juries as well. So let's take about a 15-minute break and then we'll bring everyone back.
Wow.
Okay, thank you. You may step.
Contacts were bothering her. Eyes are real bright. She struggled a little bit. My right eye is red as it can be. What do y'all think? All right.
And the transaction with a pawn date of
Why would you recall her? I thought she was done. And the real thing really helps though.
Welcome back. Please be seated.
people are recalling Hannah Hussein.
All right, we're calling this.
Uh-oh.
Approach, you're still under oath. The court will
Yeah,
advise
Mr.
you
Singh,
that.
you're still under oath, okay? I'm not gonna re-put you under oath. I know you just testified, so that oath still remains. You may be seated. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hannah, at the break, the attorneys discussed exhibit number 13, and we just.
Okay. We have an update on Angela. She's not in ICU. They have her in a regular room, which is really good considering the surgery she had. And yeah, they're expecting her to be there a week at least, if not longer. I hope to go see her this weekend.
Just want you to clarify a couple things for the jury, okay?
Sure.
We talked to you about the redemption payments, and I think maybe we need to clarify that for the record. Do you recognize exhibit 13 regarding the transaction with a pawn date of October 18th, 2023?
Yes.
Is there in fact redemption payment information
Yes.
on this? And this is dated January 26, 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
And that took place at 3:15 p.m.
Correct.
And the item was pawned on October 18, 2023 for $100, and it was redeemed on January 26, 2024 for $124. Is that correct?
Correct.
The attorneys also talked about documentation regarding the pawn slip regarding an item that was pawned on October 18, 2023 at 2:06 p.m. for $400. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it correctly has a redemption payment for January 26, 2024 at 3:15 p.m. for $460.
Correct.
And all this paperwork was pulled up, if I'm reading your information right, December 12th, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And also regarding transaction also dated on October 18, 2023 at 2:10 p.m. There was an item pawned for $1,200. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there was a redemption that was received on January 26, 2024, 3:15 p.m. for $1,356.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And finally, redemption, pawn for on October 18, 2023
Hold on, I thought I was.
for at 2:12 p.m. for $1,100.
Correct.
And there was a redemption made on January 26, 2024 for $1,244.
Correct.
And that was the redemption information that you had discussed that you didn't confirm until just now.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you nervous when you were testifying?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to add to what we just discussed?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Do you have any cross here?
I have no cross.
So this is cross for Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. Ma'am, you indicated that you can redeem in one of two ways. One, the person can show their ID, and if the ID matches the person who pawned it, they can pick it up, correct?
Correct.
Or if you have a ticket or a slip that the store gives, you can pick it up that way, correct?
Only the ticket.
Only the ticket. Okay, so if you have the ticket and you're not the person that pawned it, you can still pick it up, correct?
With your ID. You have to have your ID and someone else's ticket.
Okay, but your ID does not have to match the person who pawned it, correct?
If you have the ticket.
If you have the ticket, yes.
No.
Okay, nothing further.
Any redirect?
Do you note it any differently than we just saw if it's a third person who's picking it up?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. And I believe you are now excused as a witness.
Yes.
No
I have no
objection,
objection.
huh?
No objection, all right, so you may remain in the courtroom if you see fit. People's next witness?
People call it Brian Kelly Broad.
For the testimony you're gonna provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, put your hands up. Are those transition glasses?
Yes.
Okay, that's why they're a little bit dark, no problem. You
Take
can-
a minute for them to change.
Okay, no worries. You can have a seat and just tell us your name.
Brian Kelly Broad,
All right, you're with.
Thank you, Your Honor. And sir, can you spell your first name, your last name for us, please?
BRIAN, BROAD.
Okay. And Mr. Broad, do you know a Joseph Zawazo?
Joshua Lazo?
Yes. And how do you know that?
He worked for me as a temporary employee, and then later on we hired him into the main company,
Okay. And where was that employment at?
St. Mary's Cement.
Okay. And is that your company?
Not my company, just I'm production manager there.
Okay. And do you remember when that was that you guys hired him in as a temporary employee?
You know, I could go get documents and look at it and tell you exactly what dates they are. I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
It's been probably a year and a half ago.
Okay. So would it be fair to say it was sometime in 2024 that he was employed there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when he was employed, he was a temp employee, or was he an actual employee of the cement company?
He was a temporary employee. We initially hire people into the through a temporary service, and they do some cleanup activities and stuff like that for us. Gives us a chance to evaluate the employees. You know, what's their work ethic like? You know, what kind of person are they? Do they get along well with other people? And then from there, we take the next step and bring them up into the employment of the company itself.
Okay.
St. Mary's Cement.
And with Mrs. Zawazo, did you do the actual hiring of him as a temp, or was that just done outside of you?
Well, they come in and they have to go through a certain amount of training, and we also interact with them, kind of walk them through, kind of walk them around, kind of give them an initial interview and that stuff. And we have to do that because it costs us so much to train them. And we've had quite a few people. It's not a job for everybody. It's dirty. It's hard. It's nasty. It's hot in summer, cold in winter. And it's not for everybody. So we've had a lot of temporary employees that come in and take the training at $500 crack and then not come back the next day.
And
So we use a process where we walk them out into the field so they can see what the other temps are doing, and so on like that.
so would it be fair to say the temporary employees that are hired there during this process, are you intimately involved with their supervision and training at that time?
Yeah, quite a bit. I actually have a supervisor that runs the crew, but I interact with them quite often.
Okay. And so it would have been sometime in 2024, you believe that Mrs. Uwezo started working there?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you work shifts with him as a temporary employment or a temporary employer?
That I work shifts.
Yeah, shift. Were you, when he worked, were you working?
The temps work pretty much straight Monday through Friday, 7 to 3:30.
Okay. And was he working with you at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did he remain a temporary employer or employee during that time, or was he ever hired in through your company?
He did get hired in. So he was a temporary employee for 90 days. It gives us a look at them, how they're doing, like I said, what's their work ethic? Do they get up and get it? Are they on time every day? Do they come every day? Right.
And so at some point he was hired on.
He was.
Okay. And did he remain employed there?
No, he didn't.
Do you recall how long he was actually employed as a employee of that company?
It was approximately 60 days. They go through a 90-day probation period for the union. And within that 90 days, we have an opportunity to look at them. Josh, even though he was a good worker, you could ask him to go out and do stuff for you. He had a problem with wearing safety gear and sometimes not doing the right things when it came to safety. He was, and I had several complaints about him being.
Well, I'm going to object to complaints. What this witness knows that he observed, that's one thing, but talking about somebody else, it's hearsay.
I agree.
Yeah. And Mr. Broad, at some point he was no longer retained through your company. That'd be fair to say. Okay. And do you recall how often during that time period, during that 90-day probationary period, did you work with him?
I saw him usually every day.
Did you have lunch with him?
No, I'm a manager.
Okay.
So I don't eat lunch with the guys. Matter of fact, I don't eat lunch at all mostly. So,
Okay.
no,
But
I would see him in the field when he was working, passing by, so on and so on.
did you talk with him?
Yeah, sure.
Like, did you make small talk, become friendly with him?
I try to be friendly with all the guys that work with me. It works out better that way.
Okay. And as part as while he is a temporary employee, is he given materials of the company like clothes, boots, work, or tools, anything like that?
Not as a temp, but once they hire in to the company, into St. Mary's Cement, then we give them uniforms, steel-toe boots. They're issued at least one pair a year. Safety glasses, they needed them, and that was something that he needed, so we got him some safety glasses. And that not the kind that you just the plain old ones. We bought him prescription glasses specific.
So not like the cheap plastic ones you get at Home
No,
Depot.
these they were, well, I say very nice. They're prescription safety glasses, right? They're a step above just the normal plastic ones that folks are getting.
And he was given those glasses?
Yes, sir.
Right. And you said that employees would get work boots. Did he receive work boots as well?
Yes, he did.
And then did he receive any sort of clothing that would signify St. Mary's Cement or anything like that?
Yeah, we have fire resistant, fire retardant clothing that are our uniforms that they're required to wear. They're high visibility, and then they have stripes on them that are reflective. And then usually the guys get like a blue colored, I don't know, looks like a Carhartt class. They're actually Carhartt, but they look like khakis or something like that, or work pants, right?
And if their services aren't retained after the period, do they give those items back or do they retain them?
Well, we request that they give them back. But the circumstances in which Mr. Zuazo left employment were less than. He was pretty upset.
So it would be fair to say.
It would be fair to say that he probably had uniforms that he hadn't turned in, or he was actually in a uniform when he left, I believe.
So you're unaware if you were able to collect those items from him? Okay. And while he was working with you, did you become familiar with his voice?
Yes.
Right. How about the way he walked?
Yeah.
Was that distinctive in any way to you?
Different than, well, I mean, everybody walks different and has a different manner which they.
Okay. And at some point back in October of 2024, did you see Ring video camera through the media that caught your attention?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw that, did you recognize, how did it draw your attention?
When I saw it, I thought to myself, gosh, that looks like Joshua Zuazo. He had that same black hat, that floppy hat that he always wore to work, and that black satchel. And the uniform, I was like, God, that's our shirts.
And when you saw that, that immediately sparked a memory for you.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you saw that, what did you do with that information?
I talked to Packmeyer.
Would that be Detective Packmeyer?
Yeah.
And would that be of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And did you explain to him what you saw and who you thought that was?
Yeah.
All right. And while you were working with him during that period, did you know him to have any other nicknames or names?
Well, I'd heard guys talk about,
Well, I'm going to object again. If it's hearsay, then I don't think he should be telling this jury what he heard other people say.
What's your position about that?
I don't believe it's hearsay. May I follow up real quick?
Well, why don't you believe it's hearsay?
I'm going to ask him a follow-up question regarding whether or not he knew him to go by a different name.
Well, I think it's not hearsay, so I don't think it really goes to the truth of the matter of service. So you can ask the question.
Did you know him to go by any other names?
I knew him to go by Yogi.
You knew him to go by the name Yogi. Did you ever call him Yogi, or did you always call him by name?
I always called him Joshua.
Okay. I'm going to, 1 second, I'm going to play something for you. You can see that in your screen, okay? I'm going to play with them marked as People's Exhibit 5.
This previously entered 5?
Yes.
You should say you.
And I didn't want to bother you guys for late, but we had to check the outside.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. You were on edge.
Listen, how you doing today, sir? Good, how are you? I'm all right. So, you want to read? What am I signing for? Just to give us consent to check the inside of the home. So what we have to do is we have to check for like cracks in the heat.
And that person that came walking up to the driveway and standing on a porch, is that the person you believe to be Joshua Zuezo that you were working with previously?
Yes, sir.
And what was it in that particular video that we just saw and that you previously watched that struck your?
Well, what I noticed here is the way he's walking up, he's got that black satchel that he always carried with him to work and that stuff. There was a different video I saw in which he had that black floppy hat on.
Just 1 second. And are you pretty sure that's the person you know to be Joshua Zuezo in that video?
Looks like him.
I'm going to play, Your Honor, what's been marked as People's Exhibit 5 that had already been admitted, Your Honor. Did you just hear that voice in there?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did that voice sound familiar to you?
Sounds like Joshua.
That's Joshua. Okay. And that person that you helped supervise and you worked with, that you know to be Joshua Zuezo, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please point to him, identify by something he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark blue shirt and glasses.
Now let the record reflect an inquiry he's been made defendant Zuezo.
The record reflect the witness says identified defendant Zuezo.
I have no further question, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examine Zuezo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Broad. My name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Mr. Zuazo, and I have some questions to ask you here this afternoon regarding your testimony. Now, if I don't make myself clear to you with a question that I ask, please tell me that, and I'll rephrase the question, okay? Is that a yes? Okay, well, I understand it's a little hard to get used to this, but we are making a record. We got to use yes and no's for answers. So Mr. Zuazo was brought to the St. Mary Cement Company as a temporary employee through some agency that your company works with. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you said that, excuse me, when he was hired in as an employee, after 90 days, your company issued things such as boots to him. Is that correct?
So, yes, the 90 days that I was speaking of originally was as a temporary employee. While they're temporary employees, there are some folks that we've had to buy boots for because they couldn't afford to buy boots and they were in horrible condition. That wasn't the case with Joshua. He made the 90 days. He always had his, his boots and all that stuff and clothing. He did use, can't remember whose it was, but sometimes we'll have extra clothing there, and he would use those shirts that were not being used by somebody else, right?
You mean while he was a temporary employee?
Yes.
Okay. And so then after he became an actual hired employee of St. Mary's Cement Company, then these Wolverine steel toe boots were issued to him. Is that correct? And the reason that your company didn't have to provide him with footwear prior to that time was because when he came to work, he had the appropriate footwear to do. Now, he was in the cleanup aspect of the concrete production?
Cement, sir.
Cement production. And so this is making the powder that goes into concrete mix, and he worked in a factory. Is that right?
An industrial environment. I guess it's a factory. When you say factory, a lot of people think GM, pharmaceutical.
Well, I'm just
whatever.
thinking.
It's not clean.
I didn't ask you whether it was clean. I take your word for it that it's dirty, but it's a place that is it's a regular spot that people go to every day where cement is produced, correct? And so he was not on the production side. He was on the cleanup side, correct?
Originally, yes.
And then eventually he
moved up to being on the production side?
Yes, sir.
While he was on the cleanup side, were you the supervisor of the cleanup people or were you the supervisor of the production people?
No, I'm the manager of production.
Manager of production.
I have people that are supervisors below me. There is a supervisor that manages a cleanup crew every day, and I've got a couple other supervisors that manage things.
So you have another supervisor that manages the production then too, is that
Yes,
right?
I have
You're a higher up, couple levels above the laborers, correct?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, if you got people working for you that are supervising other people below them, then you're a couple levels up, right?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's the reality of your job, correct?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where you're going with this, but if you're going with,
I'll ask the questions. And if I ask you if you're wrong about knowing them, I'll get to that, okay? But right now, I ask the questions and you answer them. And the last question I asked is you were 2 levels above Mr. Zuazo and the other workers that were at his level, correct?
1 level above.
Well, I thought you said you had supervisors working below you.
Different places.
Well, how?
Wait.
About in cleanup?
There was 1 person that supervised the cleanup that worked directly for me.
Okay. And below that person was the workers, right?
Yes.
So that's 2 levels. You've got a supervisor working for you who is in charge of the workers at the lowest level.
I was saying bad words. I was saying cursey words. I didn't want to get in trouble on YouTube. So read my lips. If you can.
Correct? So that you're 2 levels above, right?
Okay.
No, it isn't okay. You can add, can't you? You got the little people down on the bottom. You got the supervisor that you hired or you put in place, and then you're that supervisor's boss, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now, how much time would you be spending with a guy that's 2 levels below you in what you refer to as the field?
I spend quite a bit of time in the field, actually about 50 to 60% of my time is spent in the field.
So I grew up in a family of construction people, and I spent a lot of time in what we called the field. And the field was where the construction was actually being done, the job. But what you're telling me is that you're calling your factory situation the field. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's indoors or in a yard, correct?
Yes, it's both indoors and outdoors.
Okay.
This is how well it's going for the jury. They're not going to like this.
Several different buildings.
And there's all kinds of activity going on. Is that
Yes,
right? But you're 2 levels above the workers who are doing the cleaning. How often would you be out there seeing whatever it is that Mr. Zuazo was doing as a temporary employee?
Quite often, because
Well, how often? Not quite often, but are you doing that every day?
every day.
Every
Every
day.
day I'm out in the field. I spend at least 50 to 60% of my time out in the field, sometimes even more.
How many men or women or both work out in the field?
There's 4 people on shift. There's 6 to 7 temporary employees that do the cleanup, a supervisor, and a control room operator. He's not actually in the field. He's in.
So, and then how many of those supervisors are you on top of?
The cleanup supervisor
And the production.
CRO, and the production supervisor actually works at night shift.
Okay. So, and you're not there at night because you're working during the day?
Yes.
So you're seeing, you're interacting with, it sounded like 7 people in the cleanup crew and then the supervisor and one other job that you mentioned. So you got about 9 people there, right?
Yeah, usually.
And then this is a big place, right?
Yes, sir, I guess.
Well, I don't want you to guess. I haven't been there. The jury members haven't been there. Is it a big place or is it some little tiny thing where 7 people are all shoulder to shoulder in the factory? All right. There's a lot of moving around because you said some of it's outside and some of it's inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
that's
sir.
a yes. And so the fact is, and you're supposed to be checking out what's happening and making sure that the production is going correct.
Yes, sir.
Also seeing that the cleanup is being done correctly, right? Because if the cleanup isn't done right, then that affects the production, correct?
And many times the cleanup requires somebody to go by and tell you why we have cleanup needs. You know, what's spilling, diagnosing what the problem is. You know, does the skirting need adjusted? Is the belt tracked over? Why are we having that spilling?
And you're doing that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's your job. That's your primary function of being the supervisor there, the manager, whatever the title that you said earlier that I forgot. Production manager. It's making sure that that cement is being produced so that it can go where it needs to be in order to become concrete, right?
Yes, sir.
And you got contracts that there's demands for this stuff, correct? So your real important responsibility is make sure that that cement is going out the gate of the factory operation.
Yes, sir.
And making sure that all the machinery is working correctly, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the meanwhile, you got 7 people there that are working at Mr. Zuazo's level. Are you interacting with all of those people a lot every day?
At least once a day, I would encounter the cleanup crew, if nothing more than to check on what was going on with the crew and the particular job that they're working on. And like I said, take a look at what's happening with that spillage and why that spillage is there.
So you're seeing Mr. Zuazo all the time, and he's there for those 90 days, and you didn't object to the idea that he was hired in as a regular employee. Is that right?
No.
Was it your idea that he get hired?
I talked with my supervisor.
Okay.
We discussed, merits, and we do that with everybody.
Okay.
Who hire in, just so that we have a sounding board for, if what I'm seeing is what he's seeing. Right?
Okay. And whatever it was that was being observed was good enough for him to get hired, right?
Yes, sir.
So he wasn't a bad employee at that point.
No, not a bad employee, no.
Okay.
There-
And then after the 90 days of being a temp, where he gets to the point where he's hired in, 60 days later, now he's not an employee anymore because he's not wearing the safety glasses that you got for him as often as is required, which I imagine would be 100% of the time.
Yeah, it wasn't just the safety glasses. There were other times where he didn't have his proper PPE on.
What's PPE?
Personal protective equipment. That's the safety glasses, hard hats, steel toes, gloves, etc.
Okay. So sometimes he wasn't dressed properly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the reason that led to his dismissal?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
Okay. Well, that was the reason you gave during direct examination. And so did you become aware of Mr. Zuazo applying for unemployment?
No, I don't.
You have nothing to do with it.
That doesn't filter down. I mean, that's handled by HR and all that.
Okay. And you had an interview with Detective Packmeyer.
Yes, sir.
When you first contacted the police because you saw this ring video and you thought you had valuable information to provide to the investigators, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that there was animosity when Mr. Zuazo was informed that he was fired. Is that right?
Yeah, he threatened to kill me.
Okay. So he threatened to kill you, but he didn't kill you, did he? No, he didn't. That didn't happen. And this occurred, you getting let go. When was that? Or not you letting go, him being let go. This was like February or March of 2024?
I believe so. I
All right.
couldn't tell you without looking at the actual documentation and what the dates are.
And that's fair enough. But it's at least 6 months later that you see this video on the news. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And of course, there hasn't been anything bad that happened to you in between the day that he was dismissed, correct?
No.
And you don't know anything about his unemployment request being objected to by your company.
I never even heard anything.
Okay. I mean, that's not your responsibility there at the job. When he threatened you like that, did you go to the police and tell them that I discharged this person and he threatened me?
No.
The reason I didn't go to the police.
Why? The question is not why, yes or no. And it sounds like the answer is no.
It would be no.
Yes. And then here this time goes by and you remember this man, Mr. Zuazo, if for no other reason than because he said something to you that was unsettling. Is that correct? Threatened to kill you?
You're going to have to rephrase that because I don't understand
All
what
right.
you're saying.
When you saw the video,
Mhm.
you recognized, you say, Mr. Zuazo, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is this guy who threatened to kill you when he got let go from your company, right? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Because we're making a record. I know you're saying yes, but we got to just get it.
I'm with it.
All right, no problem. And so that was something that stuck in your mind. You didn't forget that, right?
What, did he threaten to kill me?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I've had several employees that we've terminated that have threatened to kill me. I mean, I had one that called and texted for 4 or 5 months afterwards saying they were going to kill me. And the reason I didn't call the police for Joshua was because I called the police on the other guy and I couldn't get anybody at all to give me any help. Nobody. Not Taylor, not Downriver, not the Detroit police, none of them. So
But in fact-
in my mind, I wasn't getting any help if I called. So you got to understand that there's
Okay.
reasons behind why I didn't call.
That's fair enough. Nevertheless, you say that regardless of whether you told the police, you did tell it to Detective Packmeyer that he made that threat against you.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
And by doing that, then this trouble comes Mr. Zuazo's way, right? Because you're making this identification.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you feel a little bit of justification about that, correct? No? All right. Now, in your written statement, because when you met with Detective Tuckmeyer on the, I think it was like the 17th or the 18th of October, and you wrote out this statement, you said that what you heard Joshua Zuazo say on the Ring video was, "Come on, let's go." You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. But the person who's doing the speaking, you saw the video just a few moments ago, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And what the person who's doing the speaking and walking away from the garage says is, "Come on, man." Did you hear that?
Yes. It was in the video.
Well, did you note that? Did it impress you that he said that? Come on, man. That's the only statement that's made by whoever that speaker is. Not, "Come on, let's go," like you wrote in your handwritten statement that you gave to Detective Peckmeyer on whatever date it was, October 18th.
You're asking me to say exactly what I heard on the video, but
I'm not
I know what
asking
I
you.
wrote.
Well, let me just, hold on just a second. May I approach? I'm going to show you your statement.
I know what I said. I know what I wrote on there. You don't have to approach me with it.
Well, did you see the part where you just, that statement, "Come on, let's go," is in quotation marks? Your handwriting, right?
Should be.
Well, let's get it verified. May I approach, Your Honor?
Do you have a difficulty remembering, sir, what's on there, on your statement?
I don't know. I wrote the statement a year ago.
Okay, all right, if that helps refresh your memory, you may approach.
Take a look at that. I'm just going to ask you, is that the
Yep.
statement or a copy of the statement you wrote for Detective Peckmeyer?
Sure looks like my handwriting.
Well, you remember writing it, right?
I remember writing the statement. Yes.
Okay. And,
Exactly what I wrote in the statement, I don't remember from a year ago, but
well, is it your handwriting that says, "Come on, let's go"?
yes.
Those quotation marks, were those yours?
Yes.
Is that the way that you customarily would quote somebody, by using quotation marks if you were writing something out?
Usually that's what they taught me in English in school.
Well, I understand that. I'm just asking you because you meant that to be a direct quote, correct? Otherwise, you wouldn't have put those quotation marks around it, right?
Okay. Yes.
And you wrote that right after you were sitting in the squad car or the police car with Detective Peckmeyer, and he showed you the Ring video on his laptop computer. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that was bright and early, or not bright and early, it was before sunrise on the morning of the 18th of October.
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true also that you were wearing a uniform from St. Mary's Cement Company at that time? And on that uniform, over, I believe it is the right side, is a kind of a green color name tag. Is that?
No, we don't
No?
have name tags.
Do you have some kind of green emblem there?
No.
A patch of some
nothing over
sort?
here.
How about up on the upper left side?
Yeah, there's a St. Mary's tag up here.
Okay, so it's not your name. I watched the video. I couldn't read it. I could just see it. But that does identify it as St. Mary's, correct? The uniform that you wear, the shirt that you wear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And that shirt is different than what you observed in that video, correct?
Yeah, it looks like somebody removed the St. Mary's patch on it.
So
They're not hard to remove.
if you take the St. Mary's pack off of a uniform that you or customarily wear, it looks like any other jersey then, right?
Well, there is one other identifying thing. If you can bring the video up, I'll show you on the right pocket. There's a small patch sewed on there. It says Carhartt, or has a Carhartt emblem and has FR beside it.
Okay, well, we can run it again if that's, it might be a
You were
approach.
asking me, I was telling you how else to
That's
identify.
what you would say, but I mean, that's what you say. I understand that. You have, the fact is, you finished with the exhibit there, correct? Not exhibit, but your statement. I'll take that back. And that's, if you want to go.
Okay, Amy. Go look in Discord. You better be there, girl. That's all I say.
Do that again. Wait another time.
Mike was the first one.
It is the last one. It's that one. I believe is what he was talking about. That's what I was talking about. That's where the questions were.
Scan the QR code.
you gotta be able to see the front of the uniform. There's one.
So on that one, there's no front of the uniform.
No.
All right. Oh, by the way, you talked about the bag. You said during direct examination that you saw the bag that Mr. Zuazo customarily carried.
Yes, sir. Looks like the one he carried back and forth to work.
Okay, looks like it. You can't say that's the same bag then, can you?
No.
And you don't know where that bag that you see in that video came from, correct?
No.
And the bag that you say that Mr. Zuazo would bring to work with him, you don't know where that came from either, correct?
No.
And you can't say for absolute certainty that the boots you see the individual in that ring video wearing are what you described as these wedge toe boots, not wedge toe, steel toe, but by a company that begins with a W, correct? Pardon, Wolverine. You can't say that those are for certain Wolverine steel toe boots, can you?
They sure look like it.
They look like it because they're brown, isn't that right?
No, sir.
No?
It's the style. It's the sole. It's the way the boot looks. You can see that it's an actual steel toe, the way the front of the boot. It's formed.
So your testimony, just like those are Wolverine steel toe shoes, is the same as what we just talked about here. Come on, let's go. Same thing, right? You're sure? Yes or no?
I'm sure what the boots look like Wolverine boots.
Yes.
Yes.
Just like you're sure when you wrote that statement, what that man in the video said. Come on, let's go. Nothing further. Thank you. Appreciate your answers.
Okay, thank you. Cross-exam Hernandez.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Redirect people.
Yes. And so I want to play that video that we played earlier for you, okay?
It ain't got no gas in it.
Excuse me.
Can y'all hear that?
It ain't got no gas in it.
You have the video where he's already
I don't know how we drive the lake, but we haven't checked the outside. Listen, how you doing today, sir? I'm all right. So, you want to read? Just to give us consent to check the inside of the home. So what we have to
tag
do.
right there.
And so, I want to ask you a question. So what we just saw, the tag that's on his left chest. Okay, and that's familiar to you.
Yes, the Carhartt tag right here on the flat.
Yes, and why is that familiar to you?
Because it's on every last one of our shirts.
Okay, and then you mentioned on cross-examination something about the letters FR.
Yes, which makes those pretty unique because they're fire resistant, fire retardant, and most places don't buy fire retardant clothing for their guys. We do because they have to energize, de-energize breakers, which puts them in risk of an arc flash explosion when they're doing that. So we buy and require everybody to wear fire resistant shirts and pants.
So you're the temporary employees and then the employees, the attempts to eventually become employees, your company buys the fire retardant Carhartt shirts.
Yes, sir. Once they're hired in.
And based on your time with St. Mary's Met, employees are given those shirts.
Yes.
And was Mrs. Wazo given one of those shirts?
Yes, he was. He was given 11 shirts and 11 pants.
And then you testified on direct that you aren't aware that those shirts were given back to the company.
No.
Okay. And that shirt resembles the ones that you've given to employees.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I know there's some question across examination regarding the boots. Do you wear boots to work every day?
I do.
Have you been wearing boots your entire profession at St. Mary's?
Yes, St. Mary's, and for the other 20 years that I was in cement.
Fair. So are you, and most employees that are working under you and with you, are they required to wear boots?
Yes.
Are they required to wear a certain type of boot?
They are required to wear at least an ankle-high steel-toed boot.
And like you said, if the employee does not have it, that's provided through the company.
Yes.
And it was your testimony on direct that Joshua Zuazo had his own boots at one time.
Yes.
And was he ever given boots?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And the boots that he was given, do those resemble the boots that you saw on the ring camera videos that you observed in front of Detective Packmeyer and the ones that we just played for you in court?
Absolutely.
Okay. And there is the testimony that he would get complaints or get in trouble for not wearing personal protection equipment.
Yes.
Okay. When those complaints occurred, did they go directly to you or through someone above you?
It depended because most of the time it was me seeing him not wearing his safety glasses. There were times where a supervisor that worked for him would come to me and say, "Look, he's not wearing all his PPE, etc."
And so, as part of your employment at St. Mary's and having him work underneath you, did you have to address that particular issue while not wearing PPE while he was working?
I did. I talked with him, and that was at the point where we started to discuss the fact that he needed prescription glasses, and we bought the prescription glasses for him.
So it's your testimony that you directly confronted or spoke to him concerning those PPE complaints.
Yes, sir.
And so, and did he speak to you about that? You had a conversation with him?
Yes, we had several conversations about the PPE. And the other thing you
Okay, guys, I had a audiologist appointment at 6:00, and yeah, I know he works late. And his 5:00 canceled, and he wants me to come in. I'm getting my new hearing. So I need to leave. June is going to run this. When this is done, if I can hop on and end the live, I will. Then we will see you guys first thing tomorrow morning. Okay? Got about an hour left.
got to understand is that within that 90-day period that they're working for St. Mary's, I don't have to have a reason to let somebody go. If they're not working out for whatever reason, we can allow them to go their own way. So,
and that's what he did in this instance.
But no, in this instance, it was directly because of his willingness to wear the correct PPE.
And when he was terminated, he threatened to kill you.
Yes.
Okay. And it was your testimony across that this has happened not just from him, but from other employees.
Yeah.
Okay. And those other employees you didn't pick out on that ring video, did you? Those other employees that threatened to kill you, they weren't?
No, never encountered them.
Okay. And in between the time that he was let go, threatened to kill you, had you had any contact or any situation where you saw Joshua?
No, not that I saw him.
And so would it be fair to say when he threatened to kill you, was that something you harbored, you kept in, or was it just normal perks of the job?
It's one of the things that comes along with managing people and letting people go. Nobody wants to get fired. Nobody wants to get let go. People have families. But sometimes it's part of what you have to do.
And you testified across that when he threatened to kill you, that wasn't the reason you called Detective Packmeyer.
No.
What was the reason you contacted the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Because the video I saw, it looked like Joshua Zuazo. I knew the guy. He worked for me. I felt that I needed to tell somebody that this is what I believe was going on.
Why did you?
That I knew this guy.
Why did you feel it was necessary to tell the police that it was somebody you knew, somebody that worked for you, someone that you knew in the past? Why did you feel that was necessary?
Because I feel it was the right thing to do. I feel that, somebody had to speak up about it. It wasn't just me that recognized him on that video.
Well, objection to that last statement, I asked it to be stricken.
It's stricken.
Thank you, Judge.
1 second. Now, may I approach the witness?
You may with what?
Exhibits.
All right, which ones?
There'd be exhibits 3JJ, 3KK, 3LL, 3MM, and 3NN.
All right, come on.
So I'm going to hand you all those numbers that just said. You just take a look at each one, please. And let me know when you're done looking at those. Do those at all look familiar to you?
Yeah.
And how do they look familiar to you?
They're safety boots that are pretty common for us to buy from employees.
Are these the same type of boots that you would purchase for temp employees or employees after they become hired?
Yeah, we buy. It just depends based on what the employee's desire are. Sometimes we buy different boots. Sometimes it depends on. I hate to say this, but if one boot's cheaper than the other, we'll choose to buy the other boot.
So it'd be fair to say that it's not one particular brand or one particular style that St. Mary's purchased.
And the other thing that we do too is
Well, excuse me. He's already testified that he gave them those Wolverine steel-toed boots. Now it sounds, because the pictures look different than those, he hasn't identified them to be that he's got another.
Well, what's the objection here other than testifying on the record?
Well, the objection is that there's no foundation for those pictures, and he hasn't identified them.
Well, I think that's what they're working on.
What? All right, then I would ask that because this exhibit's being put in, I get the opportunity to cross it.
All right, let's see where it goes.
And Mr. Brown, you said these type of boots look familiar because they're the ones that St. Mary's purchases. That's what you just told me.
Quite often, yes.
And do these appear to be boots, these are Timberlands. These are a brand that you guys purchased.
Yes.
And do you know if Joshua ever wore these particular boots while he was employed with St. Mary's?
Those particular boots,
Yes.
I couldn't tell you if those particular boots were the ones that he wore there. They look like the ones that we purchased for employees. And there's a third method by which they get boots to us too. They can go out and buy their own boots and then get reimbursed for.
And then St. Mary's would
reimburse them for, yeah.
Okay, that was, that questioning was outside the scope of your original
Yeah,
direct.
and
So
you're
I'll
right.
allow
I'm not-
follow-up questioning.
I'm not going to move to these.
Okay, so I'll allow follow-up questioning by defendant Palazzo.
Thank you. So I understood in your at least cross-examination testimony that Mr. Zuazo came to the job with proper clothing in the way of footwear, and that you didn't have to provide anything to him like you would other temporary employees, correct?
Yes.
And then when it was decided that he would actually be employed, then the Wolverine steel-toed boots were purchased for his benefit and given to him, correct?
Yes, I actually have a receipt for purchasing the boots, and I can tell you exactly what boot was purchased for.
Well, but your testimony today, unless you have that receipt with you, your testimony was, well, your testimony today was that it was Wolverine steel-toed boots.
Oh, all right.
So are you changing your testimony about the Wolverine steel-toed boots that you bought from Mr. Zuazo when he began working as a full-time employee?
No,
Okay, and he had his own shoes when he came on the job, correct?
he did.
And you said that you couldn't say that the pictures that you just were shown were pictures of boots that you ever saw Mr. Zuazo wear, correct?
No.
The only thing you can say is that you think those boots in that video from front of the garage are, which is not up there anymore, to change it to a different one, but the boots that the man in that video from the garage are wearing are Wolverine steel-toed boots, correct?
They sort of appear to. They
And they-
appear like those two. They all look quite similar.
That's a very good point. Brown boots look pretty similar, don't they? Especially when all you're seeing is the toes part of it and the heel part of it, because the individual wearing the boots is also wearing long pants.
So let's go back to the video's right there.
The question was,
If we look at those boots right
Excuse
here,
me.
look at those boots, they look identical.
All right, we're doing question answer format here, and let's not keep asking the same question over and over again, Mr. McCarthy. Is there another question?
well, I'd like to get an answer to the one that I just asked, which was the reason the boots look similar is because all you're seeing is the toes and the heel part, the soles, and because the person who's wearing them is wearing long pants too, right?
No, you can see the toe and everything on these boots right here.
That's what I just said. The toe, the heel, the sole, that's what you get to see, right? Not the tops.
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you,
Okay,
Your
all
Honor.
right, and you direct based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, Mr. Brock, you are all set. You please step down. Sir. You didn't have any questions, did you, Ms. Lofton? I did. Okay. All right, can this witness be excused?
No objection.
Okay. Oh, all right. Who's next?
Detective Packmeyer.
How long will this witness testify for?
40 minutes, maybe.
All right, we can do it then. We'll go for another half an hour. It's about 4:30.
But I don't think that includes our cross. Detective Packmeyer was very involved with the case. So he knew it.
That's true.
Well, at least let's get the direct out of the way.
Big call, Detective Packmeyer.
Good afternoon, Detective. I'll get you sworn in. Go ahead and raise your right hand. You swear from the testimony you're going to provide today's the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
David Packmeyer.
All right, your witness.
Yes, thank you. And sir, do you state your full name and spell for the record for us?
Yes, David Packmeyer, second, David Packmayer.
And sir, where are you employed at?
Old County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2016.
And what is your current title with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a detective in Rochester Hills.
And how long have you been a detective?
About a year and a half.
Okay. And prior to being a detective, while you're employed at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, how were you employed at the Sheriff's Office?
I originally began as a corrections officer, then road patrol.
Okay. And prior to your employment with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
I was a reserve on Macomb County.
And how long was that for?
Probably about 7 years, 6 years.
Okay. And back in October 2024, were you assigned to the Rochester Hill substation?
Yes.
Were you a detective at that time as well?
Correct.
Okay. On October 10th or October 11, 2024, were you one of the detectives that arrived on scene to the house at Newcastle Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And as a detective that was involved in this case, can you describe some of your duties or what was your responsibilities when you arrived on scene?
I initially arrived on scene, started the investigation with other detectives there. Eventually, I handled a lot of the work on the case, retrieving videos, finding evidence for the case.
And how do you get assigned those particular tasks?
Usually there was an OIC, originally was Detective Connolly, and then I kind of helped him out with it because I think he was ill. And then our Detective Sergeant assigned a lot of details.
So would it be a fair characterization that you were heavily involved in the investigation, but you weren't the assigned officer in charge?
Correct.
Okay. During your investigation, were you made aware of a vehicle that may have been involved with the incident at Newcastle?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Detective Downey actually received a call from Officer Hill from DPD. He mentioned that earlier in the day, around 12:15, he came across a vehicle fire.
Right. So there was you got contact by the Detroit Police Department about a vehicle that was on fire.
Correct.
And how did it come to be that this particular car was that you thought to be involved with this incident?
That officer there on scene took some pictures at that time while it was burning because he thought it was suspicious, and he sent it to us.
And prior to that, did you guys put out any information regarding what type of vehicle it could possibly be?
I believe there was a VOL put out.
Okay. And then you were contacted by another law enforcement agency that vehicle may be important in your investigation.
Correct.
Okay. And when another detective in your office received that information, what did you do personally with that information?
Actually, myself and Detective Downey went down to the DPD impound yard to look at the vehicle.
And where is that impound yard at?
I can't recall the exact crossroads on it.
It was in the city of Detroit?
It is.
Okay. And do you recall what day you went down there?
It would have been the same day, October 11th.
And what did you observe about this vehicle that you saw in that impound lot in the city of Detroit?
The vehicle matched the description that was captured on the Ring camera on Newcastle. The vehicle also had a DTE license plate on it. I found out through Lean and SOS.
And when you say Lean and SOS, I know what that is considering what I do for a living, but what is that?
That's our law enforcement information network. It stores all the SOS information on vehicles, meaning registration of the cars, your driver's license information, things like that.
And when you say SOS, what is that?
Secretary of State.
Okay, so this Lean that has data regarding license plates, registration, cars, things like that. And when you got that license plate number off of that car that was in an impound lot, what was the information that you gathered from that?
That plate came back to a DTE truck.
Okay. At that time, it came back to a DTE truck.
Correct.
Okay.
I
And
think it was a freight line.
okay. And did that car or that truck remain at the impound lot?
No, actually, I stayed there with Detective Downey and we watched it get loaded up on a flatbed. It was taken to Buyers Towing in Rochester City.
So it came back to your jurisdiction. And there, did you look through the car? Did you notice anything about the car? Did you take time to investigate it?
We did look at it, yes.
Okay. Were you able to receive a VIN number off of that car?
Yes, the truck was poor. It was badly burnt out, but we were able to find a hidden VIN on it and recover that.
Okay. One more, Your Honor. Now, may I approach the witness?
You may. What are you coming up with?
I am coming up with People's Exhibits 15B, C, D, E, F, and G.
Okay.
Okay, look at these ones. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
These are photographs taken from the scene by the original tow truck driver that took it to the DPD lot.
But is that fair and accurate description of the truck that you saw that day that was in the impound lot and eventually made its way to Buyers Towing lot in Rochester?
It is.
Okay, that haven't been changed or altered?
No.
Okay. You other people move to admit these.
So it's 15B through 15G. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No objection. Okay, they're in.
Okay. And may I just say up here and ask a couple questions?
Yeah, of course.
Detective, this one, what is that depicting?
That would be the inside cab of the truck, where the steering wheel, dashboard would be, the front seat.
Were you saying where it would be? It's not in there?
No, it's not.
And why is that not in
It is burnt out.
there? Okay. And you, what's already been marked, or admitted 15F. Is that the license plate that was attached to the vehicle when you observed it?
It is.
And is that the license plate that you ran through your lane system that corresponded to DD truck?
It is.
And 15E, is that fair to say just another picture of the burnt truck?
Correct.
In the same state that you saw it?
Yes.
And the 15D?
Driver's side, same state.
And 15C?
And passenger side, same state.
And then 15B?
Yes. That would be the, underneath the hood where the engine would be.
And so it was your testimony that this car was pretty badly burned?
Yes.
Was there, when you were observing this vehicle, was there any DT markings or anything on there?
Not what I observed, no.
Okay. And after observing this truck and going through there, when you got the VIN number, what did you do with that VIN number?
At that point in time, when I got the VIN number, I ran it through the SOS again and came back to a sold truck.
And so this lien information, when a car is stolen, how does that get in? If there's a report made, not that the car is stolen, but if a report is made, how does that get placed in lien?
Yes, if your car is stolen, you make a report. Law enforcement will enter the information for the vehicle into our system. Lien, it will be notified if we enter that VIN number in.
And so the vehicle VIN number on that truck that was burned came back stolen.
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall what the reporting agency was out of?
I believe it was reported on September 30th out of Dearborn Heights.
Okay. And then based on the information that you have with the lien information, the stolen vehicle information and lien, and this plate that was on that vehicle, did that plate register to that VIN number?
No, it did not.
It did not. Okay. And were you eventually able to figure out via the lien system where that plate belonged to?
I did.
And where did it belong to?
It did belong to DT down at their
But just it was not registered or associated with the truck that you were reviewing?
No.
Okay. And then you said you recovered this truck at tow lot in Detroit. Did you go to the scene where it was reported to have been recovered?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall what area that was recovered in?
Yes, it was, I want to say it was 18200 John R. Okay. Which is between 6 and 7 miles on John R.
Okay. And you drove past that. What type of area is that?
It's very desolate.
Okay.
It's kind of vacant.
Would it be fair to say there's a lot of vacant lots?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not like an industrial complex or okay. And part of your investigation, did the sheriff's office request or go look for any sort of surveillance videos from any houses or businesses that were located there?
Yeah, I think the day of the incident, our FAT team was sent down there to look for video on houses, the few that are down there.
Okay. And said the few that were down there?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, were you and your team able to recover any videos in that area?
Yes.
And where was that video located?
The video is located about 2 blocks north of where the truck was found on 90 East Greendale.
And that's in the city of Detroit as well?
Yeah, actually that's Hamtramck, I believe, zip code.
And were you able to obtain that video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review that video?
I did review it.
Okay. And did you review it before coming to court as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, the people are going to move to admit and publish people's exhibits 21A and 21A and 29.
Excuse me, could we take down the exhibit that's been?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, I'll take that down. But
Thank
is there, to meet the parties that's seen 21A and B?
Yes.
Or do you want any additional foundation to be established before admitting it?
No, I think we are satisfied.
Okay, all right, 21A and B are in.
Thank you. And Your Honor, people need to publish it this time.
Go ahead.
And then after we're done playing, I'll probably just ask you a couple questions. As you know, you can see that. Yes. And Detective, do you recall what time of day this video was that was recording?
12/11.
And what day?
Afternoon.
It was on October 11th.
Okay. And so about 12 o'clock afterwards, was that after the 911 call came through from the Newcastle address?
Yes.
Okay. And when we were watching that video, we see a truck drive up and to the left of that video. Would that be fair to say?
Correct. It was driving westbound.
Westbound. Is this is this a two-way street, one-way street?
It is a one-way street. You want to go west.
Okay. And so west of what we just saw there, what's over there?
That would be John R.
Okay. And it was your testimony that it was a couple blocks away that this burned out car that you reviewed was located there.
Correct. It would be south of there.
It would be south of there. Yes. Okay. And we'll play 21B at this time. Detective Packmeyer, was that the car that we just saw, was it traveling in the same direction that we just saw that white truck?
Correct. It's
Okay. And based on the information you have in your investigation, that car that we just saw, was that significant in your investigation of this particular crime?
Yes.
And how did that particular car that we just saw in there, how did that become important to your investigation?
That car was eventually identified as defendant Hernandez's Jeep.
And what type of car was that?
It's a Grand Jeep Cherokee, I think it was a 2020.
And so during your investigation, that car came to be linked to the defendant Hernandez.
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall what time of day, this clip that we just watched, what time of day that was after the first one that we saw?
That was 5 minutes after the DT truck went by at 12:16.
So the first video showed the DT truck, and then the second video shows a car that resembles a car that was associated with Mr. Hernandez.
Correct.
And then just off the screen, a little while later, that car is recovered, burned out.
Correct. You know, you would hear the explosion in the video.
That's the sound that you believe you were hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, were you made aware or were contacted by Home Depot Asset Protection, or how did that come about?
Yes. Detective Durfee actually contacted Home Depot Asset Protection to see if they could link up purchases of certain items at the same time, which he requested a high-vis vest and Gorilla tape.
Okay, so would it be fair to say you had information or items that would potentially be associated with the Newcastle address or your investigation?
Correct.
And that information was then relayed to Home Depot?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that Home Depot then reached out to you guys and provided video and possibly receipts?
It was requested, we requested Home Depot to look up these certain items, see if they were purchased, and then look into video.
And as a detective, is that common practice or something you have done in the past during investigations?
Yes.
Okay, so you reaching out asking for a reverse item lookup, this wasn't outside of your normal standards of investigation?
No.
Okay. So be fair to say that certain items are given to an LPO or asset protection person from Home Depot. They do what they do and then potentially submit either video or in-store receipts related to those items.
Correct.
Okay. And then after receiving items and other investigations, you can review videos and see if that matches anything that you guys are looking for.
Correct.
Okay. In this particular case, did they send you videos that were associated with those type of items that you requested?
They did. They sent us a transaction receipt and video.
Okay. And when those were obtained, did you review those items?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, people are going to move to admit and publish People's Exhibit 19A at this time, and I'll hold off on 19B after a couple questions.
Did it freeze? I'll get Matthew. Okay, guys, I don't know what's going on. I have my son on the other line. I'll be right back.
If you need to go take care of
No,
that,
I'm gonna. Hear my hearing aids going. Hi, guys. Well, Shmail, I'm going to have to just go ahead and end it here. Unfortunately, I have to go get my. Yay! But for some reason, there's a problem going on with the feed. So I don't know what's going on. So I'm going to end it here. We'll pick it up here tomorrow morning and we'll get everything started again then tomorrow morning. Thank you guys so much for joining me. It's been a long day, fabulous day, crazy day, but you guys have a wonderful evening. Don't forget, we have movie night tonight. Make sure that you join us for that, and we'll hop into court first thing tomorrow. All right, y'all have a great day. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.